Hello and welcome back, everybody. I'm here to give you another addition to our Dune series. Let's hop right in. In the dining hall of the Arakian Great House, dispenser lamps have been lighted against the early dark. They cast their yellow glows upward into the black bull's head with its bloody horns, and onto the darkly glistening oil painting of the old duke. Beneath these talismans, white linen shone around the burnished reflections of the Atreides silver, which had been placed in precise arrangements along the great table. Little archipelagos of service waiting behind crystal glasses, each setting squared off before a heavy wooden chair. The classic central chandelier remained unlighted, and its chain twisted upwards into shadows where the mechanism of the poison snooper had been concealed. Pausing in the doorway to inspect the arrangements, the Duke thought about the poison snooper and what it signified in his society. All of a pattern, he thought. You can promise, by our language, the precise and delicate delineations for ways to administer treacherous death. Will someone try shimurki tonight, poison in the drink? Or will it be shamas, poison in the food? He shook his head. Beside each plate on the long table stood a flagon of water. There was enough water along the table, the Duke estimated, to keep a poor Arakian family for more than a year. Flanking the doorway in which he stood were broad laving basins of ornate yellow and green tile. Each basin had its rack of towels. It was the custom, the housekeeper had explained, for guests as they entered to dip their hands ceremoniously into a basin, slop several cups of water onto the floor, dry their hands on a towel, and fling the towel into the growing puddle on the floor. After the dinner, beggars gathered outside to get the water squeezing from the towels. How typical of a Harkonnen thief, the Duke thought. Every degradation of the spirit that can be conceived. He took a deep breath, feeling rage tighten in his stomach.
The customs stop here,
he muttered. He saw a serving woman, one of the old and gnarled ones the housekeeper had recommended, hovering at the doorway from the kitchen across from him. The Duke signaled with upraised hand. He moved out of the shadows and scurried around the table toward him, and he noted the leathery face, the blue within blue eyes. My lord wishes? She kept her head bowed, shielded. He gestured.
Have these basins and towels removed.
But, Nobleborn... She looked up, mouth gaping.
I know the custom,
he barked.
Take the basins to the front door. While we're eating and until we've finished, each beggar who calls may have a cup full of water. Understood?
Her leathery face displayed a twisting of emotions, dismay, anger. With sudden insight, let her realize that she must have planned to sell the water squeezings from the foot-trampled towels, bringing a few coppers from the wretches who came to the door. Perhaps that also was a custom. His face clouded and he growled.
I'm posting a guard to see that my orders are carried out to the letter.
He whirled, strode back down the passage to the great hall. Memories roiled in his mind like the toothless mutterings of old women. He remembered open water and waves, days of grass instead of sand, dazed summers that had whipped past him like a windstorm leaves. All gone. I'm getting old, he thought. I felt the cold hand of my mortality, and in what? An old woman's greed. In the great hall, the Lady Jessica was the center of a mixed group, standing in front of the fireplace. An open blaze crackled there, casting flickers of orange light into jewels and laces and costly fabrics. He recognized in the group a snowsuit manufacturer down from Carthage, an electronics equipment importer, a water shipper whose summer mansion was near his polar cap factory, a representation of the guild bank, lean and remote, that one. A dealer in replacement parts for spice mining equipment, a thin and hard-faced woman whose escort service for off-planet visitors reputedly operated as cover for various smuggling, spying, and blackmail operations. Most of the women in the hall seemed cast from a specific type. Decorative, precisely turned out, an odd mingling of untouchable sensuousness. Even with her position as hostess, Jessica would have dominated the group, he thought. She wore no jewelry and had chosen warm colors. A long dress almost the shade of the open blaze and an earth-brown band around her bronzed hair. He realized that she had done this to taunt him subtly, a reproof against his recent pose of coldness. She was well aware that he liked her best in these shades, that he saw her as a rustling of warm colors. Nearby, more an outflanker than a member of the group, stood Duncan Idaho, in glittering dress uniform, flat face unreadable, the curling black hair neatly combed. He had been summoned back from the Fremen, and his orders from Hawat. Under pretext of guarding her, you will keep the Lady Jessica under constant surveillance. The Duke glanced around the room. There was Paul in the corner, surrounded by a fawning group of the younger Arakian Rishi, and aloof among them 3 officers of the house troop. The Duke took particular note of the young woman. What a catch a ducal heir would make. But Paul was treating all equally with the air of reserved nobility. He'll wear the title well, the Duke thought, and realized with a sudden chill that this was another death thought. Paul saw his father in the doorway, avoided his eyes. He looked around at the clustering of guests, the jeweled hands clutching drinks, and the unobtrusive inspections from tiny remote cast snoopers. Seeing all the chattering faces, Paul was suddenly repelled by them. They were cheap masks locked on festering thoughts, voices gobbling to drown out the loud silence in every breast. I'm in a sour mood, he thought, and wondered what Gurney would say to that. He knew his mood's source. He hadn't wanted to attend this function, but his father had been firm.
You have a place, a position to uphold. You're old enough to do this. You're almost a man.
Paul had seen his father emerge from the doorway and inspect the room. Then crossed to the group around the Lady Jessica. As Leto approached Jessica's group, the water shipper was asking, "Is it true the Duke will put in weather control?" From behind the man, the Duke said,
We haven't gone that far in our thinking, sir.
The man turned, exposing a bland, round face, darkly tanned. "Ah, the Duke," he said. "We missed you." Leto glanced at Jessica.
A thing needed doing.
He returned his attention to the water shipper, explained that he had ordered for the laving basins, adding,
As far as I'm concerned, the old custom ends now.
"Is this a ducal order, my lord?" the man asked.
I leave that to your own, conscience.
The Duke said. He turned, noting Kynes come up to the group. One of the women said, "I think that's a very generous gesture, giving water to the..." Someone shushed her. The Duke looked at Kynes, noting that the planetologist wore an old-style, dark brown uniform with epaulets of the Imperial civil servant and a tiny gold teardrop of rank at his collar. The water shipper asked in an angry voice,
Does the Duke imply criticism of our custom? The custom has been changed,
Leto said. He nodded to Kynes, marking the frown on Jessica's face. Thought, a frown does not become her, but it'll increase rumors of friction between us.
With the Duke's permission,
the water sipper said.
I'd like to inquire further about customs.
Leto heard the sudden oily tone in the man's voice. Noted the watchful silence in this group, the way heads were beginning to turn toward them around the room.
Isn't it almost time for dinner?
Jessica asked.
But our guest has some questions,
Leto said. And he looked at the water shipper, seeing a round-faced man with large eyes and thick lips, recalling Hawat's memorandum. And this water shipper is a man to watch. Lingar Butte, remember his name. The Harkonnens used him, but never fully controlled him. "Water customs are so interesting," he had said, and there was a smile on his face. "I'm curious what you intend about the conservatory attached to this house. Do you intend to continue flaunting it in people's faces, my lord?" Leto held anger in check, staring at the man. Thoughts raced through his mind. It had taken bravery to challenge him in his own ducal castle, especially since they now had Butte's signature over a contract of allegiance. The action had taken, also, a knowledge of personal power. Water was indeed power here. If water facilities were mined, for instance, ready to be destroyed at a signal, the man looked capable of such a thing. Destruction of water facilities might well destroy Arrakis. That could well have been the club this Butte held over the Harkonnens.
My lord, the Duke, and I have other plans for our conservatory,"
Jessica said. She smiled at Leto.
"We intend to keep it, certainly, but only to hold it in trust for the people of Arrakis. It is our dream that someday the climate of Arrakis may be changed sufficiently to grow such plants anywhere in the open."
Bless her, Leto thought. Let our water shipper chew on that.
"Your interests in water and the weather control is obvious,"
the Duke said.
"I'd advise you to diversify your holdings. One day, water will not be a precious commodity on Arrakis."
And he thought, Huat must redouble his efforts at infiltrating the Butte's organization. And we must start on standby water facilities at once. No man is going to hold the club over my head. Butte nodded, the smile still on his face.
"A commendable dream, my lord."
He withdrew in peace. Leto's attention was caught by the expression on Kyne's face. The man was staring at Jessica. He appeared transfigured, like a man in love or caught in a religious trance. Kyne's thoughts were overwhelmed at last by the words of prophecy. "And they shall share your most precious dream," he spoke directly to Jessica. "Do you bring a shortening of the way?"
"Ah, Dr. Kynes,"
the water shipper said.
"You've come in from trampling around with your mobs of Fremen. How gracious of you."
Kynes passed an unreadable glance across Butte and said, "It is said in the desert that possession of water in great amount can inflict a man with fatal carelessness."
"They have many strange sayings in the desert,"
Butte said. But his voice betrayed uneasiness. Jessica crossed to Leto, slipping her hand under his arm to gain a moment in which to calm herself. Kynes had said, "the shortening of the way." In the old tongue, the phrase translated to Kwisatz-Haderach. The planetologist's odd question seemed to have gone unnoticed by the others, and now Kynes was bending over one of the consort women, listening to a low-voiced coquetry. Kwisatz-Haderach, Jessica thought. Did our missionary protective plant that legend here too? The thought fanned her secret hope for Paul. He could be the Kwisatz-Haderach. He could be. The guild bank representative had fallen into conversation with the water shipper, and Butte's voice lifted above the renewed hum of conversations.
"Many people have sought to change Arrakis."
The Duke saw how the words seemed to pierce Kynes, jerking the planetologist upright and away from the flirting woman. Into the sudden silence, a house trooper in uniform of the footman cleared his throat behind Leto and said, "Dinner is served, my lord." The Duke directed a questioning glance down at Jessica.
"The custom here is for the host and hostess to follow their guests to the table,"
she said and smiled.
"Shall we change that one too, my lord?"
He spoke coldly.
"That seems a goodly custom. We shall let it stand for now."
The illusion that I suspect her of treachery must be maintained, he thought. He glanced at the guests filing past them. Who among you believes this lie? Jessica, sensing his remoteness, wondered at it as she had done frequently the past week. He acts like a man struggling with himself, she thought. Is it because I moved so swiftly setting up this dinner party? Yet, he knows how important it is that we begin to mix our officers and men with the locals on a social plane. We are father and mother surrogate to them all. Nothing impresses that fact more firmly than this sort of social sharing. Leto, watching the guests file past, recalled what Thufir Huat had said when he informed of the affair. "Sire, I forbid it." A grim smile touched the Duke's mouth. What a scene that had been. And when the Duke had remained adamant about attending the dinner, Huat had shaken his head. "I have a bad feeling about this, my lord," he said. "Things move too swiftly on Arrakis. That's not like the Harkonnens, not like them at all." Paul passed his father, escorting a young woman half a head taller than himself. He shot a sour glance at his father and nodded at something the young woman said.
"Her father manufactures still suits,"
Jessica said.
"I'm told that only a fool would be caught in the deep desert wearing one of the man's suits." "Who's the man with the scarred face ahead of Paul?"
the Duke asked.
"I don't place him."
"A late addition to the list," she whispered.
Bernie arranged the invitation. Smuggler. Gurney arranged. At my request. It was cleared with Hawad, although I thought Hawad was a little stiff about it. The smuggler's called Tuek. Esmar Tuek. He's a power among his kind. They all know him here. He has dined at many of the houses. Why is he here? Everyone here will ask that question, she said. Tuek will sow doubt and suspicion just by his presence. He'll also serve notice that you're prepared to back up your orders against graft by enforcement from the smugglers, and as well. This was the point Hawad appeared to like. I'm not sure I like it.
He nodded to the passing couple, saw only a few of their guests remain to precede them.
Why didn't you invite some Fremen? There's kinds, she said. Yes, there's kinds, he said. Have you arranged any other little surprises for me?
He led her into step behind the procession.
All else was most conventional, she said.
And she thought, "My darling, can't you see that the smuggler controls fast ships that can be bribed? We must have a way out, a door to escape from Arrakis if all else fails us from here." As they emerged into the dining hall, she disengaged her arm, allowed Leto to seat her. He strode to his end of the table. A footman held his chair for him, the other settled with the swishing of fabrics and scraping of chairs. But the Duke remained standing. He gave a hand signal, and the house troopers and footmen uniformed around the table stepped back, standing at attention. Uneasy silence settled over the room. Jessica, looking down the length of the table, saw a faint trembling at the corners of Leto's mouth, noted the dark flush of anger on his cheeks. What has angered him? She asked herself. Surely not my invitation to the smuggler.
Some question my changing of the laving basin custom,
Leto said.
This is my way of telling you that many things will change.
Embarrassed silence settled over the table. They think him drunk, Jessica thought. Leto lifted his water flagon, held it aloft, where the dispenser lights shot beams of reflection off it.
As a chevalier of the Imperium, then,
he said,
I give you a toast.
The others gasped their flagons, all eyes focused on the Duke. In the sudden stillness, a dispenser light drifted slightly in an air breeze from the servant kitchen hallway. Shadows played across the Duke's hawk features.
Here I am, and here I remain,
he barked. There was an abortive movement of flagons toward mouths, stopped as the Duke remained with arm upraised.
My toast is one of those maxims so dear to our hearts. Business makes progress. Fortune passes everywhere.
He sipped his water. The others joined him, questioning glances passing among them.
Gurney,
the Duke called. From an alcove at Leto's end of the room came Halleck's voice. Here, my lord.
Give us a tune, Gurney.
A minor chord from the balisette floated out of the alcove. Servants began putting plates of food on the table at the Duke's gesture, releasing them, roast dessert, hare, and sauce capada. A plumage Syrian chukka under the glass, coffee with melange, a rich cinnamon odor from the spice wafted across the table. A true pot of oi served with sparkling Caladan wine. Still, the Duke remained standing. As the guests waited, their attention torn between the dishes placed before them and the standing Duke, Leto said,
In olden times, it was the duty of the host to entertain his guests with his own talents.
His knuckles turned white, so fiercely did he grip his water flagon.
I cannot sing, but I give you the words of Gurney's song. Consider it another toast. A toast to all who have died bringing us to this station.
An uncomfortable stirring sounded around the table. Jessica lowered her gaze, glanced at the people seated nearest her. There was the round-faced water shipper and his woman, the pale and austere guild bank representative. He remained a whistle-faced scarecrow with eyes fixed on Leto. The rugged and scar-faced Tuek, his blue within blue eyes, downcast.
Review, friends, troops long past review,
the Duke intoned.
All to fate a weight of pains and dollars. Their spirits wear our silver collars. Review, friends, troops long past review. Each a dot of time without pretense or guile. With them passes the lure of fortune. Review, friends, troops long past review. When our time ends on its rictus smile, we'll pass the lure of fortune.
The Duke allowed his voice to trail off on the last line, took a deep drink from his water flagon, slammed it back into the table. Water slopped over the brim and onto the linen. The others drank in embarrassed silence. Again, the Duke lifted his water flagon and this time emptied its remaining half onto the floor, knowing the others around the table must do the same. Jessica was the first to follow the example. There was a frozen moment before the others began emptying their flagons. Jessica saw how Paul, seated near his father, was studying the reactions around him. She found herself also fascinated by what her guests' actions revealed, especially among the women. This was clean, potable water, not something already cast away in a sopping towel. Reluctance to just discard it exposed itself in trembling hands, delayed reactions, nervous laughter, and violent obedience to the necessity. One woman dropped her flagon, looked the other way as her male companion recovered it. Kynes, though, caught her attention most sharply. The planetologist hesitated, then emptied his flagon into a container beneath his jacket. He smiled at Jessica as he caught her watching him, raised the empty flagon to her in a silent toast. He appeared completely unembarrassed by his actions. Halek's music still wafted over the room, but it had come out of its minor key, lilting and lively now, as though he were trying to lift the mood.
Let the dinner commence,
the Duke said, and sank into his chair. He is angry and uncertain, Jessica thought. The loss of that factory crawler hit him more deeply than it should have. It must be something more than that loss. He acts like a desperate man. She lifted her fork and hoping that the motion to hide her own sudden bitterness. Why not? He is desperate. Slowly at first. Then, with increasing animation, the dinner got underway. The still suit manufacturer complimented Jessica on her chef and wine.
We brought both from Caladan,
she said.
Superb,
he said, tasting the chuka. Simply superb, and not a hint of melange in it. One gets so tired of the spice and everything. The Guild Bank representative looked across at Kynes. I understand, Dr. Kynes, that another factory crawler has been lost to a worm.
News travels fast,
the Duke said. Then it's true, the banker asked, shifting his attention to Leto.
Of course it's true,
the Duke snapped.
The blasted carryall disappeared. It shouldn't be possible for anything that big to disappear.
When the worm came, there was nothing to recover the crawler, Kynes said.
It should not be possible,
the Duke repeated. No one saw the carryall leave? The banker asked. Spotters customarily keep their eyes on the sand, Kynes said. They're primarily interested in worm sign. A carryall's complement usually has 4 men, 2 pilots and 2 journeymen attachers. If one or even 2 of this crew were in the pay of the Duke's foes. Ah, I see, the banker said. And you, as judge of the change, do you challenge this? I shall have to consider my position carefully, Kynes said, and I certainly will not discuss it at table. And he thought, that pale skeleton of a man. I know this is the kind of infraction I was instructed to ignore. The banker smiled, returning his attention to his food. Jessica sat remembering a lecture from her Bene Gesserit school days. The subject had been espionage and counter-espionage. A plump, happy-faced Reverend Mother had been the lecturer, her jolly voice contrasting weirdly with the subject matter. A thing to note about any espionage and or counter-espionage school is the similar basic reaction pattern of all its graduates. Any enclosed discipline sets its stamp, its pattern upon its students. That pattern is susceptible to analysis and prediction. Now, motivational patterns are going to be similar among all espionage guests, agents. That is to say, there will be certain types of motivation that are similar despite differing schools or opposed aims. You will study first how to separate these elements for your analysis in the beginning, through interrogation patterns that portray the inner orientation of the interrogators. Secondly, by close observation of language thought orientation of those under analysis. You will find it fairly simple to determine the root language of your subjects, of course, but through voice inflection and speech pattern. Now, sitting at the table with her son and the Duke and the guests, hearing that Guild Bank representative, Jessica felt a chill of realization. The man was a Harkonnen agent. He had the Giedi Prime speech pattern subtly masked, but exposed to her trained awareness as though he had announced himself. Does this mean the guild itself has taken side against House Atreides? She asked herself. The thought shocked her, and she masked her emotions by calling her for a new dish, all the while listening to the man to betray his purpose. He will shift the conversation next to something seemingly innocent, but with ominous overtones, she told herself. It's his pattern. The banker swallowed, took a sip of wine, smiled at something said to him by the woman on his right. He seemed to listen for a moment to a man down the table who was explaining to the Duke the native arcane plants had no thorns. I enjoy watching the flights of birds on Arrakis, the banker said, directing his words at Jessica. All of our birds, of course, are carrion eaters, and many exist without water, having become blood drinkers. The still-suit manufacturer's daughter, seated between Paul and his father at the other end of the table, twisted her pretty face into a frown and said, Oh, Susu, you say the most disgusting things. The banker smiled. They call me Susu because I'm financial advisor to the Water Peddlers Union. And, as Jessica continued to look at him without comment, he added, because of the water seller's cry, Susu Suk. And he imitated the call with such accuracy that many around the table laughed. Jessica heard the boastful tone of voice, but noted most that the young woman had spoken on cue, a set piece. She had produced the excuse for the banker to say what he had said. She glanced at Linger Butte. The water magnate was scowling, concentrating on his dinner. It came to Jessica that the banker had said, I too control that ultimate source of power on Arrakis. Water. Paul had marked the falseness in his dinner companion's voice, saw that his mother was following the conversation with Bene Gesserit intensity. On impulse, he decided to play the foil, draw the exchange out of it. He addressed himself to the banker. Do you mean, sir, that these birds are cannibals? That's an odd question, young master, the banker said. I merely said the birds drink blood. It doesn't have to be the blood of their own kind, does it? It was not an odd question, Paul said, and Jessica noted the brittle, riposte quality of her training exposed in his voice. Most educated people know that the worst potential competition for any young organism can come from its own kind. He deliberately forked a bite of food from his companion's plate and ate it. They are eating from the same bowl. They have the same basic requirements. The banker stiffened, scowled at the Duke. Do not make an error of considering my son a child, the Duke said, and he smiled. Jessica glanced around the table, noted that Butte had brightened, and both Kynes and the smuggler Turk were grinning. It's a rule of ecology, Kynes said, that the young master appears to understand quite well. The struggles between life elements is the struggle for the free energy of a system, blood's an efficient energy source. The banker put down his fork, spoke in an angry voice. It said that the Freeman scum drink the blood of their dead. Kynes shook his head, spoke in a lecturing tone. Not the blood, sir, but all of a man's water ultimately belongs to his people, to his tribe. It's a necessity when you live near the Great Flat. All water is precious there, and the human body is composed of some 70% water by weight. A dead man surely no longer requires that water. The banker put both hands against the table beside his plate, and Jessica thought he was going to push himself back, leave in a rage. Kynes looked at Jessica. Forgive me, lady, for elaborating on such an ugly subject at the table, but you were being told falsehood, and it needed clarifying. You've associated so long with Fremen that you've lost all sensibilities, the banker rasped. Kynes looked at him calmly, studied the pale, trembling face. Are you challenging me, sir? The banker froze. He swallowed and spoke stiffly. Of course not. I'd not so insult our host and hostess. Jessica heard the fear in the man's voice and saw it in his face, in his breathing, and the pulse of a vein in his temple. The man was terrified of Kynes. Our host and hostess are quite capable of deciding for themselves when they've been insulted, Kynes said. They're brave people who understand defensive honor. We all may attest to their courage by the fact that they're here, now, on Arrakis. Jessica saw that Leto was enjoying this. Most of the others were not. People all around the table sat poised for flight, hands out of sight under the table. Two notable exceptions were Butte, who was openly smiling at the banker's discomfort, and the smuggler, Tuick, who appeared to be watching Kynes for a cue. Jessica saw that Paul was looking at Kynes in admiration. "Well?" Kynes said. "I meant no offense," the banker muttered. "If offense was taken, please accept my apologies." "Freely given, freely accepted," Kynes said. He smiled at Jessica, resumed eating as though nothing had happened. Jessica saw that the smuggler, too, had relaxed. She marked this. The man had shown every aspect of an aide, ready to leap to Kynes' assistance. There existed an accord of some sort between Kynes and Tuick. Leto toyed with a fork, looked speculatively at Kynes. The ecologist's manner indicated a change in attitude toward the House of Atreides. Kynes had seemed colder on their trip over the desert. Jessica signaled for another course of food and drink. Servants appeared with languages de la Pins de Jelaine, red wine and a sauce of mushroom yeast on the side. Slowly, the dinner conversation resumed, but Jessica heard the agitation in it, the brittle quality, saw that the banker ate in sullen silence. Kynes would have killed him without hesitating, she thought, and she realized that there was an offhand attitude toward killing in Kynes' manner. He was a casual killer, and she guessed that this was a Fremen quality. Jessica turned to the stillsuit manufacturer on her left and said,
"I find myself continually amazed by the importance of water on Arrakis."
"Very important," he agreed.
What is this dish? It's delicious." "Tongues of wild rabbit in a special sauce," she said. "A very old recipe." "I must have that recipe," the man said. She nodded. "I'll see that you get it." Kynes looked at Jessica and said, "The newcomer to Arrakis frequently underestimates the importance of water here. You're dealing, you see, with the law of the minimum." She heard the testing quality in his voice and said, "Growth is limited by that necessity which is presented in the least amount, and naturally, the least favorable condition controls the growth rate. It's rare to find members of the Great House aware of planetological problems," Kynes said. "Water is the least favorable condition for life on Arrakis, and remember that growth itself can produce unfavorable conditions unless treated with extreme care." Jessica sensed a hidden message in Kynes' words, but knew she was missing it. "Growth,"
she said.
"Do you mean Arrakis can have an orderly cycle of water to sustain human life under more favorable conditions?"
"Impossible," the water magnate barked. Jessica turned her attention to Butte.
"Impossible."
"Impossible
on Arrakis,"
he said.
"Don't listen to this dreamer. All the laboratory evidence is against him."
Kynes looked at Butte, and Jessica noted that the other conversations around the table had stopped while people concentrated on this new interchange. "Laboratory evidence tends to blind us to a very simple fact," Kynes said. "The fact is this: we are dealing here with matters that originated and exist out of doors where plants and animals carry on their normal existence."
"Normal?"
Butte snorted.
"Nothing about Arrakis is normal."
"Quite the contrary," Kynes said. "Certain harmonies could be set up here along self-sustaining lines. You merely have to understand the limit of the planet and the pressures upon it."
"It'll never be done,"
Butte said. The Duke came to a sudden realization, placing the point where Kynes' attitude had changed. It had been when Jessica had spoken of holding the conservatory plants in trust for Arrakis.
"What would it take to set up a self-sustaining system, Dr. Kynes?"
Leto asked. "If we can get 3% of the green plant element on Arrakis involved in forming carbon compounds as foodstuffs, we'd start the cyclical system," Kynes said.
"Water's the only problem?"
the Duke asked. He sensed Kynes' excitement and felt himself caught up in it. "Water overshadows the other problems," Kynes said. "This planet has much oxygen without its usual contaminants, widespread plant life, and large sources of free carbon dioxide from such phenomena as volcanoes. There are unusual chemical interchanges over large surface areas here."
"Do you have pilot projects?"
the Duke asked. "We've had a long time in which to build up the Tansley effect, small unit experiments on an amateur basis, from which my science may now draw its working facts." Kind said.
There isn't enough water,
Butte said.
There just isn't enough water.
Master Butte is an expert on water, Kind said. He smiled and turned back to the dinner. The Duke gestured sharply down at his right hand, barked.
No, I want an answer. Is there enough water, Dr. Kynes?
Kind stared at his plate. Jessica watched the play of emotion on his face. He masks himself well, she thought. But she had him registered now, and read that he regretted his words.
Is there enough water?
The Duke demanded. There, maybe, Kind said. He's faking uncertainty, Jessica thought. With his deeper truth sense, Paul caught the underlying motive. Had to use every ounce of his training to mask his excitement. There is enough water, but Kynes doesn't wish it to be known.
Our planetologist has many interesting dreams,
Butte said.
He dreams with the Fremen, of prophecies and messiahs.
Chuckles sounded at odd places around the table. Tensions are oddly distributed here tonight, Jessica thought. There's too much going on of which I'm not aware. I'll have to develop new information sources. The Duke passed his gaze from Kynes to Butte to Jessica. He felt oddly let down, as though something vital had passed him here. Maybe, he muttered. Kynes spoke quickly. Perhaps we should discuss this another time, my lord. There's so many. The planetologist broke off as a uniformed Atreides trooper hurried in through the service door, was passed by the guard, and rushed to the Duke's side. The man bent, whispering into Leto's ear. Jessica recognized the cap sign of Hawat's Corps, fought down uneasiness. She addressed herself to the stillsuit manufacturer's feminine companion, a tiny, dark-haired woman with a doll face, a touch of epicanthic fold to the eyes.
You've hardly touched your dinner, dear,
Jessica said.
May I order you something?
The woman looked at the stillsuit manufacturer before answering and then said, I'm not very hungry. Abruptly, the Duke stood up beside his trooper and spoke in a harsh tone of command.
Stay seated, everyone. You'll have to forgive me, but a matter has arisen that requires my personal attention.
He stepped aside.
Ball, take over as host for me, if you please.
Paul stood, wanting to ask why his father had to leave, knowing he had to play with this grand manner. He moved around to his father's chair and sat down on it. The Duke turned to the alcove where Halleck sat and said,
Gurney, please take Paul's place at the table. We mustn't have an odd number here. When the dinner's over, I may want you to bring Paul to the field, CP. Wait for my call.
Halleck emerged from the alcove in dress uniform, his lumpy ugliness seeming out of place in the glittering finery. He leaned his balisette against the wall and crossed to the chair Paul had occupied, sat down.
There's no need for alarm,
The Duke said.
But I must ask that no one leave until our house guard says it's safe. You will be perfectly secure as long as you remain here, and we'll have this little trouble cleared up very shortly.
Paul caught the code words in his father's message. Guard safe, secure shortly. The problem was security, not violence. He saw that his mother had read the same message. They both relaxed. The Duke gave a short nod, wheeled, and strode through the service door, followed by his trooper. Paul said, Please go on with your dinner. I believe Dr. Kynes was discussing water. May we all discuss it another time, Kynes said. By all means, Paul said. And Jessica noted with pride her son's dignity, the mature sense of assurance. The banker picked up his water flagon and gestured with it at Butte. None of us here can surpass Master Linger Butte in flowery phrases. One might also assume he aspired to great house status. Come, Master Butte, lead us in a toast. Perhaps you have a dollop of wisdom for the boy who must be treated like a man. Jessica clenched her fist beneath the table. She saw a hand signal pass from Halleck to Idaho, saw the house troopers along the walls move into positions of maximum guard. Butte cast a venomous glance at the banker. Paul glanced at Halleck and took in the defensive positions of his guard. Looked at the banker until the man lowered the water flagon. He said, Once, on Caladan, I saw the body of a drowned fisherman recovered. He
Drowned.
It was the still soap manufacturer's daughter. Paul hesitated, then. Yes, immersed in water until dead. Drowned. What an interesting way to die, she murmured. Paul's smile became brittle. He returned his attention to the banker. The interesting thing about this man was the wounds on his shoulders, made by another fisherman's claw boots. This fisherman was one of several in a boat, a craft for traveling on water, that floundered, sank beneath the water. Another fisherman helping recover the body said he'd seen marks like this man's wounds several times. They meant another drowning fisherman had tried to stand on this poor fellow's shoulders in an attempt to reach the surface, to reach air.
Why is this interesting?
The banker said. Because of an observation made by my father at the time. He said the drowning man who climbs on your shoulders to save himself is understandable, except when you see it happen in the drawing room. Paul hesitated just long enough for the banker to see the point coming then. And I should add, except when you see it at a dinner table. A sudden stillness enfolded the room. That was rash, Jessica thought. This banker might have enough rank to call my son out. She saw that Idaho was poised for an instant action. The house troopers were alert. Gurney Halleck had his eyes on the men opposite him. It was the smuggler. Tuek, head thrown back, laughing with complete abandon. Nervous smiles appeared around the table. Butte was grinning. The banker had pushed his chair back and was glaring at Paul. Kynes said,
One baits an Atreides at his own risk. Is it an Atreides custom to insult their guests?
The banker demanded. Before Paul could answer, Jessica leaned forward and said,
Sir.
And she thought, we must learn this Harkonnen creature's game. Is he here to try for Paul? Does he have help?
My son displays a general garment and you claim it's cut to your fit.
Jessica asked.
What a fascinating revelation.
She slid a hand down her leg to the cry knife she had fastened in a calf sheath. The banker turned his glare on Jessica. Eyes shifted away from Paul, and she saw him ease himself back from the table, freeing himself for action. He had focused on the code word, garment. Prepare for violence. Kynes directed a speculative look at Jessica and gave a subtle hand signal to Tuek. The smuggler lurched to his feet, lifted his flagon. I'll give you a toast, he said. To young Paul Atreides, still a lad by his looks, but a man by his actions. Why do they intrude? Jessica asked herself. The banker stared now at Kynes, and Jessica saw terror return to the agent's face. People began responding all around the table. Where Kynes leads, people follow, Jessica thought. He has told us he sides with Paul. What's the secret of his power? It can't be because he's judge of the change. That's temporary. And certainly not because he's a civil servant. She removed her hand from the cry knife, lifted her flagon to Kynes, who responded in kind. Only Paul and the banker, Susu, what an idiotic nickname, Jessica thought, remained empty-handed. The banker's attention stayed fixed on Kynes, and Paul stared at his plate. I was handling it correctly, Paul thought. Why do they interfere? He glanced covertly at the male guests nearest him. Prepare for violence? From whom? Certainly not from that banker fellow. Halleck stirred and spoke as though to no one in particular, directing his words over the heads of the guests across from him. In our society, people shouldn't be quick to take offense. It's frequently suicidal. He looked at the still suit manufacturer's daughter beside him. Don't you think so, miss? Oh, yes. Indeed I do, she said. There's too much violence that makes me sick. And lots of time, no offense is meant. People die anyway. It doesn't make sense. Indeed it doesn't, Alex said. Jessica saw the near perfection of the girl's act and realized that empty-headed little female is not an empty-headed little female. She saw then the pattern of the threat and understood that Halleck too had detected it. They had planned to lure Paul with sex. Jessica relaxed. Her son had probably been the first to see it. His training hadn't overlooked that obvious gambit. Kind spoke to the banker. Isn't another apology in order? The banker turned a sickly grin toward Jessica and said, My lady, I fear I've overindulged in your wines. You serve potent drink at table, and I'm not accustomed to it. Jessica heard the venom beneath his tones and spoke sweetly.
When strangers meet, great allowance should be made for differences of custom and training.
Thank you, my lady, he said. The dark-haired companion of the still-suit manufacturer leaned toward Jessica and said, The Duke spoke of our being secure here. I do hope he doesn't mean more fighting. She is directed to lead the conversation this way, Jessica thought.
Likely, this will prove unimportant,
Jessica said.
But there's so much detail requiring the Duke's personal attention in these times. As long as enmity continues between Atreides and Harkonnen, we cannot be too careful. The Duke has sworn Kenley. He will leave no Harkonnen agent alive on Arrakis, of course.
She glanced at the Guild Bank agent.
And the conventions, naturally, support him in this.
She shifted her attention to Kynes.
Is this not so, Dr. Kynes?
Indeed it is, Kynes said. The still-suit manufacturer pulled his companion gently back. She looked at him and said, I do believe I'll eat something now. I'd like some of that bird dish you served earlier. Jessica signaled a servant and turned to the banker.
And you, sir? We're speaking of birds earlier, and of their habits. I find so many interesting things about Arrakis. Tell me, where is the spice found? Do the hunters go deep into the desert?
Oh no, my lady, he said. Very little's known of the deep desert, and almost nothing of the southern regions. There's a tale that a great mother lode of spice is to be found in the southern reaches, Kynes said. But I suspect it was an imaginative invention made solely for the purpose of a song. Some daring spice hunters do on occasion penetrate into the edge of the central belt, but that's extremely dangerous. Navigation is uncertain, storms are frequent. Casualties increase dramatically the further you operate from shield wall bases. It hasn't been found profitable to venture too far south, perhaps if we had a weather satellite. Butte looked up, spoke around a mouthful of food.
It's said the Fremen travel there, that they go anywhere and have hunted out soaks and sipwells, even in the southern latitudes. Soaks and sipwells?
Jessica asked. Kynes spoke quickly. Wild rumors, my lady. These are known on other planets, not on Arrakis. A soak is a place where water seeps to the surface, or near enough to the surface when to be found by digging according to certain signs. A sipwell is a form of soak where a person draws water through a straw. So it's said. There's deception in his words, Jessica thought. Why is he lying? Paul wondered.
How very interesting,
Jessica said, and she thought, it is said. What a curious speech mannerism they have here. If they only knew what it reveals about their dependence on superstitions. I've heard you have a saying, Paul said, that polish comes from the cities, wisdom from the deserts. There are many sayings on Arrakis, Kynes said. Before Jessica could frame a new question, a servant bent over her with a note. She opened it, saw the Duke's handwriting and code sign, scanned it.
You'll all be delighted to know,
she said,
that our Duke sends his reassurance. The matter which called him away has been settled. The missing carryall has been found. A Harkonnen agent and the crew overpowered the others and flew the machine to a smuggler's base, hoping to sell it there. Both men and machine were turned over to our forces.
She nodded to Tuek. The smuggler nodded back. Jessica refolded the note and tucked it into her sleeve.
I'm glad it didn't come to open battle,
the banker said.
The people have such hope that the Atreides will bring peace and prosperity. Especially prosperity,
Butte said.
Shall we have our dessert now?
Jessica asked.
I've had our chef prepare a Caladan sweet, pongy rice and sauce dolsa.
It sounds wonderful, the still-suit manufacturer said. Would it be possible to get the recipe?
Any recipe you desire,
Jessica said, registering the man for later mention to Hawaii. The still-suit manufacturer was a fearful little climber and could be bought. Small talk resumed around her. Such lovely fabric. He's having a setting made to match Jewel. We might try for a productive increase next quarter. Jessica stared down at her plate, thinking of the coded part of Leto's message. The Harkonnens tried to get in a shipment of laser guns. We captured them. This may mean they've succeeded with other shipments. It certainly means they don't place much store in shields. Take appropriate precautions. Jessica found her mind on laser guns, wondering the white-hot beams of disruptive light could cut through any known substance, provided that substance was not shielded. The fact that feedback from a shield would explode both laser gun and shield did not bother the Harkonnens. Why? A laser gun shield explosion was a dangerous variable. Could be more powerful than atomics, could kill only the gunner and his shielded target. The unknowns were filled with uneasiness. Paul said, I never doubted we'd find the carry-all. Once my father moves to solve a problem, he solves it. This is a fact the Harkonnens are beginning to discover. He's boasting, Jessica thought. He shouldn't boast. No person who will be sleeping far below ground level this night as a precaution against laser guns has the right to boast. Jessica heard the disturbance in the great hall, turned on the light beside her bed. The clock there had not been properly adjusted to local time, and she had to subtract 21 minutes to determine that it was about 2 a.m. The disturbance was loud and incoherent. Is this the Harkonnen attack? She wondered. She slipped out of bed, checked the screen monitors to see where her family was. The screen showed Paul asleep in the deep cellar room they'd hastily converted to a bedroom for him. The noise obviously wasn't penetrating to his quarters. There was no one in the Duke's room. His bed was unrumpled. Was he still at the field, CP? There were no screens yet to the front of the house. Jessica stood in the middle of her room, listening. There was one shouting, incoherent voice. She heard someone call for Dr. Yue. Jessica found a robe, pulled it over her shoulders, and pushed her feet into slippers, strapped the cruise knife to her leg. Again, a voice called out for Yue. Jessica belted the robe around her and stepped into the hallway. Then the thought struck her. What if Leto was hurt? The hall seemed to stretch out forever under her running feet. She turned through the arch at the end and dashed past the dining hall and down the passage to the great hall, finding the place brightly lighted, all the wall suspenders glowing at maximum. To her right, near the front entry, she saw 2 house guards holding Duncan Idaho between them. His head lolled forward, and there was an abrupt, panting silence to the scene. One of the house guards poked accusingly to Idaho. You see what you did? You woke the Lady Jessica. The great draperies billowed behind the man, showing that the front door remained open. There was no sign of the Duke or Yue. Mapei stood to one side, staring coldly at Idaho. She wore a long brown robe with serpentine designs at the hem. Her feet were pushed into unlaced desert boots. So I woke the Lady Jessica, Idaho muttered. He lifted his face toward the ceiling and bellowed. My sword was first blooded on Grumman. Great Mother, he's drunk, Jessica thought. Idaho's dark, round face was drawn into a frown. His hair, curling like the fur of a black goat, was plastered with dirt. A jagged rent in his tunic exposed an expanse of the dress shirt he had worn at the dinner party earlier. Jessica crossed to him. One of the guards nodded to her without releasing his hold on Idaho. We didn't know what to do with him, lady. He was creating a great disturbance out front, refusing to come inside. We were afraid locals might come along and see him. That wouldn't do at all. Gave us a bad name here.
Where has he been?
Jessica asked. He escorted one of the young ladies home from the dinner, my lady. What's orders?
Which young lady?
One of the escort wenches. You understand, my lady. He glanced at Mapei and lowered his voice. They're always calling on Idaho for special surveillance of the ladies. And Jessica thought, so they are. But why is he drunk? She frowned and turned to Mapei.
Mapei, bring me a stimulant. I'd suggest caffeine. Perhaps there's some of the spiced coffee left.
Mapei shrugged. headed for the kitchen. Her unlaced desert boots slapped against the stone floor. Idaho swung his unsteady head around to peer at an angle toward Jessica. "Kill more than 300 men for the Duke," he muttered. "What I want to know is why I'm here. Can't live under the ground here, can't live on the ground here. What kind of place is it, huh?" A sound from the side hall entry caught Jessica's attention. She turned and saw Yue crossing to them, his medical kit swinging in his left hand. He was fully dressed, looked pale, exhausted. The diamond tattoo stood out sharply on his forehead. "The good doctor," Idaho shouted. "What are you, Doc? Sweating pale man?" He turned blearily toward Jessica. "Making a damn fool of myself, huh?" Jessica frowned, remained silent, wondering, why would Idaho get drunk? Was he drugged? "Too much spice, Spear," Idaho said, attempting to straighten. Mapes returned with the steaming cup in her hands, stopped uncertainly behind Yue. She looked at Jessica, who shook her head. Yue put his kit on the floor and nodded greeting to Jessica and said, "Spice Spear, huh? Best damn stuff I ever tasted," Idaho said. He tried to pull himself to attention. "My sword was first blooded on Grumman. Kill the Harkonnen. Kill him for the Duke." Yue turned, looking at the cup in Mapes' hand. What is that?"
"Caffeine,"
Jessica said. Yue took the cup, held it toward Idaho. Drink this, lad." "Don't want any more to drink." "Drink it, I say." Idaho's head wobbled toward Yue, and he stumbled one step ahead, dragging the guards with him. "I'm almighty fed up with policing the Imperial Universe, Doc. Just once, we're gonna do things my way." "After you drink this," Yue said. "It's just caffeine." "It's probably like all the rest of this place. Same sun too bright, nothing that's right color, everything's wronger." "Well, it's nighttime now," Yue said. He spoke reasonably. "Drink this like a good lad. It'll make you feel much better." "I don't want to feel better."
"We can't argue with him all night,"
Jessica said, and she thought, this calls for shock treatment. There's no reason for you to stay, Lady Jessica," Yue said. "I can take care of this." Jessica shook her head. She stepped forward and slapped Idaho sharply across the cheek. He stumbled back with his guards glaring at her.
"This is no way to act in your Duke's home,"
she said. She snatched the cup from Yue's hand, spilling part of it, and thrust the cup toward Idaho.
"Now drink this. That's an order."
Idaho jerked himself upright, scowling down at her. He spoke slowly with careful and precise enunciation.
"I do not take orders from a damn Harkonnen spy."
Yue stiffened, whirled to face Jessica. He had gone pale. She was nodding. It all became clear to her. The broken stems of meaning she had seen in words and actions around her these past few days could not be translated. She found herself in the grip of anger almost too great to contain. It took the most profound of her Bene Gesserit training to quiet her pulse and smooth her breathing. Even then, she could feel the blaze flickering. They were always calling on Idaho for surveillance of the ladies. She sought a glance at Yue. The doctor lowered his eyes.
"You knew this?"
she demanded. I heard rumors, my lady, but I didn't want to add to your burdens."
"What?"
she snapped.
"I want Thufir Hawat brought to me immediately."
"But my lady..."
"Immediately!"
It has to be Hawat, she thought. Suspicion such as this could come from no other source without being discarded immediately. Idaho shook his head and mumbled, "Chucking the whole damn thing." Jessica looked down at the cup in her hand, abruptly dashed its contents across Idaho's face.
"Lock him in one of the guest rooms of the East Wing," she ordered. "Let him sleep it off."
The two guards stared at her unhappily. One ventured.
Perhaps we should take him someplace else, my lady, if we could. He's supposed to be here!
Jessica snapped.
He has a job to do here.
Her voice dripped of bitterness.
He's so good at watching the ladies.
The guard swallowed.
Do you know where the Duke is?
She demanded.
He's at the command post, my lady. Is Hawat with him?
Hawat's in the city, my lady.
You will bring Hawat at once to me,
Jessica said.
I will be in my sitting room when he arrives.
But my lady,
if necessary, I will call the Duke,
she said.
I hope it will not be necessary. I would not want to disturb him with this.
Yes, my lady. Jessica thrust the empty cup into Maybe's hands, met the questioning stare of the blue within blue eyes.
You may return to bed, Maybe's.
You sure you'll not need me? Jessica smiled grimly.
I'm sure.
Perhaps this could wait until tomorrow, Yue said. I could give you a sedative and...
You will return to your quarters and leave me to handle this my way,
she said. She patted his arm to take the sting out of her command.
This is the only way.
Abruptly, head high, she turned and stalked off through the house to her rooms. Cold walls, passages, a familiar door. She jerked the door open, strode in, and slammed it behind her. Jessica stood there, glaring at the shield-blanked windows of her sitting room. What? Could he be the one the Harkonnens bought? We shall see. Jessica crossed to the deep, old-fashioned armchair with an embroidered cover of schlag skin, moved the chair into position to command the door. She was suddenly very conscious of the cruise knife at the sheath on her leg. She removed the sheath and strapped it to her arm, testing the drop of it. Once more she glanced around the room, placing everything precisely in her mind against any emergency. The chase near the corner, the straight chairs along the wall, the two low tables, her stand-mounted zither beside the door to her room. Pale rose light glowed from the dispenser lamps. She dimmed them, sat down in the armchair, patting the upholstery, appreciating the chair's regal heaviness for this occasion. Now let him come, she thought. We shall see what we shall see. And she prepared herself the Bene Gesserit fashion for the wait, accumulating patience, saving her strength. Sooner than she had expected, a rap sounded at the door and Hawat entered at her command. She watched him without moving from the chair, seeing the crackling sense of drug-induced energy in his movements, seeing the fatigue beneath. Hawat's roomy old eyes glittered. His leathery skin appeared faintly yellow in the room's light, and there was a wide, wet stain on the sleeve of his knife arm. She smelled blood there. Jessica gestured to one of the straight-backed chairs and said,
Bring that chair, and sit facing me.
Hawat bowed and obeyed. That drunken fool of an Idaho, she thought. He studied Jessica's face, wondering how he could save the situation.
It's long past time to clear the air between us,
Jessica said. What troubles you, my lady? He sat down and placed hands on knees.
Don't play coy with me,
she snapped.
If Yue didn't tell you why I summoned you here, then one of your spies in my household did. Shall we be at least that honest with each other?
As you wish, my lady.
First, you will answer my question,
she said.
Are you now a Harkonnen agent?
Hawat surged half out of his chair, his face dark with fury, demanding, You dare insult me so?
Sit down,
she said.
You insulted me so.
Slowly, he sank back into the chair. And Jessica, reading the signs on this face that she knew so well, allowed herself a deep breath. Listen to what?
Now I know you remain loyal to my Duke,
she said.
I'm prepared, therefore, to forgive your affront to me. Is there something to forgive?
Jessica scowled, wondering, Shall I play my trump? Shall I tell him of the Duke's daughter I've carried within me these few weeks? No. Leto himself doesn't know. This would only complicate his life, divert him into time, but he must concentrate on our survival. There is yet time to use this.
A truthsayer would solve this,
She said.
but we have no truthsayer qualified by the High Board. As you say, there's no truthsayer. Is there a traitor among us?
She asked.
I've studied our people with great care. Who could it be? Not Gurney. Certainly not Duncan. Their lieutenants are not strategically enough placed to consider. It's not you, Thufir. It cannot be Paul. I know it's not me. Dr. Yue, then? Shall I call him in and put him to the test? You know that's an empty gesture.
What said?
He's conditioned by the High College. That I know for certain. Not to mention that his wife was a Bene Gesserit slain by the Harkonnens.
Jessica said.
So that's what happened to her.
What said?
Haven't you heard the hate in his voice when he speaks the Harkonnen name? You know I don't have the ear.
What said?
What brought this base suspicion of me?
She asked. What frowned?
My lady puts her servant on an impossible position. My first loyalty is to the Duke. I'm prepared to forgive much because of that loyalty,
She said.
and again I must ask, is there something to forgive? Stalemate.
She asked. He shrugged.
Let us discuss something else for a minute, then.
She said.
Duncan Idaho, the admirable fighting man whose abilities at guarding and surveillance are so esteemed. Tonight, he overindulged in something called spice beer. I hear reports that others among our people have been stupefied by this concoction. Is that true?
You have your reports, my lady?
So I do. Don't you see this drinking as a symptom, Thufir?
My lady speaks in riddles.
Apply your mentat abilities to it, she snapped. What's the problem with Duncan and the others? I can tell you in 4 words. They have no home.
He jabbed his finger at the floor. Arrakis, that's their home.
Arrakis is an unknown. Caladan was their home, but we've uprooted them. They have no home, and they fear the Duke is failing them.
He stiffened. Such talk from one of the men would cause for...
Oh, stop that, Thufir. Is it the defeatist or treacherous for a doctor to diagnose a disease correctly? My only intention is to cure the disease.
The Duke gives me charge over such matters.
But you understand I have a certain natural concern over the progress of that disease,
She said.
and perhaps you'll grant I have certain abilities along these lines.
Will I have to shock him severely? She wondered. He needs shaking up, something to break him from routine.
There could be many interpretations for your concern.
What said? He shrugged.
Then you've already convicted me.
Of course not, my lady. But I cannot afford to take any chances, the situation being what it is.
A threat to my son got past you right here in this house.
She said.
Who took that chance?
His face darkened. I offered my resignation to the Duke.
Did you offer your resignation to me? Or to Paul?
Now he was openly angry, betraying it in quickness of breathing, in the dilation of nostrils, a steady stare. She saw a pulse beating at his temple. I'm the Duke's man, he said, biting off the words.
There is no traitor,
She said.
The threat's something else. Perhaps it has to do with the lasguns. Perhaps they'll risk secreting a few lasguns with timing mechanisms aimed at the house shields. Perhaps they'll...
And who could tell after the blast if the explosion was an atomic? He asked. No, my lady, they'll not risk anything that illegal. Radiation lingers. Evidence is hard to erase. No, they'll observe most of the forms. It has to be a traitor.
You're the Duke's man.
She sneered.
Would you destroy him in an effort to save him?
He took a deep breath then. If you're innocent, you'll have my most abject apologies,
Look at you now, Thufir.
she said.
Humans live best when each has his own place, when each knows where he belongs in the scheme of things. Destroy the place and destroy the person. You and I, Thufir, of all those who love the Duke, are most ideally suited to destroy the other's place. Could I not whisper suspicions about you into the Duke's ear at night? When would he be most susceptible to such whisperings, Thufir? Must I draw it for you more clearly?
You threaten me? He growled.
Indeed not. I merely point out to you that someone is attacking us through the basic arrangement of our lives. It's clever, diabolical. I propose to negate this attack by so ordering our lives that there will be no chinks for such barbs to enter. You accuse me of whispering baseless suspicions. Baseless? Yes. You'd meet this with your own whispers? Your life is compounded of whispers, not mine, Thufir. Then you question my abilities.
She sighed.
Thufir, I want you to examine your own emotional involvement in this. The natural human is an animal without logic. Your projections of logic onto all affairs is unnatural, but suffered to continue for its usefulness. You're the embodiment of logic, a mentat. Yet your problem solutions are concepts that, in a very real sense, are projected outside of yourself, there to be studied and rolled around, examined from all sides.
You think now to teach me my trade? He asked, and he did not try to hide the disdain in his voice.
Anything outside of yourself, this you can see and apply your logic to it,
she said.
But it's a human trait that we encounter personal problems. Those things most deeply personal are the most difficult to bring out for our logic to scan. We tend to flounder, blaming everything but the actual deep-seated thing that's really chewing on us. You're deliberately attempting to undermine my faith in my abilities as a mentat, he rasped. Were I to find one of our people attempting thus to sabotage any other weapon in our arsenal, I would not hesitate to denounce and destroy him. The finest mentats have a healthy respect for the error factor in their computations, she said. I've never said otherwise. Then apply yourself to these symptoms we've both seen. Drunkenness among the men, quarrels. They gossip and exchange wild rumors about Arrakis. They ignore the most simple idleness no more, he said. Don't try to divert my attention by trying to make a simple matter appear mysterious. She stared at him, thinking of the Duke's men rubbing their woes together in the barracks until you could almost smell the charge there, like burnt insulation. They're becoming like the men of the pre-Guild legend, she thought. Like the men of the Lost Star Searcher and Polaros, sick at their guns, forever seeking, forever prepared, and forever unready. Why have you never made full use of my abilities in your service to the Duke? She asked. Do you fear a rival to your position? He glared at her, his old eyes blazing. I know some of the training they give you, Bene Gesserit. He broke off, scowling. Go ahead. Say it, she said. Bene Gesserit witches. I know something of the real training they give you, he said. I've seen it come out of Paul. I'm not fooled by what your schools tell the public. You exist only to serve. The shock must be severe, and he's almost ready for it, she thought. You listened respectfully to me in council, she said. Yet you seldom heed my advice. Why? I don't trust your Bene Gesserit motives, he said. You may think you can look through a man. You may think you can make a man do exactly what you... You poor fool, Thufir, she raged. He scowled, pushing himself back in the chair. Whatever rumors you've heard about our schools, she said, the truth is far greater. If I wished to destroy the Duke, or you, or any other person within my reach, you could not stop me. And she thought, why do I let pride drive such words out of me? This is not the way I was trained. This is not how I must shock him. Wat slipped a hand beneath his tunic where he kept a tiny projector of poison darts. She wears no shield, he thought. Is this just a brag she makes? I could slay her now, but the consequences if I'm wrong. Jessica saw the gesture toward his pocket and said, Let us pray violence shall never be necessary between us. A worthy prayer, he agreed. Meanwhile, the sickness spreads among us, she said. I must ask you again. Isn't it more reasonable to suppose the Harkonnens have planted the suspicion to pit the two of us against each other? We appear to have reached a stalemate, he said. She sighed, thinking he's almost ready for it. The Duke and I are father and mother surrogates to our people,
she said.
The position, he has not married you.
What said. She forced herself to calmness, thinking, a good riposte to that.
But he'll not marry anyone else either,
she said.
Not as long as I live. And we are surrogates, as I've said. To break up this natural order in our affairs, to disturb, disrupt, and confuse us, which target offers itself most enticingly to the Harkonnens?
He sensed the direction she was taking, and his brows drew down in a lowering scowl.
The Duke?
She asked.
Attractive target, yes. But no one with the possible exception of Paul is better guarded. Me? I tempt them, surely. But they must know that Bene Gesserit make difficult targets. And there's a better target, one whose duties create necessarily a monstrous blind spot. One to whom suspicion is as natural as breathing, one who builds his entire life on innuendo and mystery.
She darted her right hand toward him.
You.
Hawat started to leap from his chair.
I have not dismissed you, Thufir,
she flared. The old mentat almost fell back into his chair, so quickly did his muscles betray him. She smiled without mirth.
Now you know something of the real training they give us,
she said. Hawat tried to swallow in a dry throat. Her command had been regal, peremptory, uttered in a tone and a manner he had found completely irresistible. His body had obeyed her before he could even think about it. Nothing could have prevented his response, not logic, not passionate anger, nothing. To do what she had done spoke of a sensitive, intimate knowledge of the person this commanded, a depth of control he had not dreamed possible.
I have said to you before that we should understand each other,
she said.
I meant you should understand me. I already understand you, and I tell you now that your loyalty to the Duke is all that guarantees your safety with me.
He stared at her, wet his lips with his tongue.
If I desired a puppet, the Duke would marry me,
she said.
You might even think he did it of his own free will.
Hawat lowered his head and looked upward through his sparse lashes. Only the most rigid control kept him from calling the guard. Control. And the suspicion now that the woman might not permit it. His skin crawled with the memory of how she had controlled him. In the moment of hesitation, she could have drawn a weapon and killed him. Does every human have this blind spot? He wondered. Can any of us be ordered into action before he can resist? The idea staggered him. Who could stop such a person with such power?
You've glimpsed the fist within the Bene Gesserit glove,
she said.
You glimpse it and live. And what I did was a relatively simple thing for us. You've not even seen my entire arsenal. Think on that.
Why aren't you out destroying the Duke's enemies? He asked.
What would you have me destroy? Would you have me make a weakling out of our Duke? Have him forever leaning on me? But with such power, power is a two-edged sword, Thufir, she said. You think, how easy for her to shape a human tool, to thrust into an enemy's vitals. True, Thufir, even into your vitals. Yet what would I accomplish? If enough of us Bene Gesserit did this, wouldn't it make all Bene Gesserit suspect? We don't want that, Thufir. We do not wish to destroy ourselves.
She nodded.
We truly exist only to serve.
I cannot answer you, he said. You know I can't answer.
You'll say you know nothing about what has happened here to anyone,
she said.
I know you, Thufir.
My lady. Again, the old man tried to swallow in a dry throat, and he thought, she has great powers, yes, but would these not make her an even more formidable tool for the Harkonnens?
The Duke could be destroyed as quickly by his friends as by his enemies,
she said.
I trust now you'll get to the bottom of this suspicion and remove it.
If it proves baseless, he said.
If,
she sneered. If, he said.
You are tenacious,
she said. Cautious, he said, and aware of the error factor.
Then I'll pose another question for you. What does it mean to you that you stand before another human, That you are bound and helpless, and the other human holds a knife at your throat. Yet this other human refrains from killing you, frees you from your bonds, and gives you the knife to use as you will.
She lifted herself out of the chair and turned her back on him.
You may go now, Thufir.
The old mentat arose, hesitated, hand creeping toward the deadly weapons beneath his tunic. He was reminded of the ball ring and of the Duke's father, who had been brave no matter what his other failings. And one day of the corridor long ago, the fierce black beast had stood there, head bowed, immobilized and confused. The old Duke had turned his back on the horns, cape thrown flamboyantly over one arm, while cheers rained down from the stands. I am the bull, and she is the matador, Watt thought. He withdrew his hand from the weapon and glanced at the sweat glistening in his empty palm, and he knew that whatever the facts proved to be in the end, he would never forget this moment, nor lose the sense of supreme admiration for Lady Jessica. Quietly, he turned and left the room. Jessica lowered her gaze from the reflection in the windows, turned and stared at the closed door.
Now we will see some proper action,
she whispered. Leto stood in the foyer of his house, studying a note by the light of a single dispenser lamp. Dawn was yet a few hours away, and he felt his tiredness. A Fremen messenger had brought the note to the outer guard just now, as the Duke arrived from his command post. The note read, a column of smoke by day, a pillar of fire by night, and there was no signature. What does he mean? He wondered. The messenger had gone without waiting for an answer, and before he could be questioned, he had slipped into the night like some smoky shadow. Leto pushed the paper into the tunic pocket, thinking to show it to Hawat later. He brushed a lock of hair from his forehead and took a sighing breath. The anti-fatigue pills were beginning to wear thin. It had been a long 2 days since the dinner party, and longer than that since he had slept. On top of all the military problems, it had been a disquieting session with Hawat, the report on his meeting with Jessica. Should I awaken Jessica? He wondered. There's no reason to play the secrecy game with her any longer. Or is there? Blast that damn Duncan, Idaho. He shook his head. No, not Duncan. I was wrong not to take Jessica into my confidence from the first. I must do it now before more damage is done. The decision made him feel better, and he hurried from the foyer to the great hall, and down the passages toward the family wing. At the turn where the passages split to the service area, he paused. A strange mewling came from somewhere down the service passage. Leto put his left hand to the switch on the shield belt, slipped his kindle to his right hand. The knife conveyed a sense of reassurance. The strange sound had sent a chill through him. Softly, the Duke moved down the service passage, cursing the inadequate illumination. The smallest of suspensors had been spaced about 8 meters apart along here and tuned to their dimmest level. The dark stone walls swallowed the light. Leto hesitated, almost activated his shield, but refrained because that would limit his movements, his hearing, and because the captured shipment of laser guns had left him filled with doubts. Silently, he moved toward the gray blob and saw that it was a human. A man face down on the stone. Leto turned him over with a foot, knife poised. Bent close in the dim light to see the face. It was a smuggler, too. A wet stain down his chest. The dead eyes stared with empty darkness. Leto touched the stain warm. How could this man be dead here? Leto asked himself. Who killed him? The mewling sound was louder here. It came from ahead, and down the side passage to the central room where they installed the main shield generator for the house. Hand on belt switch, Kinjal poised. The Duke skirted the body, slipped down the passage, and peered around the corner toward the shield generator room. Another gray blob stretched on the floor a few paces away, and he saw at once this was the source of the noise. The shape crawled toward him with painful slowness, gasping, mumbling. Leto stilled his sudden constriction of fear and darted down the passage, crouched beside the crawling figures. It was Mapies, the Fremen housekeeper. Her hair tumbled around her face, clothing disarrayed. A dull shininess of dark stain spread from her back along her side. He touched her shoulder and she lifted herself on her elbows, head tipped up to peer at him, the eyes black-shadowed emptiness. "It's you," she gasped. "Killed. Guard. Sent it to it. Escape, my lady. You here, no." She flopped forward, her head thumping against the stone. Leto felt a pulse at the temples. There was none. He looked at the stain. She'd been stabbed in the back. Who? His mind raced. Did she mean someone had killed a guard and Tuik? Had Jessica sent for him? Why? He started to stand up, and a sixth sense warned him. He flashed a hand toward the shield switch. Too late. A numbing shock slammed his arm aside. He felt pain there and saw a dart protruding from the sleeve, sense paralysis spreading from it up his arm. It took an agonizing effort to lift his head and look down the passage. Yue stood in the open door of the generator room, his face reflected yellow from the light of a single brighter dispenser above the door. There was stillness from the room behind him. No sound of generators. Yue, Leto's thought. He sabotaged the house generators. Wide open. Yue began walking toward him, pocketing a dart gun. Leto found he could still speak and gasped, "Yue, how?" Then the paralysis reached his legs and he slid to the floor with his back propped against the stone wall. Yue's face carried a look of sadness as he bent over, touched Leto's forehead. The Duke found he could feel the touch, but it was remote. Dull. "The drug on the dart is selective," Yue said. "You can speak, but I'd advise against it." He glanced down the hall and again bent over Leto, pulled out the dart and tossed it aside. The sound of the dart clattering on the stones was faint and distant to the Duke's ears. "Can't be Yue," he thought. "He's conditioned." "How?" Leto whispered. "I'm sorry, my dear Duke, but there are things which will make greater demands than this." He touched the diamond tattoo on his forehead. "I find it very strange myself, and override on my heretic conscience. But I wish to kill a man, yes? I actually wish it. I will stop at nothing to do it." He looked down at the Duke. "Oh, but not you, my dear Duke. The Baron Harkonnen. I wish to kill the Baron." "Baron?" "Be quiet, please. My poor Duke. You haven't much time. That peg tooth I put in your mouth after the tumble at Narkol. That tooth must be replaced. In a moment I'll render you unconscious and replace that tooth." He opened his hand and stared at something in it. An exact duplicate. Its core shaped most exquisitely like a nerve. It'll escape the usual detectors, even in fast scanning, but if you bite down hard on it, the cover crushes. Then, when you expel your breath sharply, you'll fill the air around you with a poison gas. Most deadly. Leto stared at Yue, seeing madness in the man's eyes, the perspiration along brow and chin. "You were dead anyway, my poor Duke," Yue said. "But you will get close to the Baron before you die. He'll believe you're stupefied by drugs beyond any dying effort to attack him, and you will be drugged and tied. But attack can take strange form. And you will remember the tooth, Duke Leto Atreides. You will remember the tooth." The old doctor leaned closer and closer until his face and drooping mustache dominated Leto's narrowing vision. "The tooth," Yue muttered. "Why?" Leto whispered. Yue lowered himself to one knee beside the Duke. "I made a Shittens bargain with the Baron, and I must be certain he has fulfilled his half of it. When I see him, I'll know. When I look at the Baron, I will know. But I'll never enter his presence without the price. You're the price, my dear Duke. And I'll know when I see him, my poor Juana taught me many things. And one is to see certainty of truth when the stress is great. I cannot do it always. But when I see the Baron, then I will know." Leto tried to look down at the tooth in Yue's hand. He felt this was happening in a nightmare. It could not be. Yue's purple lips turned up in a grimace. "I'll not get close enough to the Baron, or I'd do this myself. No, I'll be detained at a safe distance. But you, Han, you, my lovely weapon. He'll want you close to him, to gloat over you, to boast." Leto found himself almost hypnotized by a muscle on the left side of Yue's jaw. The muscle twisted when the man spoke. Yue leaned closer.
And you, my good Duke, my precious Duke, you must remember this tooth.
He held it up between thumb and forefinger.
It will be all that remains of you.
Leto's mouth moved without sound then.
Refuse.
Ah, no.
You mustn't refuse, because in return for this small service, I'm doing a thing for you. I will save your son and your woman. No other can do it. They can be removed to a place where no Harkonnen can reach them. How? Save them.
Leto whispered.
By making it appear that they're dead. By secreting them among people who draw a knife at hearing the Harkonnen name. Who hate the Harkonnen so much that when a chair in which a Harkonnen is sat, salt the ground over which a Harkonnen has walked.
He touched Leto's jaw.
Can you feel anything in your jaw?
The Duke found that he could not answer. He sensed a distant tugging and saw Yue's hand coming up with a ducal signet ring.
For Paul,
Yue said.
You'll be unconscious presently. Goodbye, my poor Duke. When next we meet, we'll have no time for conversation.
Cool remoteness spread upwards from Leto's jaw, across his cheeks. The shadowy hall narrowed to a pinpoint with Yue's purple lips centered in it.
Remember the tooth,
Yue hissed.
The tooth.
Jessica woke in the dark, feeling premonition in the stillness around her. She could not understand why her mind and body felt so sluggish. Skin raspings of fear ran along her nerves. She thought of sitting up and turning on a light, but something stayed the decision. Her mouth felt strange. Lump, 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 lump. It was a dull sound, directionless in the dark. Somewhere. The waiting moment was packed with time, with rustling, needle-like movements. She began to feel her body, grew aware of bindings on wrists and ankles and a gag in her mouth. She was on her side, hands tied behind her. She tested the bindings and realized they were crimskull fiber, would only claw tighter as she pulled. And now she remembered. There had been a movement in the darkness of her bedroom. Something wet and pungent slapped across her face, filling her mouth, hands grasping for her. She had gasped, one indrawn breath, sensing the narcotic in the wetness. Consciousness had receded, sinking her into the black bin of terror. It has come, she thought. How simple it was to subdue the Bene Gesserit. All it took was treachery. Hawat was right. She forced herself not to pull on her bindings. This is not my bedroom, she thought. They've taken me someplace else. Slowly, she marshaled her inner calmness. She grew aware of the smell of her own stale sweat with its chemical infusion of fear. Where is Paul? She asked herself. My son. What have they done to him? Calmness. She forced herself to it using the ancient routines, but terror remained so near. Leto. Where are you, Leto? She sensed a diminishing in the dark. It began with shadows. Dimensions separated, became new thorns of awareness, right, a line under a door. I'm on the floor. People walking. She sensed it through the floor. Jessica squeezed back the memory of terror. I must remain calm, alert, and prepared. I make it only one chance. Again, she forced the inner calmness. The ungainly thumping of her heartbeats evened, shaping out time. She counted back. I was unconscious about an hour. She closed her eyes, focused her awareness onto the approaching footsteps. 4 people. She counted the difference in their steps. I must pretend I'm still unconscious. She relaxed against the cold floor, testing her body's readiness, heard a door open, and sensed increased light through her eyelids. Feet approached, someone standing over her.
You are awake.
Rumbled a basso voice.
Do not pretend.
She opened her eyes. The Baron Vladimir Harkonnen stood over her. Around them, she recognized the cellar room where Paul had slept, saw his cot at one side empty. Dispenser lamps were brought in by the guards, distributed near the open door. There was a glare of light in the hallway behind that hurt her eyes. She looked up at the Baron. He wore a yellow cape that bulged over his portable suspensors. The fat cheeks were 2 cherubic mounds beneath spider-black eyes.
The drugs were timed.
He rumbled.
We knew to the minute when you'd be coming out of it.
How could that be? she wondered. They'd have to know my exact weight, my metabolism, my... Yui.
Such a pity that you must remain gagged.
The Baron said.
We could have had such an interesting conversation.
Yui is the only one it could have been, she thought. How? The Baron glanced behind him at the door.
Come in, Peter.
She had never before seen the man who entered to stand beside the Baron, but the face was known, and the man. Peter de Vries, the Mentat assassin. She studied him, hawk features, blue ink eyes that suggested he was a native of Arrakis, but subtleties of movement and stance that told her he was not, and his flesh was too well firmed with water. He was tall, though slender, and something about him suggested effeminacy.
Such a pity we cannot have our conversation, my dear Lady Jessica.
The Baron said.
However, I'm aware of your abilities.
He glanced at the Mentat.
Isn't that true, Peter?
As you say, Baron, the man said. The voice was tenor, touched her spine with a wash of coldness. She had never heard such a chill voice. To one with the Bene Gesserit training, the voice screamed killer.
I have a surprise for Peter.
The Baron said.
He thinks he has come here to collect his reward, you, Lady Jessica. But I wish to demonstrate a thing, that he does not really want you.
You play with me, Baron? Peter asked, and he smiled. Seeing that smile, Jessica wondered that the Baron did not leap to defend himself from this Peter. Then she corrected herself. The Baron could not read that smile. He did not have the training.
In many ways, Peter is quite naive,
The Baron said.
He doesn't admit to himself what a deadly creature you are, Lady Jessica. I'd show him, but it'd be a foolish risk.
The Baron smiled at Peter, whose face had become a waiting mask.
I know what Peter really wants. Peter wants power.
You promised I could have her, Peter said. The tenor voice had lost some of its cold reserve. Jessica heard the clue tones in the man's voice, allowed herself an inward shudder. How could the Baron have made such an animal out of a Mentat?
I give you a choice, then, Peter.
The Baron said. What choice? The Baron snapped fat fingers.
This woman, an exile from the Imperium, or the Duchy of Atreides on Arrakis to rule as you see fit, in my name.
Jessica watched the Baron's spider eyes study Peter.
You could be Duke here in all but name.
The Baron said. Is my Leto dead then? Jessica asked herself. She felt a silent wail begin somewhere in her mind. The Baron kept his attention on the Mentat.
Understand yourself, Peter. You want her because she was a Duke's woman. A symbol of his power. Beautiful, useful, exquisitely trained for her role. But an entire duchy, Peter. That's more than a symbol. That's the reality. With it you could have many women. And more.
You do not joke with Peter. The Baron turned that dancing lightness the suspensors gave him.
Joke? I. Remember, I am giving up the boy. You heard what that traitor said about the lad's training. They are alike, this mother and son. Deadly.
The Baron smiled.
I must go now. I will send in the guard I've reserved for this moment. He's stone deaf. His orders will be to convey you on the first leg of your journey into exile. He will subdue this woman if he sees her gain control of you. He'll not permit you to untie her gag until you're off Arrakis if you should choose not to leave. He has other orders.
You don't have to leave, Peter said. I've chosen.
Uh-huh.
The Baron chortled.
Such quick decisions can mean only one thing.
I will take the duchy, Peter said. And Jessica thought, doesn't Peter know the Baron's lying to him? But how could he know? He's a twisted Mentat. The Baron glanced down at Jessica.
Is it not wonderful that I know Peter so well? I wagered with my master of arms that this would be Peter's choice. Ah, well, I leave now. This is much better. Much better. You understand, Lady Jessica. I hold no rancor towards you. It's a necessity. Much better this way, yes. And what I've not actually ordered, you destroyed. When it's asked of me what happened to you, I can shrug it off, all in truth.
You leave it to me, then? Peter asked.
The guard I send you will take your orders.
The Baron said.
Whatever's done, I leave to you.
He stared at Peter.
Yes. There will be no blood on my hands here. It's your decision. Yes, I know nothing of it. You will wait until I've gone before doing whatever you must do. Yes. Well, yes. Good.
He fears the questioning of a truth-sayer, Jessica thought. Who? The Reverend Mother Gaius Helen, of course. If he knows he must face her questions, then the Emperor is on this for sure. Oh, my poor Leto. With one last glance at Jessica, the Baron turned and went out the door. She followed him with her eyes, thinking, it's as the Reverend Mother warned, too potent an adversary. 2 Harkonnen troopers entered, another, his face a scarred mask, followed, and stood in the doorway with drawn lasgun. The deaf one, Jessica thought, studying the scarred face. The Baron knows I could use the voice on any other man. Scarface looked at Peter. We have the boy on a litter outside. What are your orders? Peter spoke to Jessica. I thought of binding you by a threat held over your son, but I begin to see that that would not have worked. I let emotion cloud reason. Bad policy for a mentat. He looked at the first pair of troopers, turning so the deaf one could read his lips. Take them into the desert as the trader suggested for the boy. His plan is a good one. The worms will destroy all evidence. Their bodies must never be found. You don't wish to dispatch them yourself? Scarface asked. He reads lips, Jessica thought. I follow my Baron's example, Peter said. Take them where the trader said. Peter shrugged, turned, and went through the doorway. He hesitated there, and Jessica thought he might turn back for a last look at her, but he went out without turning. I wouldn't like the thought of facing that truth-sayer after this night's work, Scarface said. You ain't likely ever to run into that old witch, one of the other troopers said. He went around to Jessica's head, bent over her. It ain't getting our work done standing around here chattering. Take your feet in. Why don't we kill him here? Scarface said. Too messy, the first one said. Unless you wants to strangle him. I likes a nice straightforward job. Drop him in the desert like that trader said, cut him once or twice, leave the evidence for the worms. Nothing to clean up afterwards. Yeah, well, guess you're right, Scarface said. Jessica listened to them, watching, registering. But the gag blocked her, and there was the deaf one to consider. Scarface holstered his laser gun and took her feet. They lifted her like a sack of grain, maneuvering her through the door and dumped her onto a suspensor buoyed litter with another bound figure. As they turned her, fitting her to the litter, she saw her companion's face. Paul. He was bound, but not gagged. His face was no more than 10 centimeters from her, eyes closed, his breathing even. Is he drugged? She wondered. The troopers lifted the litter, and Paul's eyes opened the smallest fraction, dark slits staring at her. You mustn't try the voice, she prayed. The deaf guard. Paul's eyes closed. He had been practicing the awareness breathing, calming his mind, listening to their captors. The deaf one posed a problem, but Paul contained his despair. The mind-calming Bene Gesserit regimen his mother taught him kept him poised, ready to expand at any opportunity. Paul allowed himself another slit-eyed inspection of his mother's face. She appeared unharmed. Gagged, though. He wondered who could have captured her. His own captivity was plain enough. To bed with the capsule prescribed by UA, awakening to find himself bound to his litter. Perhaps a similar thing had befallen her. Logic said the traitor was UA, but he held final decision in abeyance. There was no understanding it. A Sook doctor? A traitor? The litter tipped slightly as the Harkonnen troopers maneuvered it through the doorway into the starlit night. A suspensor buoy rasped against the doorway. Then they were on sand, feet grating in it. A thopter wing loomed overhead, blotting the stars, and the litter settled to the ground. Paul's eyes adjusted to the faint light. He recognized the deaf trooper as the man who'd opened the thopter door, peered inside at the green gloom illuminated by the instrument panel. This the thopter we're supposed to use? He asked, and turned to watch his companion's lips. It's the one the trader said was fixed for desert work. the other said. Scarface nodded. But it's one of them little liaison jobs. Ain't room in there for more than them and 2 of us. 2's enough, said the litter bearer, moving up close and presenting his lips for reading. We can take care of it from here on, Kinnett. The Baron told me to make sure what happened to them, too, Scarface said. What are you so worried about? Asked another trooper from behind the litter bearer. She is a Bene Gesserit witch, the deaf one said. They have powers. The litter bearer made the sign of the fist at his ear. One of them, eh? Know what you mean. The trooper behind him grunted. She'll be warm meat soon enough. Don't suppose even a Bene Gesserit witch has powers over one of them big worms, eh? He nudged the litter bearer. Yep, the litter bearer said. He turned to the litter and took Jessica's shoulders. Come on, Kinnett. You can go along if you want to make sure what happens. It's nice of you to invite me, Zigo, Scarface said. Jessica felt herself lifted, the wing shadow spinning stars. She was pushed into the rear of the thopter. Her crimscale fiber binding examined, and she was strapped down. Paul was jammed in beside her, strapped securely, and she noted his bonds were simple rope. Scarface, the deaf one they called Kinnett, took his place in front. The litter bearer, the one they called Zigo, came around and took the other front seat. Kinnett closed the door, bent to the controls. The thopter took off in a wing-tucked surge, headed south over the shield wall. Zigo trapped his companion's shoulders and said, Why don't you turn around and keep an eye on them two? Sure, you know the way to go. Kinnett watched Zigo's lips. I listen to traders, same as you. Kinnett swiveled in his seat. Jessica saw the glint of starlight on a laser gun in his hand. The thopter's light-walled interior seemed to collect illumination as her eyes adjusted, but the guard's scarred face remained dim. Jessica tested her seatbelt and found it loose. She felt roughness in the strap against her left arm and realized the strap had been almost severed, would snap at a sudden jerk. Has someone been at this thopter preparing it for us? She pondered. Who? Slowly, she twisted her bound feet clear of Paul's. Sure do seem a shame to waste a good-looking woman like this, Scarface said. You ever have any highborn types? He turned to look at the pilot. Bene Gesserit ain't all highborn, the pilot said, but they all look tidy. He can see me plain enough, Jessica thought. She brought her round legs up onto the seat and curled into a sinuous ball, staring at Scarface. Real pretty she is, Kinnett said. He wet his lips with his tongue. Sure do seem a shame. And he looked at Zigo. You think what I think you're thinking? The pilot asked. Who'd be to know? Guard asked. Afterwards. He shrugged. I just never had me no highborns. Might never get a chance like this one again. You lay a hand on my mother. Paul grated. He glared at Scarface. Hey! The pilot laughed. Cub's got a bark. Ain't got no bite, though. And Jessica thought, Paul's pitching his voice too high. It may work, though. They flew on in silence. These poor fools, Jessica thought, studying her guards and reviewing the Baron's words. They'll be killed as soon as they report success on their mission. The Baron wants no witnesses. The thopter banked over the southern rim of the shield wall, and Jessica saw a moon-shadowed expanse of sand beneath them. This ought to be far enough, the pilot said. The trader said to put him on the sand anywhere near the shield wall. He dipped his craft toward the dunes in a long falling swoop, brought it up stiffly over the desert surface. Jessica saw Paul begin taking the rhythmic breaths of the calming exercise. He closed his eyes and opened them. Jessica stared helpless to aid him. He hasn't mastered the voice yet, she thought. If he fails... The thopter touched the sand with a soft lurch, and Jessica, looking north back across the shield wall, saw a shadow of wings settle out of sight there. Someone's following us, she thought. Who, then? The ones the Baron sent to watch this pair. And there'll be watchers for the watchers, too. Zigo shut off the wing rotors. Silence flooded in upon them. And Jessica turned her head. She could see out the window beyond, Scarface, a dim glow of light from a rising moon, a frosted rim of rock rising from the desert. Sandblast ridges streaked its sides. Paul cleared his throat. The pilot said, Now, Kinnett? I don't know, Zigo. Zigo turned and said, look. He reached out for Jessica's skirt. Remove her gag, Paul said. Jessica felt the words rolling in the air, the tone, the timbre, excellent, imperative, very sharp. A slightly lower pitch would have been better, but it could still fall within the man's spectrum. Zico shifted his hand up to the band around Jessica's mouth and slipped the knot on the gad. "Stop that," Kinnett ordered. "Ah, shut your trap," Zico said. "My hands are tied." He freed the knot and the binding dropped. His eyes glittered as he studied Jessica. Kinnett put a hand on the pilot's arm. "Look, Zico, no need to..." Jessica twisted her neck, spat out the gag. She pitched her voice in low, intimate tones.
"Gentlemen, no need to fight over me."
At the same time, she writhed sinuously for Kinnett's benefit. She saw them grow tense, knowing that in this instance, they were convinced of the need to fight over her. Their disagreement required no other reason. In their minds, they were fighting over her. She held her face high in the instrument glow to be sure Kinnett would read her lips and said,
"You mustn't disagree.
They drew further apart, glancing warily at each other.
Is any woman worth fighting over?"
She asked. By uttering the words, by being there, she made herself infinitely worth their fighting. Paul clamped his lips tightly closed, forced himself to be silent. There had been the one chance for him to succeed with the voice now. Everything depended on his mother, whose experience went so far beyond his own. "Yeah," Scarface said, "no need to fight over." His hand flashed towards the pilot's neck. The blow was met by a splash of metal that caught the arm and in the same motion slammed into Kinnett's chest. Scarface groaned and sagged backwards against his door. "Thought I saw some dummy didn't know that trick," Zico said. He brought back his hand, revealing the knife. It glittered in reflected moonlight. "Now for the cub," he said, and leaned towards Paul.
"No need for that,"
Jessica murmured. Zico hesitated.
"Wouldn't you rather have me cooperate it?"
Jessica asked.
"Give the boy a chance."
Her lip curled in a sneer.
Little enough chance he'd have out there in that sand. Give him that and you could find yourself well rewarded.
Zico glanced left, right, and returned his attention to Jessica. "I've heard me what can happen to a man in the desert," he said. "Boy might find a knife of kindness."
"Is it so much that I ask?"
Jessica pleaded. "You're trying to trick me," Zico muttered.
"I don't want to see my son die,"
Jessica said.
"Is that a trick?"
Zico moved back, elbowed the door latch. He grabbed Paul and dragged him across the seat, pushed him half out the door, and held the knife poised. "What'll you do, cub, if I cut your bonds?"
"You'll leave here immediately, and you'll head for those rocks,"
Jessica said.
"Is that what you'll do, cub?"
Zico asked. Paul's voice was properly surly. "Yes." The knife moved down, slashed the bindings of his legs, and Paul felt the hand on his back to hurl him down into the sand, feigned a lurch against the doorframe for purchase, turned as though to catch himself and lashed out with his right foot. The toe was aimed with a precision that did credit to his long years of training, as though all of that training focused on this instant. Almost every muscle of his body cooperated in the placement of it. The tip struck the soft part of Zico's abdomen just below the sternum, slammed upward with terrible force over the liver, and through the diaphragm to crush the right ventricle of the man's heart. With one gurgling scream, the guard jerked backwards across the seats. Paul, unable to use his hands, continued to tumble onto the sand, landing with a roll that took up the force and brought him back to his feet in one motion. He dove back into the cabin and found the knife and held it in his teeth while his mother sawed her bonds. She took the blade and freed his hands.
"I could have handled him,"
she said.
"You'd have to cut my bindings. That was a foolish risk."
"I saw the opening and I used it," he said. She heard the harsh control in his voice, said,
"UA's house sign is scrawled on the ceiling of this cabin."
He looked up and saw the curling symbol.
"Get out and let us study this craft,"
she said.
"There's a bundle under the pilot's seat. I felt it when we got in here."
"Bomb?"
"I doubt it. There's something peculiar here."
Paul leaped out to the sand and Jessica followed. She turned, reached under the seat for the strange bundle. Seeing Zico's feet close to her face, feeling dampness in the bundle as she removed it, realizing the dampness was the pilot's blood. Waste of moisture, she thought, knowing that this was Iraqian thinking. Paul stared around them, saw the rock scarp lifting out of the desert like a beach rising out of the sea, wind-carved palisades beyond. He turned back as his mother lifted the bundle from the thopter. Saw her stare across the dunes toward the shield wall. He looked to see what drew her attention. Saw another thopter swooping toward them, realized they'd not have time to clear the bodies out of this thopter and escape.
Run, Paul,
Jessica shouted.
it's Harkonnens.
A man in Harkonnen uniform skidded to a stop at the end of the hall, stared at Yue, taking in at a single glance Maepy's body, the sprawled form of the Duke, Yue standing there. The man held a laser gun in his right hand. There was a casual air of brutality about him, a sense of toughness and poise that sent a shiver through Yue. Sardaukar, Yue thought. A Bashar by the look of him, probably one of the Emperor's own sent here to keep an eye on things. No matter what the uniform, there's no disguising them.
You're Yue,
the man said. He looked speculatively at the sook score ring in the doctor's hair, stared once at the diamond tattoo and then met Yue's eyes.
I am Yue,
the doctor said.
You can relax, Yue,
the man said.
When you dropped the house shields, we came right in. Everything's under control here. Is this the Duke?
This is the Duke.
Dead?
Merely unconscious.
I suggest you tie him.
Did you do these for others? He glanced back down the hall where Maepy's bodies lay.
More's the pity,
Yue muttered.
Pity.
The Sardaukar sneered. He advanced to look down at Leto.
So that's a great red Duke.
If I had doubts about what that man is, that would end them, Yue thought. Only the Emperor calls the Trades the Red Dukes. The Sardaukar reached down and cut the red hawk insignia from Leto's uniform.
Little souvenir,
he said.
Where's the ducal signet ring?
He doesn't have it on him, Yue said.
I can see that.
Sardaukar snapped. Yue stiffened and swallowed. If they press me, bring in a truthsayer, they'll find out about the ring, about the thopter I prepared, all will fail.
Sometimes the Duke sent the ring with the messengers, as surety the orders came directly from him,
Yue said.
Must be damn trusted messengers,
Sardaukar muttered.
Aren't you going to tie him?
Yue ventured.
How long will he be unconscious?
2 hours or so.
I wasn't as precise with his dosage as I was for the woman and the boy.
The Sardaukar spurned the Duke with his toe.
This was nothing to fear even when awake. When will the woman and boy waken?
About 10 minutes.
So soon?
I was told the Baron would arrive immediately behind his men.
So he will. You wait outside, Yue.
He shot a hard glance at Yue.
Now.
Yue glanced at Leto. What about?
He'll be delivered to the Baron all properly trussed like a roast for the oven.
Again, the Sardaukar looked at the diamond tattoo on Yue's forehead.
You're known. You'll be safe enough in the halls. We've no more time for chit-chat, traitor. I hear the others coming.
Traitor, Yue thought. He lowered his gaze, pressed past the Sardaukar, knowing this as a foretaste of how history would remember him. Yue the traitor. He passed more bodies on his way to the front entrance and glanced at them, fearful that one might be Paul or Jessica. All were house troopers or were Harkonnen uniform. Harkonnen guards came alert, staring at him as he emerged from the front entrance into flame-lighted night. The palms along the road had been fired to illuminate the house. Black smoke from the flammables used to ignite the trees poured upward through the orange flames. It's the traitor, someone said.
The Baron will want to see you soon,
another said. I must get to the thopter, Yue thought. I must put the ducal signet where Paul will find it, and fear struck him. If Idaho suspects me or grows impatient, if he doesn't wait and go exactly where I told him, Jessica and Paul will not be saved from the carnage. I'll be denied even the smallest relief from my act. The Harkonnen guard released his arm and said, Wait over there, out of the way. Abruptly, Yue saw himself as a castaway in this place of destruction, spared nothing, given not the smallest pity. Idaho must not fail. Another guard bumped into him and barked, Stay out of the way, you. Even when they're profited by me, they despise me, Yue thought. He straightened himself as he was pushed aside, regained some of his dignity.
Wait for the Baron,
a guard officer snarled. Yue nodded, walked with controlled casualness along the front of the house, turned the corner into shadows out of sight of the burning palms. Quickly, every step betraying his anxiety, Yue made for the rear yard behind the conservatory where the Thopter waited, the craft they had placed there to carry away Paul and his mother. A guard stood at the open rear door of the house, his attentions focused on the lighted hall and men banging through there, searching from room to room. How confident they were. Yue hugged the shadows and worked his way around the Thopter. He eased open the door on the side away from the guard. He felt under the front seats for the Frem kit that he had hidden there, lifted a flap and slipped in the ducal signet. He felt the crinkling of the spice paper there, the note he had written, pressed the ring into the paper. He removed his hand, resealed the pack. Now it is done, he thought. Once more he emerged into the lights of the blazing palms. He pulled his cloak around him and stared at the flames. Soon I will know. Soon I will see the Baron and I will know, and the Baron will encounter a small tooth. The Baron, Vladimir Harkonnen, stood at a viewpoint of the grounded lighter that he was using as a command post. Out of the port he saw the flame-lighted night of Arakeen, his attention focused on the distant shield wall, where his secret weapon was doing its work. Explosive artillery. The guns nibbled at the caves where the Duke's fighting men had retreated for a last-ditch stand. Slowly measured bites of orange glare, showers of rock and dust, and a brief illumination. And the Duke's men were being sealed off to die by starvation, held like animals in their burrows. The Baron could feel the distant chomping, a drumbeat carried to him through the ship's metal. Broom, broom, and then broom. Who would think of reviving artillery in this day of shields? The thought was a chuckle in his mind. But it was predictable the Duke's men would run for those caves, and the Emperor will appreciate my cleverness in preserving the lives of our mutual force. He adjusted one of the little suspensors that guarded his fat body against the pull of gravity. A smile creased his mouth, pulled up the lines of his jowls. A pity to waste such fighting men as the Duke's, he thought. He smiled more broadly, laughing at himself. Pity should be cruel. He nodded. Failure was, by definition, expendable. The whole universe sat there, open to the man who could make the right decisions. The uncertain rabbits had to be exposed, made to run for their burrows. Else how could you control them and breed them? He pictured his fighting men as bees routing the rabbits. And he thought, the day hums sweetly when you have enough bees working for you. The door opened behind him, and the Baron studied the reflection in the night-blackened viewport before turning. Peter de Vries advanced into the chamber, followed by Uman Kudu, the captain of the Baron's personal guard. There was motion of men just outside the door, the mutton faces of his guard, their expressions carefully sheep-like in his presence. The Baron turned. Peter touched finger to forelock in his mocking salute. Good news, my lord. The Sardaukar brought in the Duke.
Of course they have.
The Baron rumbled. He studied the somber mask of villainy on Peter's effeminate face, and the eyes, those shaded slits of bluest blue and blue. Soon I must remove him, the Baron thought. He was almost outlasted. His usefulness almost reached the point of positive danger to my person. First, though, he must make the people of Arrakis hate him. Then they will welcome my darling Fade Ratha as a savior. The Baron shifted his attention to the guard captain, Uman Kudu, scissor line of jaw muscles, chin like a boot toe, a man to be trusted because the captain's vices were known.
First, where is the traitor who gave me the Duke?
The Baron asked.
I must give the traitor his reward.
Peter turned on one toe and motioned to the guard outside. A bit of black movement there, and Yue walked through. His motions were stiff and stringy. The mustache drooped beside his purple lips. Only the old eyes seemed alive. Yue came to a stop 3 paces into the room, obeying a motion from Peter, and stood there, staring across the open space at the Baron.
Ah, Dr. Yue.
My Lord Harkonnen.
You've given us the Duke, I hear.
My half of the bargain, my lord. The Baron looked at Peter. Peter nodded. The Baron looked back at Yue.
The letter of the bargain, eh? And I.
He spat the words out.
What was I to do in return?
You remember quite well, Lord Harkonnen. And Yue allowed himself to think now, hearing the loud silence of clocks in his mind. He had seen the subtle betrayals of the Baron's manner. Juana was indeed dead, gone far beyond their reach. Otherwise, there'd still be a hold on the weak doctor. The Baron's manner showed there was no hold. It was ended.
Do I?
The Baron asked. You promised to deliver my Juana from her agony. The Baron nodded.
Oh, yes. Now I remember. So I did. That was my promise. That was how we bent the Imperial conditioning. You couldn't endure seeing your Bene Gesserit witch grovel in Peter's pain amplifiers. Well, the Baron Vladimir Harkonnen always keeps his promise. I told you I'd free her from her agony and permit you to join her. So be it.
He waved a hand at Peter. Peter's blue eyes took a glazed look. His movement was cat-like in its sudden fluidity. The knife in his hand glistened like a claw as it splashed into Yue's back. The old man stiffened, never taking his attention from the Baron.
So join her.
The Baron spat. Yue stood swaying. His lips moved with careful precision, and his voice came in oddly measured cadence. You think you defeated me. You think I did not know what I bought for my Juana. He toppled. No bending or softening, it was like a tree falling.
So join her.
The Baron repeated, but his words were like a weak echo. Yue had filled him with a sense of foreboding. He whipped his attention to Peter and watched the man wipe the blade on a scrap of cloth, watched the creamy look of satisfaction in the blue eyes. So that's how he kills by his own hand, the Baron thought. It's well to know.
You did give us the Duke.
The Baron asked. Of a certainty, my lord, Peter said.
Then get him in here.
Peter glanced at the guard captain who whirled to obey. The Baron looked down at Yue. From the way the man had fallen, you could suspect oak in him instead of bones.
I could never bring myself to trust a traitor.
The Baron said.
Not even a traitor I created.
He glanced at the night-shrouded viewport. The black bag of stillness out there was his, the Baron knew. There was no more crump of artillery against the shield wall caves. The burrow traps were sealed off. Quite suddenly, the Baron's mind could conceive of nothing more beautiful than that utter emptiness of black. Unless it were white on the black, plated white on the black, porcelain white. But there was still that feeling of doubt. What had the old fool of a doctor meant? Of course, he'd probably known what would happen to him in the end. But that bit about thinking he'd been defeated. You think you defeated me? What had he meant? The Duke Leto Atreides came through the door. His arms were bound in chains, his eagle face streaked with dirt. His uniform was torn where someone had ripped off the insignia. There were tatters at his waist where the shield belt had been removed without first freeing the uniform ties. The Duke's eyes held a glazed, insane look.
Well.
The Baron said. He hesitated, drawing in a deep breath. He knew he had spoken too loudly. The moment long envisioned had lost some of its savor. Damn that cursed doctor through all eternity. I believe the good Duke is drugged, Peter said. That's how Yue caught him for us. Peter turned toward the Duke. Aren't you drugged, my dear Duke? The voice was far away. Leto could feel the chains, the ache of muscles, his cracked lips, his burning cheeks, the dry taste of thirst whispering in grit in his mouth. But sounds were dull, hidden by a cottony blanket, and he saw only dim shapes through the blanket.
What of the woman and the boy, Peter?
The Baron asked.
Any word yet?
Peter's tongue darted over his lips.
You've heard something.
The Baron snapped.
What?
Peter glanced at the guard captain and back to the Baron. The men who were sent to do the job, my lord, they've been found.
Well, they report everything's satisfactory.
They're dead, my lord.
Of course they are. What I want to know is...
They were dead when found, my lord. And Baron's face went livid.
And the woman and boy?
No sign, my lord. But there was a worm. It came while the scene was being investigated. Perhaps it's as we wished. An accident, possibly.
We do not deal in possibilities, Peter. What of the missing Thopter? Does that suggest anything to my mentat?
One of the Duke's men obviously escaped in it, my lord. Killed our pilot and escaped.
Which of the Duke's men?
It was a clean, silent killing, my lord. Huat, perhaps, or that Hillock one, possibly Idaho. Or any top lieutenant.
Possibilities.
The Baron muttered. He glanced at the swaying, drugged figure of the Duke.
The situation is at hand, my lord.
Peter said.
No, it isn't. Where is that stupid planetologist? Where is the mankind's?
We have no word of where to find him, and he's been sent for, my lord.
I don't like the way the Emperor's servant is helping us.
The Baron muttered. They were words through a cottony blanket, but some of them burned in Leto's mind. Woman and boy, no sign. Paul and Jessica had escaped, and the fate of Huat, Hillock, and Idaho remained an unknown. There was still hope.
Where is the ducal signet ring?
The Baron demanded.
His finger is bare.
The Sardaukars say it was not on him when he was taken, my lord. The guard captain said.
You killed the doctor too soon.
The Baron said.
That was a mistake. You should have warned me, Peter. You moved too perceptibly for the good of our enterprise.
He scowled.
Possibilities.
The thought hung like a sine wave in Leto's mind. Paul and Jessica had escaped. And there was something else in his memory, a bargain. He could almost remember it. The tooth. He remembered part of it now, a pool of poison gas shaped into a false tooth. Someone had told him to remember the tooth. The tooth was in his mouth. He could feel its shape with his tongue. All he had to do was bite sharply on it. Not yet. That someone had told him to wait until he was near the Baron. Who had told him? He couldn't remember.
How long will he remain drugged like this?
The Baron asked.
Perhaps another hour, my lord.
Perhaps.
The Baron muttered. Again, he turned to the night-blackened window.
I am hungry.
That's the Baron. That fuzzy gray shape there, Leto thought. The shape danced back and forth, swaying with the movement of the room. And the room expanded and contracted. It grew brighter and darker. It folded into blackness and faded. Time became a sequence of layers for the Duke. He drifted up through them. I must wait. There was a table. Leto saw the table quite clearly, and a gross fat man on the other side of the table. The remains of a meal in front of him. Leto felt himself sitting in a chair across from the fat man and felt the chains, the straps that held his tingling body in the chair. He was aware that it had been a passage of time, but its length escaped him.
I believe he's coming round, Baron.
A silky voice, that one. That was Peter.
So I see, Peter.
A rumbling basso, the Baron. Leto sensed increasing definition in the surroundings. The chair beneath him took on firmness. The bindings were sharper. And he saw the Baron clearly now. Leto watched the movements of the man's hand, compulsive touchings, the edge of the plate, the handle of a spoon, a finger tracing the fold of a jowl. Leto watched the moving hand, fascinated by it.
You can hear me, Duke Leto.
The Baron said.
I know you can hear me. We want to know from you, where to find your concubine and the child you sired on her.
No sign escaped Leto, but the words were a wash of calmness through him. It's true then. They don't have Paul, and they don't have Jessica.
This is not a child's game we play.
The Baron rumbled.
You must know that.
He leaned toward Leto, studying in the face. It pained the Baron that this could not be handled privately, just between the two of them. To have others see royalty in such straits, well, it set a bad precedent. Leto could feel strength returning, and now the memory of the false tooth stayed out in his mind like a steeple in a flat landscape. The nerve-shaped capsule within that tooth, the poison gas. He remembered who had put the deadly weapon in his mouth. Yue. Dark-fogged memory of seeing a limp corpse dragged past him in the room hung like a vapor in Leto's mind. He knew it had been Yue.
Do you hear that noise, Duke Leto?
The Baron asked. Leto grew conscious of a frog sound, the bird mewing of someone's agony.
We caught one of your men disguised as a Fremen.
The Baron said.
We penetrated the disguise quite easily. The eyes, you know. He insists he was sent among the Fremen to spy on them. I've lived for a time on this planet. Cher cousin. One does not spy on those ragged scum of the desert. Tell me, did you buy their help? Did you send your woman and son to them?
Leto felt fear tighten his chest. If Yurei sent them to the desert fold, the search won't stop until they're found.
Come,
The Baron said.
we don't have much time and pain is quick. Please don't bring it to this, my dear Duke.
The Baron looked at Peter, who stood at Leto's shoulder.
Peter doesn't have all his tools here, but I'm sure he could improvise.
Improvisation is sometimes the best, Baron. That silky, insinuating voice. Leto heard it at his ear.
You had an emergency plan.
The Baron said.
Where have your woman and the boy been sent?
He looked at Leto's hand.
Your ring is missing. Does the boy have it?
The Baron looked up and stared into Leto's eyes.
You don't answer.
He said.
Will you force me to do a thing I do not want to do? Peter will use simple, direct methods. I agree they're sometimes the best, but it's not good that you should be subject to such things.
Hot tallow on the back, perhaps. Or on the eyelids, Peter said. Perhaps on other portions of the body. It's especially effective when the subject doesn't know where the tallow will fall next. It's a good method. There's a sort of beauty in the pattern of pus-white blisters on naked skin. Eh, Baron?
Exquisite.
The Baron said, and his voice sounded sour. Those touching fingers. Leto watched the fat hands, the glittering jewels on baby fat hands, their compulsive wandering. The sounds of agony coming through the door behind him gnawed at the Duke's nerves. Who's it they caught? He wondered. Could it have been Idaho?
Believe me, cher cousin.
The Baron said.
I do not want it to come to this.
You think of nerve couriers racing to summon help that cannot come, Peter said. There's an artistry in this, you know.
You're a superb artist.
The Baron growled.
Now, have the decency to be silent.
Leto suddenly recalled a thing Gurney Halleckett said once, seeing a picture of the Baron. And I stood up in the sand of the sea and saw a beast rise up out of the sea, and upon his head's the name of blasphemy. We waste time, Baron, Peter said.
Perhaps.
The Baron nodded.
You know, my dear Leto, you'll tell us in the end where they are. There's a level of pain that'll buy you.
He's most likely correct, Leto thought. Were it not for the tooth and the fact that I truly don't know where they are. The Baron picked up a sliver of meat and pressed the morsel into his mouth. Chewed slowly. Swallowed. We must try a new check, he thought.
Observe the prize person who denies he's for hire.
The Baron said.
Observe him, Peter.
And the Baron thought, yes. See him there. This a man who believes he cannot be bought. See him detained there by 1,000,000 shares of himself sold in dribbles every second of his life. If you took him up now and shook him, he'd rattle inside, emptied, sold out. What difference how he dies now? The frog sounds in the background stopped. The Baron saw Umunkudu, the guard captain, appear in the doorway across the room and shake his head. The captive hadn't produced the needed information, another failure. Time to quit stalling with this fool, Duke. This stupid soft fool who didn't realize how much hell there was so near him, only a nerve's thickness away. This thought calmed the Baron, overcoming his reluctance to have a royal person subject to pain. He saw himself suddenly as a surgeon exercising endless supple scissor dissections, cutting away the mask from fools, exposing the hell beneath. Rabbits, all of them. And how they cowered when they saw the carnivore. Leto stared across the table, wondering why he waited. The tooth would end it all, quickly, still. It had been good, much of his life. He found himself remembering an antenna kite up dangling in the shell blue sky of Caladan, and Paul laughing with joy at the sight of it. And he remembered sunrise here in Arrakis, colored strata of the shield wall mellowed by the dust haze.
Too bad.
The Baron muttered. He pushed himself back from the table and stood up lightly in his suspensors and hesitated, seeing a change come over the Duke. He saw the man draw a deep breath, the jawline stiffen, a ripple of muscle there as the Duke clamped his mouth shut. How he fears me, the Baron thought. Shocked by fear that the Baron might escape him, Leto bit sharply on the capsule tooth. Felt it break, and he opened his mouth. expelled the biting vapor he could taste as it formed on his tongue. The Baron grew smaller, a figure seen in a tightening tunnel. Leto heard a gasp beside his ear, the silky-voiced one, Peter. It caught him too.
Peter, what's wrong?
The rumbling voice was far away. Leto sensed memories rolling in his mind, the old toothless mutterings of hags. The room, the table, the Baron, a pair of terrified eyes, blue within blue eyes, all compressed around him in ruined symmetry. There was a man with a boot-toe chin, a toy man falling. The toy man had a broken nose slanted to the left. An offbeat metronome caught forever in the start of an upward stroke. Leto heard the crash of crockery so distant, a roaring in his ears. His mind was a bin without end, catching everything that had ever been, every shout, every whisper, every silence. One thought remained to him. Leto saw it in formless light on rays of black. The day the flesh shapes in the flesh, the day shapes. The thought struck him with a sense of fullness he knew he could never explain, and silence. The Baron stood with his back against his private door, his own bolt hole behind the table. He had slammed it on a room full of dead men. His senses took in guard swarming around him. Did I breathe it? He asked himself. Whatever it was in there, did it get me too? Sounds returned to him in reason. He heard someone shouting orders, gas masks, keep a door closed, get blowers going. The others fell quickly, he thought. I'm still standing, I'm still breathing. Merciless as hell, that was close. He could analyze it now. His shield had been activated, set low, but still enough to slow molecular interchange across the field barrier, and he had been pushing himself away from the table. That and Peter's shocked gasp, which had brought the guard captain darting forward into his own doom. Chance. And the warning in a dying man's gasp, these had saved him. The Baron felt no gratitude to Peter. The fool had got himself killed. And that stupid guard captain, he said he scoped everyone before bringing them in the Baron's presence. How had it been possible for the Duke? No warning? Not even from the poison snooper over the table until it was too late. How? Well, no matter. The Baron thought, his mind firming. The next guard captain will begin by finding answers to these questions. He grew aware of more activity down the hall, around the corner, at the other door, the room of death. The Baron pushed himself away from his own door, studied the lackeys around him. They stood there staring, silent, waiting for the Baron's reaction. Would the Baron be angry? And the Baron realized only a few seconds had passed since his flight from that terrible room. Some of the guards had weapons leveled at the door. Some were directing their ferocity toward the empty hall that stretched away toward the noises around the corner to their right. A man came striding around that corner, gas mask dangling by its straps at his neck. The eyes intent on the overhead poison, snoopers that lined this corridor. He was yellow-haired, flat of face, with green eyes. Crisp lines radiated from his thick-lipped mouth. He looked like some water creature misplaced among those who walked the land. The Baron stared at the approaching man, recalling the name. Nefud. Yerkin Nefud, guard corporal. Nefud was addicted to samuta, the drug-music combination that played itself in the deepest consciousness. A useful item of information, that. The man stopped in front of the Baron and saluted. Corridor is clear, my lord. I was outside watching and saw that it must be poison gas. Ventilators in your room were pulling air in from these corridors. He glanced up at the snooper over the Baron's head. None of the stuff escaped. We have the room cleaned out now. What are your orders? The Baron recognized this man's voice, the one who'd been shouting orders. Efficient, this corporal, he thought.
They're all dead in there?
The Baron asked. Yes, my lord. Well, we must adjust, the Baron thought.
First,
He said.
let me congratulate you, Nefud. You're the new captain of my guard, and I hope you'll take to heart the lesson to be learned from the fate of your predecessor.
The Baron watched the awareness grow in his newly promoted guardsmen. Nefud knew he'd never again be without his samuta. Nefud nodded. My lord knows how to devote myself entirely to his safety.
Yes, well, to business. I suspect the Duke had something in his mouth. You'll find out what that something was, how it was used, who helped him put it there. You'll take every precaution.
He broke off, his chain of thought shattered by a disturbance in the corridor behind him. Guards at the door to the lift from the lower levels of the frigates trying to hold back a tall Colonel Bashat who had just emerged from the lift. The Baron couldn't place the Colonel Bashar's face, thin with mouth like a slash in leather, twin ink spots for eyes.
Get your hands off me, you pack of carrion eaters.
The man roared, and he dashed the guards aside. What of the Sardaukar? The Baron thought. The Colonel Bashar came striding toward the Baron, whose eyes went to slits of apprehension. The Sardaukar officers filled him with unease. They all seemed to look like relatives of the Duke, the late Duke, and their manners with the Baron. The Colonel Bashar placed himself half a pace in front of the Baron, hands on hips. The guard hovered behind him in twitching uncertainty. The Baron noted the absence of salute, the disdain in the Sardaukar's manner, and the unease grew. There was only 1 legion of them locally, 10 brigades, reinforcing the Harkonnen legions, but the Baron did not fool himself. That 1 legion was perfectly capable of turning on the Harkonnens and overcoming them.
Tell your men that they are not to prevent me from seeing you, Baron.
The Sardaukar growled.
My men bought you the Atreides Duke before I could discuss his fate with you. We will discuss it now.
I must not lose face before my men, the Baron thought.
So?
It was a coldly controlled word, and the Baron felt proud of it.
My Emperor has charged me to make certain his royal cousin dies cleanly, without agony.
The Colonel Bashar said.
Such were the Imperial orders to me.
The Baron lied.
Did you think I'd disobey?
I'm to report to my Emperor what I see with my own eyes, the Sardaukar said.
The Duke's already dead.
The Baron snapped, and he waved a hand to dismiss the fellow. The Colonel Bashar remained planted, facing the Baron. Not by flicker of iron muscle did he acknowledge he had been dismissed.
Ow.
He growled. Really? The Baron thought. This is too much.
By his own hand, if you must know.
The Baron said.
You took poison. I will see the body now.
The Sardaukar said. The Baron raised his gaze to the ceiling in feigned exasperation, while his thoughts erased. Damnation. The sharp-eyed Sardaukar will see the room before things been changed.
Now.
The Sardaukar growled.
I'll see it with my own eyes.
There was no preventing it, the Baron realized. The Sardaukar would see all. He'd know the Duke had killed Harkonnen men, and the Baron most likely had escaped by a narrow margin. There was the evidence of the dinner remnants of the table and the dead Duke across from it with destruction around him. No preventing it at all.
I'll not be put off of it.
The Colonel Bashar snarled.
You're not being put off,
the Baron said, and stared into the Sardaukar's obsidian eyes.
I hide nothing from my Emperor.
He nodded to Nefud.
The Colonel Bashar is to see everything at once. Take him by the door where you stood, Nefud.
This way, sir, Nefud said. Slowly, insolently, the Sardaukar moved around the Baron, shouldering away through the guardsmen. Insufferable. The Baron thought. Now the Emperor will know how I slipped up. He'll recognize it as a sign of weakness. And it was agonizing to realize the Emperor and his Sardaukar were alike in their disdain for weakness. The Baron chewed at his lower lip, consoling himself that the Emperor, at least, had not learned of the Atreides raid on Giedi Prime. The destruction of the Harkonnen spy stars there. Damn that slippery Duke. The Baron watched the retreating backs, the arrogant Sardaukar and the stocky, efficient Nefud. We must adjust, the Baron thought. I'll have to put Raban over this damnable planet once more. That restraint. I must spend my own Harkonnen blood to put Arrakis into her proper conditions for accepting Fade Maratha. Damn that Peter. He would get himself killed before I get through with him. The Baron sighed. And I must send at once to Telexus for a new Mentat. They undoubtedly have the new one ready for me by now. One of the guardsmen besides them coughed, and the Baron turned toward the man.
I am hungry.
Yes, my lord.
And I wish to be diverted while you're clearing out that room and studying its secrets for me.
The Baron rumbled. The guardsman lowered his eyes. What diversion does my lord wish?
I'll be sleeping in my chambers.
The Baron said.
Bring me that young fellow we brought on Gamon, the one with the lovely eyes. Drug him well. I don't feel like wrestling.
Yes, my lord. The Baron turned away and began moving with his bouncing, suspensor-buoyed pace toward its chambers. Yes, he thought. The one with the lovely eyes, the one who looks so much like the young Paul Atreides. Paul felt that all his past, every experience before this night, had become sand curling in an hourglass. He sat near his mother, hugging his knees within a small fabric and plastic hutment, a still tent, that had come, like the Fremen clothing they now wore, from the pack left in the Thopter. There was no doubt in Paul's mind who had put the Fremkit there, who had directed the course of the Thopter carrying them captive. Yue. The traitor doctor had sent them directly into the hands of Duncan, Idaho. Paul stared out the transparent end of the still tent, at the moon-shadowed rocks that ringed this place where Idaho had hidden them. Hiding like a child when I'm now the Duke, Paul thought. He felt the thought gall him, but could not deny the wisdom in what they did. Something had happened to his awareness this night. He saw with sharpened clarity every circumstance and occurrence around him. He felt unable to stop the inflow of data or the cold precision with which each new item was added to his knowledge, and the computation was centered in his awareness. It was meant to have power, and more. Paul thought back to the moment of impotent rage as the strange Thopter dived out of the night onto them, stooping like a giant hawk above the desert with wind screaming through its wings. The thing in Paul's mind had happened then. The Thopter had skidded and slewed across a sand ridge toward the running figures, his mother and himself. Paul remembered how the smell of burned sulfur from the abrasion of the Thopter's skids against sand had drifted across them. His mother, he knew, had turned, expected to meet a laser gun in the hands of Harkonnen mercenaries, and had recognized Duncan, Idaho, leaning out the Thopter's open door shouting, "Hurry! There's Wormsign south of you." But Paul had known as he turned who piloted the Thopter. An accumulation of minutiae in the way it was flown, the dash of the landing, clues so small, even his mother hadn't detected them, had told Paul precisely who sat at those controls. Across the still tent from Paul, Jessica stirred and said,
There can only be one explanation. The Harkonnens held Yue's wife. He hated the Harkonnens. I cannot be wrong about that. You read his note. But why has he saved us from the carnage?
She's only now seeing it. And that poorly? Paul thought. The thought was a shock. He had known this fact as a by-the-way thing while reading the note that had accompanied the ducal signet in the pack. "Do not try to forgive me," Yue had written. "I do not want your forgiveness. I already have enough burdens. What I have done was done without malice or hope of another's understanding. It is my own Tahadi al-Burhan, my ultimate test. I give you the Atreides ducal signet as token that I write truly. By the time you read this, Duke Leto will be dead. Take consolation from my assurance that he did not die alone. That one we hate above all others died with him." It had not been addressed or signed, but there'd been no mistaking the familiar scrawl. Yue's. Remembering the letter, Paul re-experienced the distress of that moment, a thing sharp and strange that seemed to happen outside of his new mental alertness. He had read that his father was dead, known the truth of those words, but had felt them as no more than another datum to be entered in his mind and used. I love my father, Paul thought, and he knew this for truth. I should mourn him. I should feel something. But he felt nothing, except, here's an important fact. It was one with all the other facts. All the while, his mind was adding sense impressions, extrapolating, computing. Alex's words came back to Paul. Mood's a thing for cattle or for making love. You fight when the necessity arises, no matter your mood. Perhaps that's it, Paul thought. I'll mourn my father later, when there's time. But he felt no let-up in the cold precision of his being. He sensed that his new awareness was only a beginning, that it was growing. The sense of terrible purpose he'd first experienced in his ordeal with the Reverend Mother Gaius Helen Mohiam pervaded him. His right hand, the hand of remembered pain, tingled and throbbed. Is this what it is to be their Kwisatz Haderach? He wondered.
For a while I thought Hawat had failed us again,
Jessica said.
I thought perhaps Yue wasn't a Sook doctor.
He was everything we thought him. And more, Paul said. And he thought, why is she so slow seeing these things? He said, if Idaho doesn't get through to Kynes, we'll be...
He's not our only hope,
she said. Such was not my suggestion, he said. She heard the steel in his voice, the sense of command, and stared across the gray darkness of the still tent at him. Paul was a silhouette against moon-frosted rocks, seen through the tent's transparent end.
Others among your father's men will have escaped,
she said.
We must regather them. Find.
We will depend upon ourselves, he said. Our immediate concern is our family's atomics. We must get them before the Harkonnens can search them out.
Not likely they'll be found,
she said.
The way they were hidden?
It must not be left to chance. And she thought, blackmail with the family atomics as a threat to the planet and its spice. That's what he has in mind. But all he can hope for then is escape into renegade anonymity. His mother's words had provoked another train of thought in Paul, a Duke's concern for all the people they'd lost this night. People are the true strength of a great house, Paul thought, and he remembered Hawat's words. Parting with people is a sadness, a place is only a place.
They're using the Sardaukar,
Jessica said.
We must wait until the Sardaukar have withdrawn.
They think us caught between the desert and the Sardaukar, Paul said. They intend that there be no Atreides survivors. Total extermination. Do not count on any of our people escaping.
They cannot go on indefinitely risking exposure of the Emperor's part in this.
Can't they?
Some of our people are bound to escape.
Are they? Jessica turned away, frightened at the bitter strength in her son's voice, hearing the precise assessment of chances. She sensed that his mind had leaped ahead of her, and it now saw more in some respects than she did. She had helped train that intelligence, which did this, but now she found herself fearful of it. Her thoughts turned, seeking toward the lost sanctuary of her Duke, and tears burned her eyes. This is the way it had to be, Leto, she thought. A time of love and a time of grief. She rested her hand on her abdomen, awareness focused on the embryo there. I have the Atreides daughter I was ordered to produce, but the Reverend Mother was wrong. A daughter wouldn't have saved my Leto. This child is only life reaching for the future in the midst of death. I conceived out of instinct, and not out of obedience. Try the communicate receiver again, Paul said. The mind goes on working no matter how we try to hold it back, she thought. Jessica found the tiny receiver Idaho had left for them, flipped its switch. A green light glowed on the instrument's face. Tinny screeching came from its speaker. She reduced the volume, hunted across the bands. A voice speaking Atreides battle language came into the tent. Back and regroup at the ridge. Vetter reports no survivors in Carthag and the guild bank has been sacked. Carthag, Jessica thought. That was a Harkonnen hotbed. There's Sardaukar, the voice said. Watch out for Sardaukar and Atreides uniforms there. A roaring filled the speaker. Then silence. Try the other bands, Paul said.
Do you realize what that means?
Jessica asked. I expected it. They want the guild to blame us for destruction of their bank. With the guild against us, we're trapped on Arrakis. Try the other bands. She weighed his words. I expected it. What had happened to him? Slowly, Jessica returned to the instrument. As she moved the band slide, they caught glimpses of violence in the few voices calling out in Atreides battle language. Fall back, try to regroup at, trapped in a cave at. And there was no mistaking the victorious exultation in the Harkonnen gibberish that poured from the other bands. Sharp commands, battle reports. There wasn't enough of it for Jessica to register and break the language, but the tone was obvious. Harkonnen victory. Paul shook the pack beside him, hearing the 2 litter-johns of water gurgle there. He took a deep breath, looked up through the transparent end of the tent at the rock escarpment outlined against the stars. His left hand felt the sphincter seal of the tent's entrance. It'll be dawn soon, he said. We can wait through the day for Idaho, but not through another night. In the desert, you must travel by night and rest in shade through the day. Remembered lore insinuated itself into Jessica's mind. Without a stillsuit, a man sitting in shade on the desert needs 5 liters of water a day to maintain body weight. She felt the slick, soft skin of the stillsuit against her body, thinking how their lives depended on these garments.
If we leave here, Idaho can't find us, she said.
There are ways to make any man talk, he said. If Idaho hasn't returned by dawn, we must consider the possibility he has been captured. How long do you think you could hold out? The question required no answer, and she sat in silence. Paul lifted the seal on the pack, pulled out a tiny micro-manual with glow tab and magnifier. Green and orange letters leaped up at him from the pages. Leader John, still tent, energy caps, recaths, sand snork, binoculars, still suit, rep kit, Barrett eye, pistol, sync chart, bit plugs, pair compass, maker hooks, thumpers, rem kit, fire pillar. So many things for survival in the desert. Presently, he put the manual aside on the tent floor.
Where can we possibly go?
Jessica said. My father spoke of desert power, Paul said. The Harkonnens cannot rule this place without it. They've never ruled this planet, nor shall they. Not even with 10,000 legions of Sardaukar.
Paul, you can't think that.
We've all the evidence in our hands, he said. Right here in this tent, the tent itself, the pack and its contents, these still suits. We know the guild wants a prohibitive price for weather satellites. We know that...
What have weather satellites got to do with it?
She asked.
They couldn't possibly.
And she broke off. Paul sensed the hyper-alertness of his mind reading her reactions, computing on minutia. You see it now, he said. Satellites watch the terrain below, and there are things in the deep desert that will not bear frequent inspection.
You're suggesting the guild itself controls this planet?
She was so slow. No, he said. The Fremen. They're paying the guild for privacy, paying in a coin that's freely available to anyone with desert power. Spice. This is more than a second approximation answer. It's the straight-line computation. Depend on it.
Paul,
Jessica said.
You're not a mentat yet. You can't know for sure.
I'll never be a mentat, he said. I'm something else. A freak.
Paul, how can you say such...
Leave me alone. He turned away from her, looked out into the night. Why can't I mourn? He wondered. He felt that every fiber of his being craved this release, but it would be denied him forever. Jessica had never heard such distress in her son's voice. She wanted to reach out to him, hold him, comfort him, help him. But she sensed there was nothing she could do. He had to solve this problem by himself. The glowing tab of the Fremkit manual between them on the tent floor caught her eye. She lifted it, glanced at the flyleaf, reading. Manual of the Friendly Desert, the place full of life. Here are the Ayed and Burhan of life. Believe and Allah shall never burn you. It reads like the Azar book, she thought, recalling her studies of the great secrets. Has a manipulator of religions been on Arrakis? Paul lifted the paracompass from the pack and returned it, said, Think of all these special application Fremen machines. They show unrivaled sophistication. Admit it. The culture that made these things betrays depths that no one has suspected. Hesitating, still worried by the harshness of his voice, Jessica returned to the book and studied an illustrated constellation from the Arakeen sky. Ma'dib, the mouse. I noted that the tail pointed north. Paul stared into the tense darkness at the dimly discernible movements of his mother, revealed by the manual's glow tab. Now is the time to carry out my father's last wish, he thought. I must give her his message now while she has time for grief. Grief would only inconvenience us later. And he found himself shocked by precise logic. Mother, he said.
Yes?
She heard the change in his voice, felt coldness in her entrails at the sound. Never had she heard such harsh control. My father is dead, he said. She searched within herself for the coupling of fact and fact and fact, the Bene Gesserit way of assessing data, and it came to her. The sensation of terrifying loss. Jessica nodded, unable to speak. My father charged me once, Paul said, to give you a message if anything happened to him. He feared you might believe he distrusted you. That useless suspicion, she thought. Well, he wanted you to know he never suspected you, Paul said, and explained the deception, adding, he wanted you to know he would always trusted you completely, always loved you, and cherished you. He said he would sooner have mistrusted himself, and he had but one regret, that he never made you his duchess. She brushed the tears coursing down her cheeks and thought, what a stupid waste of my body's water. But she knew that thought for what it was, the attempt to retreat from grief into anger. Leto, my Leto, she thought. What terrible things we do to those we love. With a violent motion, she extinguished the little manual's glow tab, and sobs shook her. Paul heard his mother's grief and felt the emptiness within himself. I have no grief, he thought. Why? Why? He felt the inability to grieve as a terrible flaw. A time to get and a time to lose, Jessica thought, quoting to herself from the Oshi Bible. A time to keep and a time to cast away, a time for love and a time for hate, a time for war and a time for peace. Paul's mind had gone on in its chilling precision. He saw the avenues ahead of them on this hostile planet. Without even the safety valve of dreaming, he focused his prescient awareness, seeing it as a computation of most probable futures, but with something more, an edge of mystery, as though his mind dipped into some timeless stratum and sampled the winds of the future. Abruptly, as though he had found a necessary key, Paul's mind climbed another notch in awareness. He felt himself clinging to this new level, clutching at a precarious hold and peering about. It was as though he existed within a globe with avenues radiating away in all directions, yet this only approximated the sensation. He remembered once seeing a gauze kerchief blowing in the wind, and now he sensed the future as though it twisted across some surface as undulant and impermanent as that of the wind-blown kerchief. He saw people. He felt the heat and cold of uncounted probabilities. He knew names and places, experienced emotions without number, reviewed data of innumerable unexplorable crannies. There was time to probe and test and taste, but no time to shape. The thing was a spectrum of possibilities, from the most remote past to the most remote future, from the most probable to the most improbable. He saw his own death in countless ways. He saw new planets, new cultures, people. He saw them in such swarms that they couldn't be listed, yet his mind catalogued them, even the guildsmen. And he thought, the guild, there'd be a way for us, my strangeness accepted as a familiar thing of high value, always with an assured supply of the now necessary spice. But the idea of living out his life and the mind groping ahead through possible futures, the guided hurtling spaceships appalled him. It was a way, though. And in meeting the possible future that contained guildsmen, he recognized his own strangeness. I have another kind of sight. I see another kind of terrain, the available paths. The awareness conveyed both reassurance and alarm. So many places on that other kind of terrain dipped or turned out of his sight. As swiftly as it had come, the sensation slipped away from him, and he realized the entire experience had taken the space of a heartbeat. Yet, his own personal awareness had been turned over, illuminated in a terrifying way, and he stared around him. Night still covered the still tent within its rock-enclosed hideaway, and his mother's grief could still be heard. His own lack of grief could still be felt, that hollow place somewhere separated from his mind, which went on in its steady pace, dealing with data, evaluating, computing, submitting answers in something like the mental way. And now he saw that he had a wealth of data few such minds ever before had encompassed. But this made the empty place within him no easier to bear. If he felt that something must shatter, it was as though a clockwork control for a bomb had been set to ticking within him. It went on about its business no matter what he wanted. It recorded minuscule shadings of difference around him, a slight change in moisture, a fractional fall in temperature, the progress of an insect across their still tent roof. The solemn approach of dawn in the star-lighted patch of sky he could see out the tent's transparent end. The emptiness was unbearable. Knowing how the clockwork had been set in motion made no difference. He could look to his own past and see the start of it, the training, the sharpening of talents, and the refined pressures of sophisticated disciplines. Even exposure to the Oshi Bible at a critical moment. And lastly, the heavy intake of spice. And he could look ahead, the most terrifying direction, to see where it all pointed. I'm a monster, he thought. A freak. No, he said. Then, no. He found that he was pounding the tent floor with his fists. The implacable part of him recorded this as an interesting emotional datum and fed it into computation.
Paul.
His mother was beside him, holding his hands, her face a gray blob peering at him.
Paul, what's wrong?
You, he said.
I'm here, Paul, she said. It's all right.
What have you done to me? He demanded. In a burst of clarity, she sensed some of the roots in this question and said,
I gave birth to you.
It was, from instinct as much as her own subtle knowledge, the precisely correct answer to calm him. He felt her hands holding him focused on the dim outline of her face. Certain gene traces in her facial structure were noted in the new way by his on-flowing mind, the clues added to other data, and a final summation answer put forward. "Let go of me," he said. She heard the iron in his voice and obeyed.
Do you want to tell me what's wrong, Paul?
"Did you know what you were doing when you trained me?" he asked. There's no more childhood in his voice, she thought, and she said,
I hoped the thing that any parent hopes, that you'd be superior, different.
"Different?" She heard the bitterness in his tone and said,
Paul,
"You didn't want a son," he said. "You wanted a Kwisatz You wanted a male Bene Gesserit." She recoiled from his bitterness.
But Paul,
"Did you ever consult my father in this?" She spoke gently, out of the freshness of her grief.
whatever you are, Paul, the heredity is as much your father as me.
"But not the training," he said. "Not the things that awakened. The sleeper.
Sleeper?
It's here." He put a hand to his head and then to his breast. "In me it goes on and on and on and on."
Paul.
She had heard the hysteria edging in his voice. "Listen to me," he said. "You wanted the Reverend Mother to hear about my dreams. You listen in her place now. I've just had a waking dream. Do you know why?"
You must calm yourself, she said. If there's...
"The spice," he said. "It's in everything here. The air, the soil, the food, the geriatric spice. It's like the truth-sayer drug. It's a poison." She stiffened. His voice lowered and he repeated, "A poison. A poison so subtle, so insidious, so irreversible. It won't even kill you, unless you stop taking it. We can't leave Arrakis, unless we take part of Arrakis with us." The terrifying presence in his voice brooked no dispute. "You and the spice," Paul said. "The spice changes anyone who gets this much of it, but thanks to you, I could bring the change to consciousness. I don't get to leave it in the unconsciousness where disturbance can be blanked out. I can see it."
Paul, you...
"I see it," he repeated. She heard madness in his voice and didn't know what to do. But he spoke again, and she heard the eye and control return to him. "We're trapped here." "We're trapped here," she agreed. And she accepted the truth of his words. No pressure of the Bene Gesserit, no trickery or artifice could pry them completely free from Arrakis. The spice was addictive. Her body had known that fact long before her mind had awakened to it. "So here we live out our lives," she thought. "On this hell planet. The place is prepared for us if we can evade the Harkonnens. And there's no doubt of my course. A brood mare, preserving an important bloodline for the Bene Gesserit plan. I must tell you about my waking dream," Paul said. Now there was fury in his voice. "To be sure you accept what I say, I'll tell you first I know you'll bear a daughter, my sister, here on Arrakis." Jessica placed her hands against the tent floor, pressed back against the curving fabric wall to still a pang of fear. She knew her pregnancy could not show yet. Only her own Bene Gesserit training had allowed her to read the first faint signals of her body, to know of the embryo only a few weeks old. "Only to serve," Jessica whispered, clinging to the Bene Gesserit motto. "We exist only to serve." "We'll find a home among the Fremen," Paul said, "where your missionaria protectiva has bought us a bolt hole." "They prepared a way for us in the desert," Jessica told herself. But how can he know of the missionaria protectiva? She found it increasingly difficult to subdue her terror at the overpowering strangeness in Paul. He studied a dark shadow of her, seeing her fear and every reaction with his new awareness as though she were outlined in blinding light. A beginning of compassion for her crept over him. "The things that can happen here I cannot begin to tell you," he said. "I cannot even begin to tell myself, although I've seen them. This sense of the future. I seem to have no control over it. The thing just happens. The immediate future, say, a year. I can see some of that. A road as broad as our central avenue on Caladan. Some places I don't see. Shadowed places. As though it went behind a hill. And again he thought of the surface of a blowing kerchief. And there are branchings. He fell silent as a memory of that seeing filled him. No prescient dream, no experience of his life had quite prepared him for the totality in which the veils had been ripped away to reveal naked time. Recalling the experience, he recognized his own terrible purpose, the pressure of his life spreading outward like an expanding bubble, time retreating before it. Jessica found the tent's glow-tab control and activated it. Dim green light drove back the shadows, easing her fear. She looked at Paul's face, his eyes, the inward stare. And she knew where she had seen such a look before, pictured in records of disasters, on the faces of children who experienced starvation or terrible injury. The eyes were like pits, mouths a straight line, cheeks indrawn. It's the look of terrible awareness, she thought, of someone forced to the knowledge of his own mortality. He was indeed no longer a child. The underlying import of his words began to take over in her mind, pushing all else aside. Paul could see ahead, a way of escape for them.
There's a way to evade the Harkonnens,
she said. The Harkonnens, he sneered. Put those twisted humans out of your mind. He stared at his mother, studying the lines of her face in the light of the glow tab. The lines betrayed her. She said,
You shouldn't refer to people as humans without.
Don't be so sure you know where to draw the line, he said. We carry our past with us. And mother mine, there's a thing you don't know, and should. We are Harkonnens. Her mind did a terrifying thing. It blinked out, as though it needed to shut off all sensation. But Paul's voice went on at that implacable pace, dragging her with it. When next you find a mirror, study your face. Study mine now. The traces are there if you don't blind yourself. Look at my hands, the set of my bones. And if none of this convinces you, then take my word for it. I've rocked the future. I've looked at a record. I've seen a place. I have all the data. We're Harkonnens.
A renegade branch of the family,
she said.
That's it, isn't it? Some Harkonnen cousin who...
You're the Baron's own daughter, he said, and watched the way she pressed her hands to her mouth. The Baron sampled many pleasures in his youth and once permitted himself to be seduced. But it was for the genetic purposes of the Bene Gesserit by one of you. The way he said you struck her like a slap, but it set her mind to working and she could not deny his words. So many blank ends of meaning in her past reached out now and linked. The daughter the Bene Gesserit wanted. It wasn't to end the old Atreides-Harkonnen feud, but to fix some genetic factor in their lines. What? She groped for an answer. As though he saw inside her mind, Paul said, They thought they were reaching for me, but I'm not what they expected, and I've arrived before my time, and they don't know it. Jessica pressed her hands to her mouth. Great Mother, he's the Kwisatz-Haderach. She felt exposed and naked before him, realizing then that he saw her with eyes from which little could be hidden, and that, she knew, was the basis of her fear. You're thinking I'm the Kwisatz-Haderach, he said. Put that out of your mind. I'm something unexpected. I must get word out to one of the schools, she thought. The mating index may show what has happened. They won't learn about me until it's too late, he said. She sought to divert him, lowered her hands and said,
We'll find a place among the Fremen?
The Fremen have a saying they credit to Shai Hulud, Old Father Eternity, he said. They say, be prepared to appreciate what you meet. And then he thought, Yes, mother mine, among the Fremen. You'll acquire the blue eyes and the callus beside your lovely nose from the filter tube to your stillsuit, and you'll bear my sister, Saint Alia of the Knife.
If you're not the Kwisatz-Haderach,
Jessica said.
What?
You couldn't possibly know, he said. You won't believe it until you see it. And he thought, I'm a seed. He suddenly saw how fertile was the ground into which he had fallen, and with this realization, the terrible purpose filled him, creeping through the empty place within, threatening to choke him with grief. He had seen two main branchings along the way ahead. In one, he confronted an evil old baron and said, Hello, grandfather. The thought of that path and what lay along it sickened him. The other path had long patches of gray obscurity, except for peaks of violence. He had seen a warrior religion there. A fire spreading across the universe with the Atreides' green and black banner waving at the head of fanatic legions drunk on spice liquor. Gurney Holak and a few others of his father's men, a pitiful few, were among them, all marked by the hawk symbol from the shrine of his father's skull. "I can't go that way," he muttered. "That's what those old witches of your schools really want."
"I don't understand you, Paul,"
his mother said. He remained silent, thinking like the seed he was, thinking with the race consciousness he had first experienced its terrible purpose. He found that he no longer could hate the Bene Gesserit or the Emperor, or even the Harkonnens. They were all caught up in the need of their race to renew its scattered inheritance, to cross and mingle and infuse their bloodlines in a great new pooling of genes. And the race knew only one sure way of this, the ancient way, the tried and certain way that ruled over everything in its path, jihad. "Surely, I cannot choose that way," he thought. But he saw again in his mind's eye the shrine of his father's skull and the violence of the green and black banner waving in its midst. Jessica cleared her throat, worried by his silence.
"Then, the Fremen will give us sanctuary."
He looked up, staring across the green-lighted tent at the inbred patrician lines of her face, and said, "Yes, that's one of the ways," he nodded. "Yes, they'll call me Madib, the one who points the way. Yes, that's what they'll call me." And he closed his eyes, thinking, "Now, my father, I can mourn." And he felt the tears coursing down his cheeks. Book 2, Madib. "Now Harkonnen shall kill Harkonnen," Paul whispered. He had awakened shortly before nightfall, sitting up in the sealed and dark and still tent. As he spoke, he heard the vague stirrings of his mother where she slept against the tent's opposite wall. Paul glanced at the proximity detector on the floor, studying the dials illuminated in the blackness by phosphor tubes.
"It should be night soon,"
his mother said.
"Why don't you lift the tent shades?"
Paul realized then that her breathing had been different for some time, that she had lain silent in the darkness until certain he was awake. "Lifting the shades wouldn't help," he said. "There's been a storm. The tent's covered by sand. I'll dig us out soon."
"No sign of Duncan yet?"
"None." Paul rubbed absently at the dukeless signet on his thumb, and a sudden rage against the very substance of this planet which had helped kill his father sent him trembling.
"I heard the storm begin,"
Jessica said. The undemanding emptiness of her words helped restore some of his calm. His mind focused on the storm, as he had seen it begin through the transparent end of their still tent. Cold dribbles of sand crossed the basin, then runnels and tails furrowing the sky. He had looked up to the rock spire, seen it change shape under the blast, becoming a low, cheddar-colored wedge. Sand funneled into their basin and shadowed the sky with dull curry, then blotted out all light as the tent was covered. Tent boughs had creaked once as they accepted the pressure, then silence, broken only by the dim bellows wheezing of their sand snorkel pumping air from the surface.
"Try the receiver again,"
Jessica said. "No use," he said. He found the Stillsuit's water tub in its clip at his neck, drew a warm swallow into his mouth, and he thought that here he truly began an Arakeen existence, living on reclaimed moisture from his own breath and body. It was flat and tasteless water, but it soothed his throat. Jessica heard Paul drinking and felt the slickness of her own stillsuit clinging to her body, but she refused to accept her thirst. To accept it would require awakening fully into the terrible necessities of Arrakis, where they must guard even fractional traces of moisture, hoarding the few drops in the tent's catch pockets, begrudging a breath wasted on the open air. So much easier to simply drift back down into sleep. But there had been a dream on this day's sleep, and she shivered at the memory of it. She had held dreaming hands beneath sandfloor where a name had been written, Duke Leto Atreides. The name had blurred with the sand, and she had moved to restore it, but the first letter filled before the last was begun, and the sand would not stop. Her dream became wailing, louder and louder. The ridiculous wailing part of her mind had realized the sound was her own voice as a tiny child, little more than a baby. A woman not quite visible to memory was going away. My unknown mother, Jessica thought. The Bene Gesserit who bore me and gave me to the sisters because that's what she was commanded to do. Was she glad to rid herself of a Harkonnen child? The place to hit them is the spice, Paul said. How can you think of attack at a time like this? She asked herself.
An entire planet full of spice, she said. How can you hit them there?
She heard him stirring, the sound of their pack being dragged across the tent floor. It was sea power and air power on Caladan, he said. Here, it's desert power. The Fremen are the key. His voice came from the vicinity of the tent sphincter, her Bene Gesserit training sensed in his tone an unresolved bitterness toward her. All his life, he has been trained to hate Harkonnens, she thought. Now, he finds you as a Harkonnen, because of me. How little he knows me. I was my Duke's only woman. I accepted his life and his values even to defying my Bene Gesserit orders. The tent's glow tab came alight under Paul's hand, filled the dome area with green radiance. Paul crouched at the sphincter, his still-suit HUD adjusted for the open desert. Forehead capped, mouth filter in place, nose plugs adjusted. Only his dark eyes were visible, a narrow band of face that turned once toward her and away. Secure yourself for the open, he said, and his voice was blurred behind the filter. Jessica pulled the filter across her mouth, began adjusting her hood as she watched Paul break the tent seal. Sand rasped as he opened the sphincter, and a bird fizzle of grains ran into the tent before he could immobilize it with a static compaction tool. A hole grew in the sand wall as the tool realigned the grains, and he slipped out, and her ears followed his progress to the surface. What will he find out there? She wondered. Harkonnen troops and the Sardaukar? Those are dangers we can expect. But what of the dangers we don't know? She thought of the compaction tool and the other strange instruments in the pack. Each of these tools suddenly stood in her mind as a sign of mysterious dangers. She felt then a hot breeze from the surface sand touch her cheeks, where they were exposed above the filter. Pass up the pack. It was Paul's voice, low and guarded. She moved to obey and heard the water litter-johns gurgle as she shoved the pack across the floor. She peered upward and saw Paul framed against stars. Here, he said, and reached down and pulled the pack to the surface. Now, she saw only the circle of stars. They were like the luminous tips of weapons aimed down at her. A shower of meteors crossed her patch of night. The meteors seemed to her like a warning, like tiger stripes, like luminous grave slats clabbering her blood. And she felt the chill of the price on their heads. Hurry up, Paul said. I want to collapse the tent. A shower of sand from the surface brushed her left hand. How much sand will the hand hold? She asked herself. Shall I help you? Paul asked.
No.
She swallowed in a dry throat, slipped into the hole, felt static-packed sand rasp under her hands. Paul reached down, took her arm. She stood beside him on a smooth patch of starlit desert, stared around. Sand almost brimmed their basin, leaving only a dim lip of surrounding rock. She probed the farther darkness with her trained senses. Noises of small animals. Birds. A fall of dislodged sand and faint creature sounds within it. Paul collapsed their tent, recovering it up the hole. Starlight displaced just enough of the night to charge each shadow with menace. She looked at patches of blackness. Blackness is a blind remembering, she thought. You listen for pack sounds with cries of those who hunted your ancestors in a past so ancient only your most primitive cells remember. The ears see, the nostrils see. Presently, Frost stood beside her and said, Duncan told me that if he was captured, he could hold out. This long. We must leave here now. He shouldered the pack, crossed to the shallow lip of the basin, climbed to a ledge that looked down on an open desert. Jessica followed automatically, noting how she now lived in her son's orbit. For now, is my grief heavier than the sands of the seas, she thought. This world has emptied me of all but the oldest purpose, tomorrow's life. I live now for my young Duke and the daughter yet to be. She felt the sand drag her feet as she climbed to Paul's side. He looked north across the line of rocks, studying a distant escarpment. The faraway rock profile was like an ancient battleship of the seas outlined by stars. The long swish of it lifted on an invisible wave, with syllables of boomerang antenna, funnels arcing back, a pie-shaped upthrusting at the stern. An orange glare burst above the silhouette, and a line of brilliant purple cut downward toward the glare. Another line of purple, and another upthrusting orange glare. It was like an ancient naval battle, remembered shell fire, and the sight held them staring. Pillars of fire, Paul whispered. A ring of red eyes lifted over the distant rock. Lines of purple laced the skies.
Jet flares and laser guns,
Jessica said. The dust-reddened first moon of Arrakis lifted above the horizon to their left, and they saw a storm trail there, a ribbon of movement over the desert. It must be Harkin and Thopters hunting us, Paul said. The way they're cutting up the desert, it's as though they were making certain they stamped out whatever's there, the way you'd stamp out a nest of insects.
or a nest of Atreides,
Jessica said. We must seek cover, Paul said. We'll head south and keep to the rocks if they caught us in the open. He turned, adjusting the pack to his shoulders. They're killing anything that moves. He took one step along the ledge and, in that instant, heard the low hiss of gliding aircraft and saw the dark shapes of ornithopters above them. I've always prided myself on seeing things the way they truly are, Thufir Hawat said. That's the curse of being a mentat. You can't stop analyzing your data. The leathered old face appeared composed in the pre-dawn dimness as he spoke. His sappho-stained lips were drawn into a straight line with radial creases spreading upward. A robed man squatted silently on sand across from Hawat, apparently unmoved by his words. The two crouched beneath a rock overhang that looked down on the wide, shallow sink. Dawn was spreading over the shattered outline of cliffs across the basin, touching everything with pink. It was cold under the overhang, a dry and penetrating chill left over from the night. There had been a warm wind just before dawn, but now it was cold. Hawat could hear teeth chattering behind him among a few troopers remaining in his force. The man squatting across from Hawat was a Fremen, who had come across the sink in the first light of false dawn, skittering over the sand, blending into the dunes, his movements barely discernible. The Fremen extended a finger to the sand between them and drew a figure there. It looked like a bowl with an arrow spilling out of it. There are many Harkonnen patrols, he said. He lifted his finger, pointed upward toward the cliffs that Hawat and his men had descended, and Hawat nodded. Many patrols, yes. But still, he did not know what his Fremen wanted, and this rankled. Mentat training was supposed to give a man the power to see motives. This had been the worst night of Hawat's life. He had been at Simpo, a garrison village, buffer outpost for the former capital city Carthag, when the reports of attack began arriving. At first, he thought, it's a raid. The Harkonnens are testing. But report followed report, faster and faster. 2 legions landed at Carthag, 5 legions, 50 brigades, attacking the Duke's main base at Arrakeen, a legion at Arsund. 2 battle groups at Splintered Rock. Then the reports became more detailed. There were Imperial Sardaukar among the attackers, possibly 2 legions of them, and it became clear that the invaders knew precisely which weight of arms to send where, precisely. Superb intelligence. Hawat's shocked fury had mounted until it threatened the smooth functioning of his mentat capabilities. The size of the attack struck his mind like a physical blow. Now, hiding beneath a bit of desert rock, he nodded to himself, pulled his torn and slashed tunic around him as though warding off the cold shadows. The size of the attack. He had always expected their enemy to hire an occasional lighter from the guild for probing raids. That was an ordinary enough gambit in this kind of house-to-house warfare. Lighters landed and took off on Arrakis regularly to transport the spice for House Atreides. Hawat had taken precautions against random raids by false spice lighters. For a full attack, they'd expect no more than 10 brigades. But there were more than 2,000 ships down on Arrakis at the last count. Not just lighters, but frigates, scouts, monitors, crushers, troop carriers, dump boxes. More than 100 brigades, 10 legions. The entire spice income of Arrakis for 50 years might just cover the cost of such a venture. It might. I underestimated what the Baron was willing to spend in attacking us, Hawat thought. I failed my Duke. Then, there was the matter of the traitor. I will live long enough to see her strangled, he thought. I should have killed that Bene Gesserit witch when I had the chance. There was no doubt in his mind who had betrayed them. The Lady Jessica. She fitted all the facts available. Your man, Gurney Olek, and part of his force are safe within our smuggler friends, the Fremen said. Good. So Gurney will get off this hell planet. We're not all gone. Hawat glanced back at the huddle of his men. He had started the night just past with 300 of his finest. Of those, and even 20 remained, and half of them were wounded. Some of them slept now, standing up, leaning against the rock, sprawled on the sand beneath the rock. Their last thopter, the one they'd been using as a ground effect machine to carry their wounded, had given out just before dawn. They had cut it up with laser guns and hidden the pieces, then worked their way down into this hiding place at the edge of the basin. Hawat had only a rough idea of their location, some 200 kilometers southeast of Arakin. The main traveled ways between the Shield Wall siege communities were somewhere south of them. The Fremen across from Hawat threw back his hood and still suit cap to reveal sandy hair and beard. The hair was combed straight back from the high, thin forehead. He had the unreadable total blue eyes of the spice diet. Beard and mustache were stained at one side of the mouth, his hair matted there by pressure of the looping catch tube from his nose plugs. The man removed his plugs, readjusted them. He rubbed at a scar beside his nose. If you cross the sink here this night, the Fremen said, you must not use shields. There is a break in the wall. He turned on his heels and pointed south. There, and it's open sand down to the erg. Shield will attract a... He hesitated. Worm. They don't often come in here, but a shield will bring one every time. He said worm. Hawat thought. He was going to say something else. What? And what does he want of us? Hawat sighed. He could not recall ever before being this tired. It was a muscle weariness that energy pills were unable to erase. Those damnable Sardaukar. With a self-accusing bitterness, he faced the thought of the soldier fanatics and the imperial treachery they represented. His own mentat assessment of the data told him how little chance he had ever to present evidence of this treachery before the High Council of the Lanstrad, where justice just might be done. Do you wish to go to the smugglers? The Fremen asked. Is it possible? The way is long. Fremen don't like to say no, Idaho had told him once. Hawat said, You haven't yet told me whether your people can help my wounded. They are wounded. The same damned answer every time. We know they're wounded, Hawat snapped. That's not the... Peace, friend. The Fremen cautioned. What do your wounded say? Are there those among them that can see the water need of your tribe? We haven't talked about water, Hawat said. I can understand your reluctance, the Fremen said. They're your friends, not your tribesmen. Do you have water? Not enough. The Fremen gestured to Hawat's tunic, the skin exposed beneath it. You were caught in siege, without your suits. You must make a water decision, friend. Can we hire your help? The Fremen shrugged. You have no water. He glanced at the group behind Hawat. How many of your wounded would you spend? Hawat fell silent, staring at the man. He could see as a mentat that their communication was out of phase. Word sounds were not being linked up here in the normal manner. I am Thufi Hawat, he said. I can speak for my Duke. I'll make promissory commitment now for your help. I wish a limited form of help, preserving my force long enough only to kill a traitor who thinks herself beyond vengeance. You wish our siding in a vendetta? The vendetta I'll handle myself. I wish to be freed of responsibility for my wounded that I may get about it. The Fremen scowled. How can you be responsible for your wounded? They're their own responsibility. The water's at issue, Thufi Hawat. Would you have me take that decision away from you? The man put a hand to a weapon concealed beneath his robe. Hawat tensed, wondering, is there betrayal here? What do you fear? The Fremen asked. These people and their disconcerting directness. Hawat spoke cautiously. There's a price on my head. Ah. The Fremen removed his hand from his weapon. You think we have Byzantine corruption? You don't know us. The Harkonnens have not enough water to buy the smallest child among us. But they have the price of guild passage for more than 2,000 fighting ships, Hawat thought, and the size of that price still staggered him. We both fight Harkonnens, Hawat said.
Should we not share the problems and ways of meeting the battle issue?
We are sharing, the Fremen said. I have seen you fight Harkonnens. You were good. There have been times I'd have appreciated your arm beside me. Say where my arm may help you, Hawat said. Who knows? The Fremen asked. There are Harkonnen forces everywhere, but you still have not made the water decision or put it to your wounded. I must be cautious, Hawat told himself. There's a thing here that's not understood. He said, will you show me your way? The Arakeen way. Stranger thinking, the Fremen said, and there was a sneer in his tone. He pointed to the northwest across the cliff top. We watched you come across the sand last night. He lowered his arm. You keep your force on the slip face of the dunes. Bad. You have no still suits, no water. You will not last long. The ways of Arrakis don't come easily, Hawat said. Truth, but we've killed Harkonnens. What do you do with your own wounded? Hawat demanded. Does a man not know when he is worth saving? The Fremen asked. Your wounded know you have no water. He tilted his head and looked sideways up at Hawat. This is clearly a time for water decision. Both wounded and unwounded must look to the tribe's future. The tribe's future, Hawat thought. The tribe of Atreides, there's sense in that. He forced himself to the question he had been avoiding. Have you heard word of my Duke or his son? Unreadable blue eyes stared upward into Hawat's. Word. Their fate, Hawat snapped. Fate is the same for everyone, the Fremen said. Your Duke, it is said, has met his fate. As to the Lisan al-Gaib, his son, that is in Liat's hands. Liat has not said. I knew the answer without asking, Hawat thought. He glanced back at his men. They were all awake now. They had heard. They were staring out across the sand, the realization in their expressions. There was no returning to Caladan for them, and now Arrakis was lost. Hawat turned back to the Fremen. Have you heard of Duncan, Idaho? He was in the great house when the shield went down, the Fremen said. This I've heard. No more. She dropped the shield and let in the Harkonnens, he thought. I was the one who sat with my back to a door. How could she do this when it meant turning also against her own son? But who knows how a Bene Gesserit witch thinks, if you can call it thinking. Hawat tried to swallow in a dry throat. When will you hear about the boy? We know little of what happens in Arakeen, the Freeman said. He shrugged. Who knows? You have ways of finding out. Perhaps. The Fremen rubbed at the scar beside his nose. Tell me, Thufir Hawat, do you have knowledge of the big weapons the Harkonnens used? The artillery, Hawat thought bitterly. Who could have guessed they'd use artillery in this day of shields? You refer to the artillery they used to trap our people in the caves, he said. I've theoretical knowledge of such explosive weapons. Any man who retreats into a cave which has only one opening deserves to die, the Fremen said. Why do you ask about these weapons? Liat wishes it. Is that what he wants from us? Hawat wondered. He said, did you come here seeking information about the big guns? Liat wished to see one of the weapons for himself. Then you should just go take one, Hawat sneered. Yes, the Fremen said. We took one. We have it hidden where Stilgar can study it for Liat and where Liat can see it for himself if he wishes. But I doubt he'll want to. The weapon is not a very good one. Poor design for Arrakis. You took one? Hawat asked. It was a good find, the Fremen said. We lost only 2 men and spilled the water for more than 100 of theirs. There were Sardaukar on every gun, Hawat thought. This desert madman speaks casually of losing only 2 men against Sardaukar. We would not have lost the 2 except for those others fighting beside the Harkonnens, the Fremen said. Some of those are good fighters. One of Hawat's men limped forward, looked down at the squatting Fremen. Are you talking about Sardaukar? He's talking about Sardaukar, Hawat said. Sardaukar, the Fremen said. And there appeared to be glee in his voice. Ah, so that's what they are. This was a good night indeed, Sardaukar. Which legion do you know? We don't know, Hawat said. Sardaukar, the Fremen mused. Yet they wear Harkonnen clothing, is that not strange? The Emperor does not wish it known he fights against a great house, Hawat said. But you know they are Sardaukar. Who am I? Hawat asked bitterly. You are Thufir Hawat, the man said matter-of-factly. Well, we would have learned it in time. We've sent 3 of them captive to be questioned by Liet's men. Hawat's aide spoke slowly, disbelief in every word. You... captured Sardaukar. Only 3 of them, the Fremen said. They fought well. If only we'd had the time to link up with these Fremen, Hawat thought. It was a sour lament in his mind. If only we could have trained them and armed them. Great Mother, what a fighting force we'd have had. Perhaps you delay because of the worry over the Lisan al-Gaib, the Freeman had said. If he truly is the Lisan al-Gaib, harm cannot touch him. Do not spend thoughts on the matter which has not been proved. I serve the Lisan al-Gaib, Hawat said. His welfare is my concern. I pledge myself to this. You are pledged to his water. Hawat glanced at his aide, who was still staring at the Fremen, returned his attention to the squatting figure. To his water, yes. You wish to return to Arrakeen, to the place of his water. Yes, to the place of his water. Why did you not say at first it was a water matter? The Fremen stood up, seated his nose plugs firmly. Hawat motioned with his head for his aide to return to the others. With a tired shrug, the man obeyed. Hawat heard a low-voiced conversation arise among the men. The Fremen said, There is always a way to water. Behind Hawat, a man cursed, Hawat's aide called. Thufir! Arki just died. The Fremen put a fist to his ear. The bond of water. It's a sign. He stared at Hawat. We have a place nearby for accepting the water. Shall I call my men? The aide returned to Hawat's side and said, Thufir, a couple of the men left wives in Arrakeen there. Well, you know how it is at a time like this. The Fremen still held his fist to his ear. Is it the bond of water, Thufir Hawat? He demanded. Hawat's mind was racing. He sensed now the direction of the Fremen's words, but feared the reaction of the tired men under the rock overhang where they understood it. The bond of water, Hawat said. Let our tribes be joined, the Fremen said, and he lowered his fist. As though that were the signal, 4 men slid and dropped down from the rocks above them. They darted back under the overhang, rolled the dead man on a loose robe, and lifted him, and began running with him along the cliff wall to the right. Spurts of dust lifted around their running feet. It was over before Hawat's tired men could gather their wits. The group with the body hanging like a sack in its enfolded robe was gone around a turn in the cliff. One of Hawat's men shouted, Where are they going with Arki? They're taking him to bury him, Hawat said. Fremen don't bury their dead, the man barked. Don't you try any tricks on us, Thufir. We know what they do. Arki was one of Paradise. We're sure for the men who died in the service of the Lisan al-Gaib, the Fremen said. If it is the Lisan al-Gaib you serve, as you have said it, why raise mourning cries? The memory of one who died in this fashion will live as long as the memory of man endures. But Hawat's men advanced, angry looks on their faces. One had captured a lasgun. He started to draw it. Stop right where you are, Hawat barked. He fought down the sick fatigue that gripped his muscles. These people respect our dead. Customs differ, but the meaning is the same. They're going to render Arki down for his water, the man with the lasgun snarled. Is it that your men wish to attend the ceremony? The Fremen asked. He doesn't even see the problem, Hawat thought. The naivete of the Fremen was frightening. They're concerned for a respected comrade, Hawat said. We will treat your comrade with the same reverence we treat our own, the Fremen said. This is the bond of water. We know the rights. A man's flesh is his own. The water, though, belongs to the tribe. Hawat spoke quickly as the man with the lasgun advanced another step. Will you now help our wounded? One does not question the bond, the Fremen said. We will do for you what a tribe does for its own. First, we must get all of you suited and see to the necessities. The man with the laser gun hesitated. Hawat's aide said, Are we buying help with Arky's water? Not buying, Hawat said. We've joined these people. Customs differ, one of his men muttered. Hawat began to relax. And they'll help us get to Arakeen. We will kill the Harkonnens, the Fremen said. He grinned. And Sardaukar. He stepped backward, cupped his hands beside his ears, and tipped his head back, listening. Presently, he lowered his hands and said, An aircraft comes. Conceal yourselves beneath the rock and remain motionless. At a gesture from Hawat, his men obeyed. The Fremen took Hawat's arm, pressed him back with the others. We will fight in the time of fighting, the man said. He reached beneath his robes and brought out a small cage, lifted a creature from it. Hawat recognized a tiny bat. The bat turned its head and Hawat saw its blue within blue eyes. The Fremen stroked the bat, soothing it, crooning to it. He bent over the animal's head and allowed a drop of saliva to fall from his tongue and into the bat's upturned mouth. The bat stretched its wings but remained on the Freeman's open hand. The man took a tiny tube, held it beside the bat's head and chattered into the tube, then lifted the creature high, he threw it upwards. The bat swooped away beside the cliff and was lost to sight. The Fremen folded the cage and thrust it beneath his robe. Again, he bent his head, listening. They quarter the high country, he said. One wonders who they seek up there. It's known that we retreated in this direction, Hawat said. One should never presume one is the sole object of a hunt, the Fremen said. Watch the other side of the basin. You will see a thing. Time passed. Some of Hawat's men stirred, whispering. Remain silent as frightened animals, the Fremen hissed. Hawat discerned movement near the opposite cliff, flitting blurs of tan on tan. My little friend carried his message, the Fremen said. He is a good messenger, day or night. I'll be unhappy to lose that one. The movement across the sink faded away. On the entire 4 to 5 kilometer expanse of sand, nothing remained but the growing pressure of the day's heat, blurred columns of rising air. Be most silent now, the Fremen whispered. A file of plodding figures emerged from a break in the opposite cliff, headed directly towards the sink. To Hawat, they appeared to be Fremen, but a curiously inept band. He counted 6 men making heavy going of it over the dunes. A thwack of ornithopter wings sounded high to the right behind Hawat's group. The craft came over the cliff wall above them, and Atreides' thopter, with Harkonnen battle colors splashed on it. The thopter swooped toward the men crossing the sink. The group there stopped on the dune crest and waved. The thopter circled once over them in a tight curve and came back for a dust-shrouded landing in front of the Fremen. 5 men swarmed from the thopter, and Hawat saw the dust-repellent shimmering of shields, and in their motions the hard competence of Sardaukar. Ah, they used their stupid shields, the Fremen beside Hawat hissed. He glanced toward the open south wall of the sink. They are Sardaukar, Hawat whispered. Good. The Sardaukar approached the waiting group of Fremen in an enclosed half-circle. Sun glinted on blades held ready. The Fremen stood in a compact group, apparently indifferent. Abruptly, the sand around the 2 groups sprouted Fremen. They were at the ornithopter, then in it. Where the 2 groups had met at the dune crest, a dust cloud partly obscured violent motion. Presently, the dust settled. Only Fremen remained standing. They only left 3 men in their thopter, the Fremen beside Hawat said. That was fortunate. I don't believe we had to damage the craft in taking it. Behind Hawat, one of the men whispered. Those were Sardaukar. Did you notice how well they fought? The Fremen asked. Hawat took a deep breath. He smelled the burned dust around him, felt the heat, the dryness. In a voice to match that dryness, he said, yes, they fought well indeed. The captured thopter took off with a lurching flap of wings, angled upward to the south in a steep, wing-tucked climb. So these Fremen can handle thopters, too, Hawat thought. On the distant dune, a Fremen waved a square of green cloth once, twice. More come, the Fremen beside Hawat barked. Be ready. I hope to have us away without more inconvenience. Inconvenience? Hawat thought. He saw 2 more thopters swooping from high in the west onto an area of sand suddenly devoid of visible Fremen. Only 8 splotches of blue. The bodies of the Sardaukar in Harkonnen uniforms remained at the scene of the violence. Another thopter glided in over the cliff wall above Hawat. He drew in a sharp breath as he saw it, a big troop carrier. It flew with the slow, spread wing heaviness of a full load, like a giant bird coming to its nest. In the distance, a purple finger of a laser gun beam flicked from one of the diving thopters. It laced across the sand, raising a sharp trail of dust. The cowards. The Fremen beside Hawat rasped. The troop carrier settled toward the patch of blue-clad bodies. Its wings crept out to full reach. Began the cupping action of a quick stop. Hawat's attention was caught by a flash of sun and metal to the south, a thopter plummeting there in a power dive, wings folded flat against its sides. Its jets a golden flare against the dark silvered gray of the sky. It plunged like an arrow toward the troop carrier, which was unshielded because of the laser gun activity around it. Straight into the carrier the diving thopter plunged, and a flaming roar shook the basin. Rocks tumbled from the cliff walls all around, and a geyser of red-orange shot skyward from the sand where the carrier and its companion thopters had been. Everything there caught in flame. It was the Fremen who took off in that captured thopter, Hawat thought. He deliberately sacrificed himself to get that carrier. Great Mother, what are these Fremen? A reasonable exchange, said the Fremen beside Hawat. There must have been 300 men in that carrier. Now we must see to their water and make plans to get another aircraft. He started to step out of their rock-shadowed concealment. A rain of blue uniforms came over the cliff wall in front of him, falling in low suspensor slowness. In a flashing instant, Hawat had time to see that they were Sardaukar, hard faces set in battle frenzy, and they were unshielded, and each carried a knife in one hand and a stunner in the other. A thrown knife caught Hawat's Fremen companion in the throat, hurling him backward, twisting face down. Hawat had only time to draw his knife before blackness of a stunner projectile felled him. As the ornithopters glided out of the night above them, Paul grabbed his mother's arm and snapped, "Don't move!" Then he saw the lead craft in the moonlight, the way its wings cupped to break for landing, the reckless dash of the hands at the controls. "It's Idaho," he breathed. The craft and its companions settled into the basin like a covey of birds coming to nest. Idaho was out of his thopter and running toward them before the dust settled. 2 figures in Fremen robes followed them. Paul recognized one, the tall, sandy-bearded Kynes. "This way!" Kynes called, and he veered left. Behind Kynes, other Fremen were throwing fabric covers over their ornithopters. The craft became a row of shallow dunes. Idaho skidded to a stop in front of Paul and saluted. "Lord, the Fremen have a temporary hiding place nearby where we... What about that back there?" Paul pointed to the violence above the distant cliffs, the jet flares, the purple beams of laser guns lacing the desert. A rare smile touched Idaho's round, placid face. "My lord, sire, I've left them a little glaring white light then filled the desert, bright as a sun, etching their shadows into the rock floor of the ledge. In one sweeping motion, Idaho had Paul's arm in one hand, Jessica's shoulder in the other, hurling them down off the ledge into the basin. They sprawled together in the sand as the roar of an explosion thundered over them. Its shockwave tumbled chips off the rock ledge they had vacated. Idaho sat up, brushed sand from himself.
"Not the family atomics,"
Jessica said.
"I thought..."
"You planted a shield back there," Paul said. "A big one turned to full force," Idaho said. "A laser gun beam touched it and..." He shrugged.
"Subatomic fusion,"
Jessica said.
"That's a dangerous weapon."
"Not a weapon, milady. Defense. That scum will think twice before using laser guns another time." The Fremen from the ornithopters stopped above them. One called in a low voice. "We should get it over with, friends." Paul got to his feet as Idaho helped Jessica up. "That blast will attract considerable attention, sire," Idaho said. Sire, Paul thought. The word had a strange sound when directed at him. Sire had always been his father. He felt himself touched briefly by the powers of prescience, seeing himself infected by the wild race consciousness that was moving the human universe towards chaos. The vision left him shaken, and he allowed Idaho to guide him along the edge of the basin to a rock projection. Fremen there were opening a way down into the sand with their compaction tools. "May I take your pack, sire?" Idaho asked. It's not heavy, Duncan, Paul said.
You have no body shield, Idaho said. Do you wish mine?
He glanced at the distant cliff.
Not likely there will be any more laser gun activity about.
Keep your shield, Duncan. Your right arm is shield enough for me. Jessica saw the way the praise took effect, how Idaho moved closer to Paul, and she thought, such a sure hand my son has with his people. The Fremen removed a rock plug that opened a passage down into the native basement complex of the desert. A camouflage cover was rigged for the opening. This way, one of the Fremen said, and he led them down a rock steps into the darkness. Behind them, the cover blotted out the moonlight. A dim green glow came alive ahead, revealing the steps and rock walls. A turn to the left, and robed Fremen were all around them now, pressing downward. They rounded the corner, found another down-slanting passage. It opened into a rough cave chamber. Kynes stood before them, Jabba hoods thrown back, the neck of his still suit glistening in the green light. His long hair and beard were mussed, the blue eyes without whites or darkness under heavy brows. In the moment of encounter, Kynes wondered at himself, why am I helping these people? It's the most dangerous thing I've ever done. It could doom me with him. Then he looked squarely at Paul, seeing the boy who had taken on the mantle of manhood, masking grief, suppressing all except the position that now must be assumed, the dukedom. And Kynes realized in that moment the dukedom still existed, and solely because of this youth, and this was not a thing to be taken lightly. Jessica glanced once around the chamber, registering it on her senses in the Bene Gesserit way. A laboratory, a civil place full of angles and squares in the ancient manner. This is one of the Imperial ecological testing stations my father wanted as advanced basis, Paul said. His father wanted, Kynes thought. And again, Kynes wondered in himself. Am I foolish to aid these fugitives? Why am I doing it? It'd be so easy to take them now, to buy the Harkonnen trust with them. Paul followed his mother's example, gestalting the room, seeing the workbench down one side, the walls of featureless rock. Instruments lined the bench, dials glowing, wire grid-X planes with fluting glass emerging from them. An ozone smell permeated the place. Some of the Fremen moved on around a concealing angle in the chamber, and new sounds started there. Machine coughs, the whinnies of spinning belt and multi-drives. Paul looked at the end of the room and saw cages with small animals in them stacked against the wall. You've recognized this place correctly, Kynes said. For what would you use such a place, Paul Atreides? To make this planet fit for humans, Paul said. Perhaps that's where I help them, Kynes thought. The machine sounds abruptly hummed away to silence. Into this void there came a thin animal squeak from the cages. It was cut off abruptly, as though in embarrassment. Paul returned his attention to the cages and saw that the animals were brown-winged bats. An automatic feeder extended from the sidewall across the cages. A Fremen emerged from the hidden area of the chamber and spoke to Kynes. Liet, the field generator equipment is not working. I'm unable to mask us from proximity detectors. Can you repair it? Kynes said. Not quickly, the parts. The man shrugged. Yes, Kynes said. Then we'll do without machinery. Get a head pump for air out to the surface. Immediately. The man hurried away. Kynes turned back to Paul. You have a good answer. Jessica marked the easy rumble of the man's voice. It was a royal voice accustomed to command. And she had not missed the reference to him as Liet. Liet was the Fremen alter ego, the other face of the tame planetologist.
We're most grateful for your help, Dr. Kynes,
she said. We'll yet see, Kynes said. He nodded to one of his men. Spice coffee in my quarters, Shamir. At once, Liet, the man said. Kynes indicated an arced opening in the side wall of the chamber. If you please. Jessica allowed herself a regal nod before accepting. She saw Paul give a hand signal to Idaho, telling him to mount guard there. The passage, 2 paces deep, opened through a heavy door into the square office lighted by golden glow globes. Jessica passed her hand across the door as she entered, was startled to identify plasteel. Paul stepped 3 paces into the room, dropped his pack to the floor. He heard the door close behind him and studied the place. About 8 meters to his side, walls of natural rock, curry-colored, broken by metal filing cabinets on their right. A low desk with milk glass top shut full of yellow bubbles occupied the room's center. 4 suspensor chairs ringed the desk. Kynes moved toward Paul and held a chair for Jessica. She sat down, noting the way her son examined the room. Paul remained standing for another eye blink. A faint anomaly in the room's air currents told him there was a secret exit to their right, behind the filing cabinets. "Will you sit down, Paul Atreides?" Kynes asked. How carefully he avoids my title, Paul thought, but he accepted, remained silent while Kynes sat down. "You sensed the Arrakis could be a paradise," Kynes said. "Yet as you see, the Imperium sends here only its trained hatchet men, its seekers after the spice." Paul held up his thumb with its ducal signet. "Do you see this ring?" "Yes." "Do you know its significance?" Jessica turned sharply to stare at her son. "Your father lies dead in the ruins of Arrakeen," Kynes said. "You are technically the Duke." "I'm a soldier of the Imperium," Paul said. "Technically, a hatchet man." Kynes' face darkened. "Even with the Emperor Sardaukar standing over your father's body." "The Sardaukar are one thing. The legal source of my authority is another," Paul said. "Arrakis has its own way of determining who wears the mantle of authority," Kynes said. And Jessica, turning back to look at him, thought, "There's steel in this man that no one has taken the temper out of. And we've need of steel. Paul's doing a dangerous thing." Paul said, "The Sardaukar and Arrakis are a measure of how much our beloved Emperor feared my father. Now I will give the Padasha Emperor reasons to fear the..." "Red," Kynes said, "there are things you don't... You will address me as sire or my lord," Paul said. Gently, Jessica thought. Kynes stared at Paul, and Jessica noted the glint of admiration in the planetologist's face, the touch of humor there. "Sire," Kynes said. "I'm an embarrassment to the Emperor," Paul said. "I'm an embarrassment to all who would divide Arrakis as their spoil. As I live, I shall continue to be such an embarrassment that I stick in their throats and choke them to death." "Words," Kynes said. Paul stared at him. Presently, Paul said, "You have a legend of the Lisan al-Gaib here, the voice from the outer world. The one who will lead the Fremen to paradise. Your men have superstition," Kynes said. "Perhaps," Paul agreed. "Yet perhaps not. Superstitions sometimes have strange roots and stranger branchings." "You have a plan," Kynes said. "This much is obvious, sire." "Could your Fremen provide me with proof positive that the Sardaukar are here in Harkonnen uniform?" "Quite likely." "The Emperor will put Harkonnen back in power here," Paul said. "Perhaps even Beast Raban. Let him. Once he has involved himself beyond escaping his guilt, let the Emperor face the possibility of a bill of particulars laid before the Lanstrad. Let him answer there where..."
"Paul,"
Jessica said. "Granted that the Lanstrad High Council accepts your case," Kynes said. "There could only be one outcome, general warfare between the Imperium and the Great Houses."
"Chaos,"
Jessica said. "But I'd present my case to the Emperor," Paul said, "and give him an alternative to chaos." Jessica spoke in a dry tone.
"Blackmail."
"One of the tools of statecraft, as you've said yourself," Paul said, and Jessica heard the bitterness in his voice. "The Emperor has no sons, only daughters."
"You'd aim for the throne?"
Jessica asked. "The Emperor will not risk having the Imperium shattered by total war," Paul said. "Planets blasted, disorder everywhere. He'll not risk that." "This is a desperate gamble you propose," Kynes said. "What do the great houses of the Lanstrad fear the most?" Paul asked. "They fear most what is happening here right now on Arrakis. The Sardaukar picking them off one by one. That's why there is a Lanstrad. This is the glue of the Great Convention. Only in union do they match the Imperial forces." "But this is what they fear," Paul said. "Arrakis would become a rallying cry. Each of them would see themselves and my father cut out of the herd and killed." Kynes spoke to Jessica. "Would his plan even work?"
"I'm no Mentat,"
Jessica said. "But you are a Bene Gesserit." She shot a probing stare at him and said,
"His plans have good points
and bad points, as any plan would at this stage. A plan depends as much upon execution as it does upon concept.
Law is the ultimate science, Paul quoted. Thus it reads above the Emperor's door. I propose to show him law. And I'm not sure I could trust the person who conceived this plan, Kind said. Arrakis has its own plan that we... From the throne, Paul said, I could make a paradise of Arrakis with the wave of a hand. This is the coin I offer for your support. Kind stiffened. My loyalty's not for sale, sire. Paul stared across the desk at him, meeting the cold glare of those blue within blue eyes, studying the bearded face, the commanding appearance. A harsh smile touched Paul's lips, and he said, Well spoken. I apologize. Kynes met Paul's stare and presently said, No Harkonnen ever admitted error. Perhaps you're not like them, Atreides. It could be a fault in their education, Paul said. You say you're not for sale, but I believe I have the coin you'll accept. For your loyalty, I offer my loyalty to you. My loyalty to you. Totally. My son has the Atreides sincerity, Jessica thought. He has that tremendous, almost naive honor, and what a powerful force that truly is. And she saw that Paul's words had shaken Kynes. This is nonsense, Kynes said. You're just a boy, and I'm the Duke. Paul said, I'm an Atreides. No Atreides has ever broken such a bond. Kynes swallowed. When I say in totality, Paul said, I mean without reservations. I would give my life for you. Sire, Kynes said, and the word was torn from him. But Jessica saw that he was not now speaking to a boy of 15, but to a man, to a superior. Now Kynes meant his word. In this moment, he'd give his life for Paul, she thought. How did the Atreides accomplish this thing so quickly, so easily? I know you mean this, Kynes said. Yet the door behind Paul then slammed open. He whirled to see reeling violence, shouting, the clash of steel, wax-image faces grimacing in the passage. With his mother beside him, Paul leapt for the door, seeing Idaho blocking the passage, his blood-pitted eyes there visible through the shield blur, claw hands behind him, arcs of steel chopping futilely at the shield. There was a strange fire mouth of a stunner repelled by the shield. Idaho's blades were, through it all, flicking, red dripping from them. Then Kynes was beside Paul, and they threw their weight against the door. Paul had one last glimpse of Idaho standing against a swarm of Harkonnen uniforms, his jerking controlled staggers, the black goat hair with a red blossom of death in it. Then the door was closed, and there came a snick as Kynes drew the bolts. I appear to have decided, Kynes said. Someone detected your machinery before it was shut down, Paul said. He pulled his mother away from the door and met the despair in her eyes. I should have suspected trouble when the coffee failed to arrive, Kynes said. You have a bolt hole out of here, Paul said. Shall we use it? Kynes took a deep breath and said, This door should hold for at least 20 minutes against all but a laser gun. They'll not use a laser gun for fear we've shields on this side, Paul said.
Those were Sardaukar and Harkonnen uniform,
Jessica whispered. They could hear pounding on the door now, rhythmic blows. Kynes indicated the cabinets against the right-hand wall and said, This way. He crossed to the first cabinet, opened a drawer, manipulated a handle within it. The entire wall of cabinets swung open to expose the black mouth of a tunnel. This door also is plasteel, Kynes said.
You were well prepared,
Jessica said. We lived under the Harkonnens for 80 years, Kynes said. He herded them into the darkness and closed the door. In the sudden blackness, Jessica saw a luminous arrow on the floor ahead of her. Kynes' voice came from behind them. We'll separate here. This wall is tougher. It'll stand for at least an hour. Follow the arrows like that one on the floor. They'll be extinguished by your passage. They lead through a maze to another exit where I've secreted a thopter. There's a storm across the desert tonight. Your only hope is to run for that storm, dive into the top of it, ride with it. My people have done this in steel and thopters. If you stay high in the storm, you'll survive. What of you? Paul asked. I'll try to escape another way. If I'm captured, well, I'm still Imperial Planetologist. I can say I was your captive. Running like cowards, Paul thought. But how else can I live to avenge my father? He turned to face the door. Jessica heard him move and said,
Duncan's dead, Paul. You saw the wound. You can do nothing for him.
I'll take full payment for them all. One day, Paul said.
Not unless you hurry now,
Kynes said. Paul felt the man's hand on his shoulder. Where will we meet, Kynes? Paul asked. I'll send for him in searching for you. The storm's path is known. Hurry now, and the Great Mother give you speed and luck. They heard him go, a scrambling in the blackness. Jessica found Paul's hand and pulled him gently.
We must not get separated,
she said. Yes. He followed her across the first arrow, seeing it go black as they touched it. Another arrow beckoned ahead. They crossed it, saw it extinguish itself, and saw another arrow ahead. They were running now. Plans within plans within plans within plans, Jessica thought. Have we become part of someone else's plan now? The arrows led them around turnings, past side openings, only dimly sensed in the faint luminescence. Their way slanted downward for a time, then up, ever up. They came finally to steps, rounded a corner, and were brought short by a glowing wall with a dark handle visible in the center. Paul pressed the handle, and the wall swung away from them, light flaring to reveal a rock-hewn cavern with an ornithopter squatting in its center. A flat gray wall with a door sign on it loomed beyond the aircraft.
Where did Kynes go?
Jessica asked. He did what any good guerrilla leader would, Paul said. He separated us into two parties and arranged that he couldn't reveal where we are if he's captured. He won't really know. Paul drew her into the room, noting how their feet kicked up dust on the floor. No one's been here for a long time, he said.
You seemed confident the Fremen could find us,
she said. I share that confidence. Paul released her hand, crossed to the ornithopter's left door, opened it, and secured his pack in the rear. The ship's proximity is masked, he said. Instrument panel has remote door control, light control. 80 years under the Harkonnens taught them to be thorough. Jessica leaned against the craft's other side and catching her breath.
The Harkonnens will have a covering force over this area,
she said.
They're not stupid.
She considered her direction sense, pointed right.
The storm we saw is that way.
Paul nodded, fighting an abrupt reluctance to move. He knew its cause, but found no help in the knowledge. Somewhere, this night, he had passed a decision nexus into the deep unknown. He knew the time area surrounding them, but the here and now existed as a place of mystery. It was as though he had seen himself from a distance, go out of sight, down into a valley. Of the countless paths up and out of that valley, some might carry a Paul Atreides back into sight, but many would not.
The longer we wait, the better prepared they'll be,
Jessica said. Get in and strap yourself down, he said. He joined her in the ornithopter, still wrestling with the thought that this was blind ground, unseen in any prescient vision, and he realized with an abrupt sense of shock that he had been given more and more reliance to prescient memory, and it had weakened him for this particular emergency. If you rely only on your eyes, your other senses weaken. It was a Bene Gesserit axiom. He took it to himself now, promising never again to fall into that trap, if he lived through this. Paul fastened his safety harness and saw that his mother was secure, checked the aircraft. The wings were at full spread rest, their delicate metal interleavings extended. He touched the retractor bar and watched the wings shorten for a jet boost takeoff the way Gurney Halleck had taught him. The starter switch moved easily. Dials on the instrument panel came alive, and the jet pods were armed. Turbines began their low hissing. Ready? He asked.
Yes.
He touched the remote control for lights, and darkness blanketed them. His hand was a shadow against the luminous dials as he tripped the remote door control. Grating sounded ahead of them. A cascade of sand swished away to silence, and a dusty breeze touched Paul's cheeks. He closed his door, feeling the sudden pressure. A wide patch of dust blurred stars framed in angular darkness appeared where the door wall had been. Starlight to find a shelf beyond, a suggestion of sand ripples. Paul depressed the glowing action sequence switch on his panel, and the wing snapped back and down, hurling the thopter out of its nest. Power surged from the jet pods as the wings locked into lift attitude. Jessica let her hands ride lightly on the dual controls, feeling the sureness of her son's movements. She was frightened, yet exhilarated. Now, Paul's training is our only hope, she thought. His youth and his swiftness. Paul fed more power to the jet pods. The Thopter banked, sinking them into their seats as a dark wall lifted against the stars ahead. He gave the craft one more wing, more power. Another burst of lifting wing beats, and they came out over rocks, silver-frosted angles, and outcroppings in the starlight. The dust-reddened second moon showed itself above the horizon to their right, defining the ribbon trail of the storm. Paul's hands danced over the controls. Wings snicked into beetle stubs. G-force pulled at their flesh as the craft came around in a tight bank.
Jet flares behind us,
Jessica said. I saw them. He slammed the power arm forward, and their Thopter leaped like a frightened animal, surging southwest toward the storm and the great curve of the desert. In the near distance, Paul saw scattered shadows telling where the line of rocks ended, the basement complex seeking beneath the dunes. Beyond stretched moonlit fingernail shadows, dunes diminishing one into another. And above the horizon climbed the flat immensity of the storm like a wall against the stars. Something jarred the Thopter.
Shell burst,
Jessica gasped.
They're using some kind of projectile weapon.
She saw a sudden animal grin on Paul's face. They seem to be avoiding their laser guns, he said.
But we've no shields.
Do they know that? Again, the Thopter shuddered. Paul twisted to peer back. Only one of them appears to be fast enough to keep up with us. He returned his attention to their course, watching the storm wall grow high in front of them. It loomed like a tangible solid. Projectile launchers, rockets, all the ancient weaponry. That's one thing we'll give the Fremen, Paul whispered.
The storm,
Jessica said.
Hadn't you better turn?
What about that ship behind us?
He's pulling up.
Now. Paul stubbed the wings, banked hard left into the deceptively slow boiling of the storm wall, and felt his cheeks pull in the G-force. They appeared to glide into a slow clouding of dust that grew heavier and heavier until it blotted out the desert and the moon. The aircraft became a long horizontal whisper of darkness, lighted only by the green luminosity of the instrument panel. Through Jessica's mind flashed all the warnings about such storms, that they cut metal like butter, etched flesh to bone and ate away the bones. She felt the buffeting of dust-blanketed wind. It twisted them as Paul fought the controls. She saw him chop the power, felt the ship buck. The metal around them hissed and trembled.
Sand!
Jessica shouted. She saw a negative shake of his head in the light of the panel. Not much sand this high. But she could feel them sinking deeper into the maelstrom. Paul sent the wings to their full soaring length, heard them creak with the strain. He kept his eyes fixed on the instruments, gliding by instinct, fighting for altitude. The sound of their passage diminished. The Thopter began rolling off to the left, and Paul focused on the glowing globe within the attitude curve, fought his craft back to level flight. Jessica had the eerie feeling that they were standing still, that all motion was external. A vague tan flowing against the windows, a rumbling hiss, reminded her of the powers around them. Winds to 700 or 800 kilometers an hour, she thought. Adrenaline edginess gnawed at her. I must not fear, she told herself, mouthing the words of the Bene Gesserit litany. Fear is the mind killer. Slowly, her long years of training prevailed, and calmness returned. We have the tiger by the tail, Paul whispered. We can't go down, can't land, and I don't think I can lift us out of this. We'll have to ride it out. Calmness drained out of her, and Jessica felt her teeth chattering, clamped them together. Then she heard Paul's voice, slow and controlled, reciting the litany. Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death that brings total obliteration. I will face my fear. I will permit it to pass over me and through me, and when it has gone past me, I will return to see fear's path. Where the fear is gone, there will be nothing. Only I will remain. They are dead, Baron, said Eakin Nefud, the guard captain. Both the woman and the boy are certainly dead. The Baron Vladimir Harkonnen sat up in the sleep dispensers of his private quarters. Beyond these quarters, and enclosing him like a multi-shelled egg, stretched the space frigate that had grounded on Arrakis. Here in his quarters, though, the ship's harsh metal was disguised with draperies, with fabric paddings and rare art objects. It is a certainty, the guard captain said. They are dead. The Baron shifted his gross body in the suspensors, focused his attention on an ebony statue of a leaping boy in a niche across the room. Sleep faded from him. He straightened the padded suspensor beneath the fat folds of his neck and stared across the single glow globe of his bedchamber to the doorway where Captain Nefud stood, blocked by his pentashield. They are certainly dead, Baron, the man repeated. The Baron noticed the trace of Samuna dullness in Nefud's eyes. It was obvious the man had been deep within the drug's rapture when he received this report, and had stopped only to take the antidote before rushing here. I have a full report, Nefud said. Let him sweat a little, the Baron thought. One must always keep the tools of statecraft sharp and ready, power and fear sharp and ready.
Have you seen their bodies?
The Baron rumbled. Nefud hesitated.
Well?
My lord, they were seen to dive into a sandstorm. Winds over 800 kilometers. Nothing survived such a storm, my lord. Nothing. One of our own craft was destroyed in pursuit. The Baron stared at Nefud, noting the nervous twitch in his scissors line of the man's jaw muscles. The way his chin moved as Nefud swallowed.
Have you seen the bodies?
The Baron asked. My lord.
For what purpose do you come here rattling your armor?
The Baron roared.
To tell me a thing is certain when it's not? Do you think I'll praise you for such stupidity? Give you another promotion?
And Nefud's face went bone pale. Look at the chicken, the Baron thought. I'm surrounded by such useless clods. If I scattered stand before this creature and told him it was grain, he'd peck at it.
The man Idaho led us to them, then?
The Baron asked. Yes, my lord. Look how he blurts out his answer, the Baron thought, he said.
They were attempting to flee to the Fremen, eh?
Yes, my lord.
Is there more to this report?
The Imperial planetologist Kynes is involved, my lord. Idaho joined this Kynes under mysterious circumstances. I might even say suspicious circumstances.
So?
They, fled together to a place in the desert where it's apparent the boy and his mother were hiding. In the excitement of the chase, several of our groups were caught in a lasgun shield explosion.
How many did we lose?
I'm not sure yet, my lord. He's lying, the Baron thought. It must have been pretty bad.
The Imperial lackey, this Kynes,
the Baron said.
He was playing a double game, eh?
I'd stake my reputation on it, my lord. His reputation.
Have the man killed,
the Baron said. My lord, Kynes is the Imperial planetologist. His Majesty's own sir...
Make it look like an accident, then.
My lord, they were Sardaukar with our forces in the subjugation of this Fremen nest. They have Kynes in custody now.
Get him away from them, then. Say I wish to question him.
If they demur?
They will not if you handle it correctly.
Nefud swallowed. Yes, my lord.
The man must die,
the Baron rumbled.
He tried to help my enemies.
And Nefud shifted from one foot to the other.
Well?
My lord, the Sardaukar have 2 persons in custody who might be of interest to you. They've caught the Duke's master of assassins.
What? To fear what?
I've seen the captain myself, my lord. 'Tis what?
I'd not believe it possible.
They say he was knocked out by a stunner, my lord, in the desert where he couldn't use his shield. He is virtually unharmed. If we can get our hands on him, he'll provide great support.
This is a mentat you speak of,
the Baron growled.
One doesn't waste a mentat. Has he spoken? What does he say of his defeat? Could he know the extent of... But no.
He has spoken only enough, my lord, to reveal the belief that the Lady Jessica was his betrayer.
Ah.
The Baron sank back, thinking then.
You're sure? It's the Lady Jessica who attracts his anger?
He said it in my presence, my lord.
Let him think she's alive, then.
But, my lord...
Be quiet. I wish Hawat treated kindly. He must be told nothing of the late Dr. Yue, his true betrayer. Let it be said that the Dr. Yue died defending the Duke. In a way, this may even be true. We will instead feed his suspicions against the Lady Jessica.
My lord, I don't...
The way to control and direct a mentat Nefud is through his information. False information, false results.
Yes, my lord, but...
Is Hawat hungry? Thirsty?
My lord, Hawat is still in the hands of the Sardaukar.
Yes, indeed, yes. But the Sardaukar will be as anxious to get information from Hawat as I am. I've noticed a thing about our allies, Nefud. They're not very devious, politically. I do believe that is a deliberate thing. The Emperor wants it that way. Yes, I do believe it. You will remind the Sardaukar commander of my renown at obtaining information from reluctant subjects.
Nefud looked unhappy. Yes, my lord.
You will tell the Sardaukar commander that I wish to question both Hawat and this Kynes at the same time, playing one off against the other. He can understand that much, I think.
Yes, my lord.
And once we have them in our hands...
The Baron nodded. My lord, the Sardaukar will want an observer with you during any questioning.
I'm sure we can produce an emergency to draw off any unwanted observers, Nefud.
I understand, my lord. That's when Kynes can have his accident.
Both Kynes and Hawat will have accidents then, Nefud. But only Kynes will have a real accident. It's Hawat I want. Yes. Ah, yes.
Nefud blinked and swallowed. He appeared about to ask a question, but remained silent.
Hawat will be given both food and drink,
The Baron said.
Treated with kindness, with sympathy. In his water, you will administer the residual poison developed by the late Peter de Vries, and you will see that the antidote becomes a regular part of Hawat's diet from this point on, unless I say otherwise.
The antidote, yes. Nefud shook his head, but...
Don't be dense, Nefud. The Duke almost killed me with that poison capsule tooth. The gas he exhaled into my presence deprived me of my most valuable mentat. Peter, I need a replacement.
What?
Hawat.
But...
You're going to say Hawat's completely loyal to the Atreides. True, but the Atreides are dead. We will woo him. He must be convinced he's not to blame for the Duke's demise. It was all the doing of that Bene Gesserit witch. He had an inferior master, one whose reasons was clouded by demotion. Mentats admire the ability to calculate without emotion of food. We will woo the formidable Thufir Hawat. Hawat, unfortunately, had a master whose resources were poor, one who could not elevate a mentat to the sublime peaks of reasoning that are a mentat's rights. Hawat will see a certain element of truth in this. The Duke couldn't afford the most efficient spies to provide his mentat with the required information.
The Baron stared at Nefud.
Let us never deceive ourselves, Nefud. The truth is a powerful weapon. We know how we overwhelmed the Atreides. Hawat knows too. We did it with wealth.
With wealth. Yes, my lord.
We will woo Hawat,
The Baron said.
We will hide him from the Sardaukar, and we will hold in reserve the withdrawal of the antidote for the poison. There's no way of removing the residual poison, and Nefud, Hawat need never suspect. The antidote will not betray itself to a poison snooper. Hawat can scan his food as he pleases and detect no trace of poison.
Nefud's eyes opened wide with understanding.
The absence of a thing.
The Baron said.
This can be as deadly as the presence. The absence of air, eh? The absence of water. The absence of anything else we're addicted to.
The Baron nodded.
You understand me, Nefud?
And Nefud swallowed. Yes, my lord.
Then get busy. Find the Sardaukar commander and set things in motion.
At once, my lord. Nefud bowed, turned, and hurried away. Hawat at my side, the Baron thought. The Sardaukar will give him to me. If they suspect anything at all, it's that I wish to destroy the mentat. And this suspicion I'll confirm. The fools. One of the most formidable mentats in all history, a mentat trained to kill. And they'll toss him to me like some silly toy to be broken. I will show them what use can be made of such a toy. The Baron reached beneath the drapery beside his dispenser bed and pressed a button to summon his older nephew, Raban. He sat back smiling. And all the Atreides dead. The stupid guard captain had been right, of course. Certainly. Nothing survived in the path of a sandblast storm of Arrakis. Not an ornithopter, or its occupants. The woman and the boy were dead. The bribes in the right places, the unthinkable expenditures to bring overwhelming military force down onto one planet. All the sly reports tailored for the Emperor's ears alone. All the careful scheming were here at last, coming to full fruition. Power and fear, fear and power. The Baron could see the path ahead of him. One day, a Harkonnen would be Emperor. Not himself, and no swan of his loins, but a Harkonnen. Not this Raban he'd summoned, of course, but Raban's younger brother, young Fade Rotha. There was a sharpness to the boy that Baron enjoyed, a ferocity. A lovely boy, the Baron thought. A year or two more, say, by the time he's 17, I'll know for certain whether he's the tool that House Harkonnen requires to gain the throne. My Lord Baron. The man who stood outside the doorfield of the Baron's bedchamber was low-built, gross of face and body, with the Harkonnen's paternal lines, narrow-set eyes, and bulge of shoulders. There was yet some rigidity in his fat, but it was obvious to the eye that he'd come one day to be the portable suspensors for carrying his excess weight. A muscle-minded tank brain, the Baron thought. No mentat, my nephew. Not a Peter de Vries, but perhaps something more precisely devised for the task at hand. If I give him the freedom to do it, he'll grind over everything in his path. Oh, how he'll be hated here on Arrakis.
My dear Raban,
the Baron said. He released the doorfield, but pointedly kept his body shield at full strength, knowing that the shimmer of it would be visible above the bedside globe. You summoned me? Raban said. He stepped into the room, flicked a glance past their air disturbance of the body shield, and searched for a suspender chair. Found none.
Stand closer, where I can see you easily,
the Baron said. Raban advanced another step, thinking that the damnable old man had deliberately removed all chairs, forcing a visitor to stand.
The Atreides are dead,
the Baron said.
The last of them. That's why I summoned you here to Arrakis. This planet is again yours.
Raban blinked. But I thought you were going to advance Peter de Vries to the...
Peter, too, is dead.
Peter?
Peter.
The Baron reactivated the force field, blinked it against all energy penetration. You finally tired of him, eh? Raban asked. His voice fell flat and lifeless in the energy-blanketed room.
I will say a thing to you just this once,
the Baron rumbled.
You insinuate that I obliterated Peter as one obliterates a trifle. He snapped
his fat fingers.
Just like that, eh? I'm not so stupid, nephew. I will take it unkindly if you ever suggest by word or action that I am so stupid.
Fear showed in the squinting of Raban's eyes. He knew within certain limits how far the old Baron would go against family. Seldom to the point of death, unless there were outrageous profit or provocation in it, but family punishments could be painful. Forgive me, my lord, Raban said. He lowered his eyes as much to hide his own anger as to show subservience.
You do not fool me, Raban,
the Baron said, and Raban kept his eyes lowered and swallowed.
I make a point,
the Baron said.
Never obliterate a man unthinkingly. The way an entire fief might do it through some due process of law. Always do it for an overriding purpose, and know your purpose.
Anger spoke in Raban. But you obliterated the traitor Yue. I saw his body being carried out as I arrived last night. Raban stared at his uncle, suddenly frightened by the sound of those words. But the Baron smiled.
I'm very careful about dangerous weapons,
he said.
Dr. Yue was a traitor. He gave me the Duke.
Strength poured into the Baron's voice.
I suborned a doctor of the Sook school, the inner school. You hear, boy? But that's a wild sort of weapon to leave lying about. I didn't obliterate him casually.
Does the Emperor know you suborned a Sook doctor? This was a penetrating question, the Baron thought. Have I misjudged this nephew?
The Emperor doesn't know it yet,
the Baron said.
But his Sardaukar are sure to report it to him. Before that happens, though, I'll have my own report on his hands through Coam Company channels. I will explain that I, luckily, discovered a doctor who pretended to be to the conditioning, a false doctor. You understand? Since everyone knows you cannot counter the conditioning of a Suk school, this will be accepted.
Ah, I see, Raban murmured. And the Baron thought, indeed, I hope you do see. I hope you do see how vital it is that this remains secret. And the Baron suddenly wondered at himself. Why did I do that? Why did I boast to this fool nephew of mine, this nephew I must use and discard? And the Baron felt angry at himself. He felt betrayed. It must be kept secret, Raban said. I understand. The Baron sighed.
I give you different instructions about Arrakis this time, nephew. When last you ruled this place, I held you in strong reign. This time, I have only one requirement.
My lord?
Income.
Income?
Have you any idea, Raban, how much we spent to bring such military force to bear on the Atreides? Do you even have the first inkling of how much the Guild charges for military transport?
Expensive, eh?
Expensive.
The Baron shot a fat arm toward Raban.
If you squeeze the Arrakis, for every cent it can give us for 60 years, you'll just barely repay us.
And Raban opened his mouth and closed it without speaking.
Expensive.
The Baron sneered.
The damnable Guild monopoly on space would have ruined us if I hadn't planned for this expense long ago. You should know, Raban, that we bore the entire brunt of it. We even paid for transport of the Sardaukar.
And not for the first time, the Baron wondered if there would ever come a day when the Guild might be circumvented. They were insidious, bleeding off just enough to keep the host from objecting, until they had you in their fists where they could force you to pay and pay and pay. Always the exorbitant demands rode upon military ventures, hazard rates, the oily Guild agents explained, and for every agent you managed to insert as a watchdog in the Guild blanket structure, they put 2 agents in your system. Insufferable. Income, then, Raban said. And the Baron lowered his arm and made a fist.
You must squeeze.
And may I do anything? Anything I wish as long as I squeeze?
Anything.
The cannons you brought, Raban said. Could I?
I'm removing them.
The Baron said. But you...
We don't need such toys. They were a special innovation and are now useless. We need the metal. They cannot go against a shield, Raban. You are merely the unexpected. It was predicted that the Duke's men would retreat into cliff caves on this abominable planet. Our cannon merely sealed them in.
The Fremen don't use shields.
You may keep some laser guns if you wish.
Yes, my lord. And I have a free hand.
As long as you squeeze.
Raban's smile was gloating. I understand perfectly, my lord.
You understand nothing perfectly.
The Baron growled.
Let us have that clear at the outset. What you do understand is how to carry out my orders. Has it occurred to you, nephew, that there are at least 5 million persons on this planet?
Does my lord forget that I was his regent Siridar here before? And if my lord will forgive me, his estimate may be low. It's difficult to count a population scattered among sinks and pans the way they are here. And when you consider the Fremen...
The Fremen are not worth considering.
Forgive me, my lord, but the Sardaukar believe otherwise. The Baron hesitated, staring at his nephew.
You know something.
My lord had retired when I arrived last night. I took the liberty of contacting some of my lieutenants from before. They've been acting as guides to the Sardaukar. They report that a Fremen band ambushed a Sardaukar force somewhere southeast of here and wiped it out.
Wiped out a Sardaukar force?
Yes, my lord.
Impossible.
Raban shrugged.
Fremen defeating Sardaukar.
The Baron sneered. I repeat only what was reported to me, Raban said. It is said the Fremen force already had captured the Duke's redoubtable Thufir Huat.
Ah.
And the Baron nodded, smiling. I believe the report, Raban said. You've no idea what a problem the Fremen were.
But those weren't Fremen your lieutenant saw. They must have been Atreides men trained by Huat and disguised as Fremen. It's the only possible answer.
Again, Raban shrugged. Well, the Sardaukar think they were Fremen. The Sardaukar already have launched a program to wipe out all Fremen.
Good.
But
It'll keep the Sardaukar occupied, and we'll soon have Hawat. I know it. I can feel it. Ah, this has been a day. The Sardaukar are off hunting a few useless desert bands while we get the real prize.
my lord, Raban hesitated, frowning. I've always felt that we underestimated the Fremen, both in numbers and in...
Ignore them, boy. They're rabble. It's the populous towns, cities, and villages that concern us. A great many people there, eh?
A great many, my lord.
They worry me, Raban.
Worry you?
Oh, 90% of them are of no concern. But there are always a few, houses minor and so on, people of ambition who might try a dangerous thing. If one of them should get off Arrakis with an unpleasant story about what happened here, I'd be most displeased. Have you any idea how displeased I'd be?
Raban swallowed.
You must take immediate measures to hold a hostage from each house minor.
The Baron said.
As far as anyone off Arrakis must learn, this was straightforward, house-to-house battle. The Sardaukar had no part in it, you understand? The Duke was offered the usual quarter in exile, but he died in an unfortunate accident before he could accept. He was about to accept, though. That is the story. And any rumor that the Sardaukar were here, it must be laughed at.
As the Emperor wishes it, Raban said.
As the Emperor wishes it.
What about the smugglers?
No one believes smugglers, Raban. They are tolerated, but not believed. At any rate, you'll be spreading some bribes in that quarter and taking other measures, which I'm sure you can think of.
Yes, my lord.
2 things from Arrakis, then, Raban. Income and a merciless fist. You must show no mercy here. Think of these clods as what they are. Slaves, envious of their masters, and waiting only for the opportunity to rebel. Not the slightest vestige of pity or mercy must you show them.
Can one exterminate an entire planet? Raban asked.
Exterminate?
Surprise showed in the swift turning of the Baron's head.
Who said anything about exterminating?
Well, I presumed you were going to bring in new stock and...
I said squeeze, nephew, not exterminate. Don't waste the population, merely drive them into utter desolation. You must be the carnivore, my boy.
He smiled, a baby's expression in the dimple-fat face.
A carnivore never stops, shows no mercy. Mercy is a chimera. It can be defeated by the stomach rumbling its hunger, by the throat crying its thirst. You must always be hungry and thirsty.
And the Baron caressed his bulges beneath the suspensor.
Like me.
I see, my lord. And Raban swung his gaze left and right.
It's all clear then, nephew?
Except for one thing, uncle. The planetologist, Kynes.
Ah, yes. Kynes.
He's the Emperor's man, my lord. He can come and go as he pleases, and he's very close to the Fremen. Married one.
Kynes will be dead by tomorrow's nightfall.
That's dangerous work, uncle. Killing an Imperial servant.
How do you think I've come this far this quickly?
The Baron demanded. His voice was low, charged with unspeakable adjectives.
Besides, you'd need never have feared Kynes would leave Arrakis. You're forgetting that he's addicted to the spice.
Of course,
Those who know will do nothing to endanger their supply.
the Baron said.
Kynes certainly must know.
I forgot, Raban said, and they stared at each other in silence. Presently, the Baron said,
Incidentally, you will make my own supply one of your first concerns. I've caught a stockpile of private stuff, but that suicide raid by the Duke's men got most of what we'd stored for sale.
and Raban nodded. Yes, my lord. The Baron brightened.
Now, tomorrow morning, you will assemble what remains of organization here, and you'll say to them, Our sublime Padishah Emperor has charged me to take possession of this planet and end all dispute.
I understand, my lord.
This time, I'm sure you do. We will discuss it in more detail tomorrow. Now, leave me to finish my sleep.
And the Baron deactivated his door field, watching his nephew out of sight. A tank brain, the Baron thought. Muscle-minded tank brain. There will be bloody Pope here when he's through with them. Then, when I send in Fade Warotha to take the load off of them, they'll cheer their rescuer, beloved Fade Warotha, benign Feyd-Rautha, the compassionate one who saves them from a beast. Feyd-Rautha, a man to follow and die for. The boy will be known by that time how to oppress with impunity, and I'm sure he's the one we need. He'll learn, and such a lovely body. Really, a lovely boy. As Paul fought the Thopter's controls, he grew aware that he was sorting out the interwoven storm forces, his more than mentat awareness computing on the basis of fractional minutiae. He felt dust fronts, billowings, and mixings of turbulence, and an occasional vortex. The cabin interior was an angry box lighted by the green radiance of instrument dials. The tearing flow of dust outside appeared featureless, but his inner sense began to see through the curtain. I must find the right vortex, he thought. For a long time now, he had sensed the storm's power diminishing, but still it shook him. He waited out another turbulence. The vortex began as an abrupt billowing that rattled the entire ship, and Paul defied all fear to bank the Thopter left. Jessica saw the maneuver on the attitude globe. "Paul!" she screamed. The vortex turned them, twisting, tipping. It lifted the Thopter like a chip on a geyser, spewing them up and out, a winged speck within a core of winding dust lighted by the second moon. Paul looked down, saw the dust-defying pillar of hot wind that had disgorged them, and saw the dying storm trailing away like a dry river into the desert, moon-gray motion growing smaller and smaller below as they rode the updraft.
We're out of it,
Jessica whispered. Paul turned their craft away from the dust in swooping rhythm while he scanned the night sky. "We've given them the slip," he said. Jessica felt her heart pounding. She forced herself to calmness and looked at the diminishing storm. Her time sense said that they had ridden within the compounding of elemental forces almost 4 hours, but part of her mind computed the passage as a lifetime. She felt reborn. It was like the litany, she thought. We faced it and did not resist. The storm passed through us and around us. It's gone, but we remain. "I don't like the sound of our wing motion," Paul said. "We suffered some damage in there." He felt the grating, injured flight through his hands on the controls. They were out of the storm, but still not out into the full view of his prescient vision. Yet, they had escaped, and Paul sensed himself trembling on the verge of a revelation. He shivered. The sensation was magnetic and terrifying, and he found himself caught on the question of what caused the trembling awareness. Part of it, he felt, was the spice-saturated diet of Arrakis. But he thought part of it could be the litany, as though the words had a power of their own. "I shall not fear." Cause and effect, he was alive, despite malignant forces, and he felt himself poised on the brink of self-awareness that could not have been without the litany's magic. Words from the Orange Catholic Bible rang through his memory. What senses do we lack that we cannot see or hear another world all around us?
There's rock all around,
Jessica said. Paul focused on the Thopter's launching, shook his head to clear it. He looked where his mother pointed and saw uplifting rock shapes black on the sand ahead and to the right. He felt wind around his ankles, a stirring of dust in the cabin. There was a hole somewhere, more of the storm's doing.
"Better set us down on the sand,"
Jessica said.
"The wings might not take full break."
He nodded and toward a place ahead where sand-blasted ridges lifted into moonlight above the dunes. "I'll set us down near the rocks. Check your safety harness." She obeyed, thinking, "We've water in his still suit. If we can find food, we can survive a long time in this desert. Fremen live here. What they can do, we can do." "Run for those rocks the instant we're stopped," Paul said. "I'll take the pack."
"Run for..."
She fell silent, nodded.
"Worms."
"Our friends, the worms," he corrected her. "They'll get at this Thopter. There'll be no evidence of where we landed." How direct his thinking, she thought, and they glided lower and lower. There came a rushing sense of motion to their passage, blurred shadows of dunes, rocks lifting like islands. The Thopter touched a dune top with a soft lurch and skipped a sand valley, touched another dune. "He's killing our speed against the sand," Jessica thought, and permitted herself to admire his competence. "Brace yourself," Paul warned. He pulled back on the wing brakes gently at first, then harder and harder. He felt them cup the air, their aspect ratio dropping faster and faster. Wind screamed through the lapped coverts and primaries of the wing's leaves. Abruptly, with only the faintest lurch of warning, the left wing, weakened by the storm, twisted upward and in, slamming across the side of the thopter. The craft skidded across the dune top, twisting to the left. It tumbled down the opposite face to bury its nose in the next dune amid a cascade of sand, and they lay, stopped on the broken wing side, the right wing pointed toward the stars. Paul jerked off his safety harness, hurled himself upright across his mother, and wrenched the door open. Sand poured around them, into the cabin, bringing a dry smell of burnt flint. He grabbed the pack from the rear, saw that his mother was free of her harness. She stepped up onto the side of the right-hand seat and out onto the thopter's metal skin. Paul followed, dragging the pack by its straps. "Run," he ordered. He pointed up the dune face and beyond it where they could see a rock tower undercut by sandblast winds. Jessica leaped off the thopter and ran, scrambling and sliding up the dune. She heard Paul's panting progress behind, and they came out onto a sand ridge that curved away towards the rock. "Follow the ridge," Paul ordered. "It'll be faster." They slogged through the rocks, sand gripping their feet. A new sound began to impress itself upon them, a muted whisper, a hissing, an abrasive slithering. "Worm," Paul said, and it grew louder. "Faster!" Paul gasped. The first rock shingle, like a bleach slanting from the sand, lay no more than 10 meters ahead when they heard metal crunch and shatter behind them. Paul shifted his pack to his right arm, holding it by the straps. It slapped his side as he ran. He took his mother's arm with his other hand, and they scrambled onto the lifting rock, up a pebble-littered surface through a twisted and wind-carved tunnel. Breath came dry and rasping in their throats.
I can't run any further,"
Jessica panted. Paul stopped, pressed her into the gut of rock, turned and looked down into the desert. A mound and motion ran parallel to their rock island, moonlit ripples, sound waves, a cresting burrow almost level with Paul's eyes at a distance of about a kilometer. The flattened dunes of its tracked curved once, a short loop crossing the patch of desert where they had abandoned their wrecked ornithopter. Where the worm had been, there was no sign of the aircraft. The burrow mound moved outward into the desert, coursed back across its own path, questing. "It's bigger than a guild spaceship," Paul whispered. "I was told worms grew that large in the deep desert, but I didn't realize how big."
"Nor I,"
Jessica breathed. Again, the thing turned away from the rock, sped now with its curving track toward the horizon, and they listened until the sound of its passage was lost in gentle sand stirrings around them. Paul took a deep breath, looked up at the moon-frosted escarpment, and quoted from the Kitab al-Ibar. "Travel by night and rest in black shade through the day." He looked at his mother. "We still have a few hours of night. Can you go on?"
"In a moment."
Paul stepped out into the rock shingle, shouldered the pack, and adjusted its straps. He stood a moment with a pair compass in his hands. "Whenever you're ready." She pushed herself away from the rock, feeling her strength return.
"Which direction?"
"Where the ridge leads," he pointed.
"Deep into the desert?"
she said. "The Fremen Desert," Paul whispered. And he paused, shaken by the remembered high-relief imagery of a prescient vision he had experienced on Caladan. He had seen this desert, but the set of the vision had been subtly different, like an optical image that had disappeared into his consciousness, been absorbed by memory and now failed at perfect registry when projected into the real scene. The vision appeared to have shifted and approached him from a different angle while he remained motionless. Idaho was with us in the vision, he remembered, but now Idaho is dead.
"Do you see a way to go?"
Jessica asked, mistaking his hesitation. "No," he said, "but we'll go anyway." He settled his shoulders more firmly in the pack, struck out upon a sand-carved channel in the rock. The channel opened into a moonlit floor of rock with benched ledges climbing away to the south. Paul headed for the first ledge and clambered onto it, and Jessica followed. She noted presently how their passage became a matter of the immediate and particular, the sand pockets between rocks where their steps were slowed, and the wind-carved pockets of ridge that cut into their hands, the obstruction that forced a choice, go over or around. The terrain enforced its own rhythms. They spoke only when necessary, and then with hoarse voices of their exertion. Careful here, this ledge is slippery with sand. Watch it, don't hit your head against the overhang. Stay below the ridge, the moon's at our backs, and it'd show our movement to anyone out there. Paul stopped in a bite of rock, leaned the pack against a narrow ledge. Jessica leaned beside him, thankful for the moment of rest. She heard Paul pulling out a stillsuit tube, sipped her own reclaimed water. It tasted brackish, and she remembered the waters of Caladan, a tall fountain enclosing a curve of sky. Such a richness of moisture that it hadn't been noticed for itself, only for its shape, or its reflection, or the sound as she stopped beside it. To stop, she thought, to rest, truly rest. It occurred to her that mercy was the ability to stop, if only for a moment. There was no mercy where there could be no stopping. Paul pushed away from the rock ledge, turned, and climbed over a sloping surface, and Jessica followed with a sigh. They slid down onto a wide shelf that led around a sheer rock face, and again they fell into the disjointed rhythm of movement across this broken land. Jessica felt that the night was dominated by degrees of smallness and substances beneath their feet and hands. Boulders or pea gravel or flaked rock or pea sand or sand itself or grit or dust or gossamer powder. The powder clogged nose filters and had to be blown out. Pea sand and pea gravel rolled on hard surface and could spill the unwary. Rock flakes cut. And the omnipresent sand patches dragged against their feet. Paul stopped abruptly on a rock shelf and steadied his mother as she stumbled into him. He was pointing left, and she looked along his arm to see that they stood atop a cliff with the desert stretched out like a static ocean, some 200 meters below. It lay there, full of moon-silvered waves, shadows of angles that lapsed into curves, and, in the distance, lifted to the misted gray blur of another escarpment.
Open desert,
she said. A wide place to cross, Paul said, and his voice was muffled by the filter trap against his face. Jessica glanced left and right, nothing but sand below, and Paul stared straight ahead across the open dunes, watching the movements of shadows in the moon's passage. About 3 or 4 kilometers across, he said.
Worms,
she said. Sure to be. She focused on her weariness, the muscle ache that dulled her senses.
Shall we rest and eat?
Paul slipped out of the pack and sat down, leaned against it. Jessica supported herself by a hand on his shoulder as she sank to the rock beside him, and she felt Paul turn as she settled herself, heard him scrabbling in the pack. Here, he said. His hand felt dry against hers as he pressed 2 energy capsules into her palm. She swallowed them with a grudging spit of water from her stillsuit tube. Drink all your water, Paul said. Axiom, the best place to conserve your water is in your body. Keeps your energy up. You're stronger. Trust your stillsuit. She obeyed, drained her cacked pockets, feeling energy return. She thought then how peaceful it was here in this moment of their tiredness, and she recalled once hearing the minstrel warrior Gurney Halleck say, "Better dry a morsel and quietness therewith than a house full of sacrifice and strife." And Jessica repeated the words to Paul. "That was Gurney," he said. She caught the tone of his voice, the way he spoke as if someone dead, and thought, and well, poor Gurney might be dead. The Atreides' forces were either dead or captive, or lost like themselves in this waterless void. Gurney always had the right quotation, Paul said. I can hear him now. And I will make the rivers dry and sell the land into this hand of the wicked, and I will make the land waste, and all that is therein by the hand of strangers. Jessica closed her eyes and found herself moved close to tears by the pathos in her son's voice. Presently, Paul said, "How do you feel?" She recognized that his question was directed at her pregnancy, and she said,
Your sister won't be born for many months yet. I still feel physically adequate.
And she thought, how stiffly formal I speak to my own son. Then, because it was the Bene Gesserit way to seek within for the answer to such an oddity, she searched and found the source of her formality. I'm afraid. I'm afraid of my own son. I fear his strangeness. I fear what he may see ahead of us, what he may tell me. Paul pulled his hood down over his eyes and listened to the bug-hustling sounds of the night. His lungs were charged with his own silence, and his nose itched. He rubbed it, removed the filter, and grew conscious of the rich smell of cinnamon. There's melange spice nearby, he said. An eider wind feathered Paul's cheeks, ruffled the folds of his burnous. But this wind carried no threat of storm. Already he could sense the difference. Dawn soon, he said. And Jessica nodded. There's a way to get safely across that open sand, Paul said. The Fremen do it.
The worms?
If we planned to plant a thumper from our Frem kit back in the rocks here, there, Paul said, it'd keep a worm occupied for a time. She glanced at the stretch of moonlighted desert between them and the other escarpment.
4 kilometers worth of time.
Perhaps. And if we cross there making only natural sounds, the kind that don't attract worms. Paul studied the open desert, questioning in his prescient memory, probing the mysterious allusions to thumpers and maker hooks in the Fremkit manual that had come from within their escape pack. He found it odd that all he sensed was pervasive terror at the thought of the worms. He knew, as though it lay just at the edge of his awareness, that the worms were to be respected and not feared. If... He shook his head.
It'd have to be sounds without rhythm,
Jessica said. What? Oh. Yeah. If we broke our steps, the sand itself must shift down at times. Worms can't investigate every little sound. We should be fully rested before we try it, though. He looked across at the other rock wall, seeing the passage of time and the vertical moon shadows there. It'll be dawn within the hour.
Where will we spend the day?
She asked. Paul turned left and pointed. The cliff curves back north over there. You can see by the way it's a wind cut that the windward face. There'll be crevices there, deep ones.
Had we better get started?
She asked. He stood and helped her to her feet. Are you rested enough for a climb down? I want to get as close as possible to the desert floor before we camp.
Enough.
She nodded for him to lead the way. He hesitated, then lifted the pack, settled it onto his shoulders, and turned along the cliff. If only we had suspensors, Jessica thought. It'd be such a simple matter to jump down there, but perhaps suspensors are another thing to avoid in the open desert. Maybe they attract the worms the way a shield does. They came to a series of shelves dropping down and, beyond them, saw a fissure with its ledge outlined by moonshadow leading along the vestibule. Paul led the way down, moving cautiously but hurrying because it was obvious the moonlight could not last much longer. They wound down into a world of deeper and deeper shadows. Hints of rock shape climbed to the stars around them. The fissure narrowed to some 10 meters, with at the brink of dim gray sand slope that slanted downward into the darkness.
Can we go down?
Jessica whispered. I think so. He tested the surface with one foot. We can slide down, he said. I'll go first. Wait until you hear me stop.
Careful,
she said. He stepped onto the slope and slid and slipped down its soft surface onto an almost level floor of packed sand. The place was deep within the rock walls. There came the sound of sand sliding behind him, and he tried to see up the slope in the darkness. Was almost knocked over by the cascade. It trailed away to silence. Mother? He said. There was no answer. Mother? He dropped the pack and hurled himself up the slope, scrambling, digging, throwing sand like a wild man. Mother! He gasped. Mother, where are you? Another cascade of sand swept down on him, burying him to the hip. He wrenched himself out of it. She's been caught in the sand slide, he thought, buried in it. I must be calm and work this out carefully. She won't smother immediately. She'll compose herself in blind suspension to reduce her oxygen needs. She knows I'll dig for her. In the Bene Gesserit way that she had taught him, Paul stilled the savage beating of his heart. Set his mind as a blank slate upon which the past few moments could write themselves. Every partial shift and twist of the slide replayed itself in his memory, moving with an interior stateliness that contrasted with the fractional second of real time required for the total recall. Presently, Paul moved slantwise up the slope, probing cautiously, until he found the wall of the fissure and outcurving of rock there. A piece of fabric came under his hands and he followed it, found an arm. Gently he traced the arm, exposing her face. Do you hear me? He whispered. No answer. He dug faster, freed her shoulder. She was limp beneath his hands, but he detected a slow heartbeat. Blind suspension, he told himself. He cleared the sand away to her waist and draped her arms over his shoulders and pulled down the slope, slowly at first, then dragging her as fast as he could, feeling the sand give away above. Faster and faster he pulled her, grasping with the effort, fighting to keep his balance. He was out on the hard-packed floor of the fissure then, swinging her to his shoulder and breaking into a staggered run, as the entire sand slope came down with a loud hiss that echoed and was magnified within the rock walls. He stopped at the end of the fissure where it looked out onto the desert's marching dunes some 30 meters below. Gently, he lowered her to the sand and uttered the word to bring her out of the catalepsis, and she awakened slowly, taking deeper and deeper breaths.
I knew you'd find me,
she whispered. He looked back at the fissure. It might have been kinder if I hadn't.
Paul.
I lost a pack, he said. It's buried under 100 tons of sand, at the very least.
Everything?
The spare water, the still tent, everything that counts. He touched a pocket. Still have the paracompass. He foamed out the waist sash, knife and binoculars. We can get a good look around the place where we'll die. In that instant, the sun lifted above the horizon somewhere to the left beyond the end of the fissure. Colors blinked in the sand out on the open desert, and a chorus of birds held forth their songs from hidden places among the rocks. But Jessica had eyes only for the despair in Paul's face, and she edged her voice with scorn and said,
Is this the way you were taught?
Don't you understand? He asked. Everything we need to survive in this place is under that sand.
You found me,
she said, and her voice was soft and reasonable. Paul squatted back on his heels. Presently, he looked up the fissure at the new slope, studying it, marking the looseness of the sand. If we could immobilize a small area of that slope, and the upper face of a hole dug into the sand, we might be able to put down a shaft to the pack. Water might do it, but we don't have enough water for... He broke off then. Foam. Jessica held herself to stillness lest she disturb the hyper-functioning of his mind. Paul looked up at the open dune, searching with his nostrils as well as his eyes, finding the direction, and then centering his attention on the darkened patch of sand below them. Spice, he said. Its essence, highly alkaline, and I have the paracompass. Its power pack is acid base. Jessica sat up straight against the rock, and Paul ignored her, leaped to his feet, and was off down to the wind-compacted surface that spelled from the end of the fissure to the desert floor. She watched the way he walked, breaking a stride, step, pause, step, step, slide, pause. There was no rhythm to it that might tell a marauding worm something not of the desert moved there. Paul reached the spice patch, shoveled a mound of it into a fold of his robe, and returned from the fissure. He spilled the spice into the sand in front of Jessica, squatted, and began dismantling the paracompass, using the point of his knife. The compass face came off. He removed a sash, spread the compass parts on it, lifted out the power pack. The dial mechanism came out next, leaving an empty dished compartment in the instrument.
You'll need water,
Jessica said. Paul took the catch tube from his neck and sucked up a mouthful, expelled it onto the dished compartment. If this fails, that's water wasted, Jessica thought. But it won't matter then anyway. With his knife, Paul cut open the power pack and spilled its crystals into the water. They foamed slightly, subsided. Jessica's eyes caught motion above them, and she looked up to see a line of hawks along the rim of the fissure. They perched there, staring down at the open water. Great Mother, she thought. They can sense water even at that distance? Paul had the cover back on the paracompass, leaving off the reset button, which gave a small hole into the liquid. Taking the reworked instrument in one hand, a handful of spice in the other, Paul went back up the fissure, studying the lay of the slope. His robe billowed gently without the sash to hold it. He waded part way up the slope, kicking off sand rivulets, spurts of dust. Presently, he stopped, pressed a pinch of the spice onto the paracompass, and shook the instrument case. Green foam boiled out of the hole where the reset button had been, and Paul aimed it at the slope, spread a low dike there, and began kicking away the sand beneath it, immobilizing the open face with more foam. Jessica moved into his position below him and called out,
May I help?
Come and dig, he said. We've about 3 meters to go. It's going to be a near thing. As he spoke, the foam stopped billowing from the instrument. Quickly, Paul said. No telling how long this foam will hold the sand. Jessica scrambled up beside Paul as he sifted another pinch of spice into the hole, shook the paracompass case, and again foam boiled from it. As Paul directed the foam barrier, Jessica dug with her hands, hurling the sand down the slope.
How deep?
She panted. About 3 meters, he said, and I can only approximate the position. We may have to widen this hole. He moved a step aside, slipping in loose sand. Slant your digging backward. Don't go straight down. Jessica obeyed. Slowly, the hole went down, reaching a level even with the floor of the basin, and still no sign of the pack. Could I have miscalculated? Paul asked himself. I'm the one that panicked originally and caused this mistake. Has that worked my ability? He looked at the paracompass. Less than 2 ounces of the acid infusion remained. Jessica straightened in the hole, rubbed a foam-stained hand across her cheek, and her eyes met Paul's. The upper face, Paul said, gently now. He added another pinch of spice to the container and sent the foam boiling around Jessica's hands as she began cutting a vertical face in the upper slant of the hole. On the second pass, her hands encountered something hard, and slowly, she worked out a length of strap with a plastic buckle. Don't move any more of it, Paul said, and his voice was almost a whisper. We're out of foam. Jessica held the strap in one hand and looked up at him. Paul threw the empty paracompass down onto the floor of the basin and said, Give me your other hand. Now listen carefully. I'm going to pull you to the side and downhill. Don't let go of that strap. We won't get much more spill from the top. The slope has stabilized itself. All I'm going to aim for is to keep your head free of the sand. Once that hole's filled, we can dig you out and pull up the pack.
I understand,
she said. Ready?
Ready.
And she tensed her fingers on the strap. With one surge, Paul had her half out of the hole, holding her head up as the foam barrier gave way and sand spilled down. When it had subsided, Jessica remained buried to the waist, her left arm and shoulder still under the sand, her chin protected on a fold of Paul's robe. Her shoulder ached from the strain put on it.
I still have the strap,
she said. Slowly, Paul worked his hand into the sand beside her and found the strap. Together, he said. Steady pressure. We mustn't break it. More sand spilled down as they worked the pack up. When the strap cleared the surface, Paul stopped, freed his mother from the sand. Together, they pulled the pack down slope and out of its trap. In a few minutes, they stood on the floor of the fissure, holding the pack between them. Paul looked at his mother. Foam stained her face, her robe. Sand was caked to her where the foam had dried, and she looked as though she had been the target for balls of wet, green sand. You look a mess, he said.
You're not so pretty yourself,
she said. And they started to laugh, and then sobered. That shouldn't have happened, Paul said. I was careless. She shrugged, feeling caked sand fall away from her robe. I'll put up the tent, he said. Better slip off that robe and shake it out. He turned away, taking the pack. Jessica nodded, suddenly too tired to answer. There's anchor holes in the rock, Paul said. Someone's tented here before. Why not, she thought, and she brushed her robe. This was a likely place, deep in rock walls and facing another cliff some 4 kilometers away, far enough above the desert to avoid worms, but close enough for easy access before crossing. She turned, seeing that Paul had the tent up, its rib-domed hemisphere blending with the rock walls of the fissure. Paul stepped past her, lifting his binoculars. He adjusted their internal pressure with a quick twist and focused the oil lenses on the other cliff, lifting golden tan in the morning light across open sand. Jessica watched as he studied the apocalyptic landscape, his eyes probing into sand rivers and canyons. There are growing things over there, he said. Jessica found the spare binoculars in the pack beside the tent and moved up beside Paul. There, he said, holding the binoculars with one hand and pointing with the other. She looked where he pointed. Saguaro, he said, scrawny stuff. There may be people nearby.
That could be the remains of a botanical testing station,
she warned. This is pretty far south into the desert, he said. He lowered his binoculars, rubbed beneath the filter baffle, feeling how dry and chapped his lips were, sensing the dusty taste of thirst in his mouth. This has the feeling of a Fremen place, he said.
Are we certain the Fremen will be friendly?
She asked. Kinds promised their help. But there's desperation in the people of this desert, she thought. I felt some of it myself today. Desperate people might kill us for our water. She closed her eyes and against this wasteland conjured in her mind a scene from Caladan. There had been a vacation trip once on Caladan, she and the Duke Leto before Paul's birth. They'd flown over the southern jungles above the weed-wild shouting leaves and the rice paddies of the deltas, and they had seen the ant lines in the greenery. Man gangs carrying their loads on suspensor-buoyed shoulder poles, and in the sea reaches there'd been the white petals of trimarandaus, all of it gone. Jessica opened her eyes to the desert's stillness, to the mounting warmth of the day. Restless heat devils were beginning to set the air quiver out on the open sand. The other rock face across from them was like a thing seen through cheap glass. A spill of sand spread its brief curtain across the open end of the fissure, and the sand hissed down, loosed by puffs of morning breeze, by the hawks that were beginning to lift away from the cliff top. When the sample was gone, she still heard it hissing. It grew louder, a sound that it once heard was never forgotten. "Worm," Paul whispered. It came from the right with an uncaring majesty that could not be ignored. A twisting burrow mound of sand cut through the dunes within their field of vision. The mound lifted in front, dusting away like a bow wave in water. When it was gone, coursing off to left, the sound diminished and died. "I've seen space frigates that were smaller," Paul whispered. She nodded and continued to stare across the desert. Where the worm had passed, there remained that tantalizing gap. It flowed bitterly endless before them, beckoning beneath the horizontal collapse of skyline.
"When we've rested,"
Jessica said.
"we should continue with your lessons."
He suppressed his sudden anger and said, "Mother, don't you think you could do without—"
"Today you panicked,"
she said.
"You know your mind and Bindu nervature perhaps better than I do, but you've much yet to learn about your body's prana-musculature. The body does things of itself sometimes, Paul, and I can teach you about this. You must learn to control every muscle, every fiber of your body. You need to review of the hands. We'll start with finger muscles, palm tendons, and tip sensitivity."
She turned away.
"Come, into the tent now."
He flexed his fingers of his left hand, watching her crawl through the sphincter valve, knowing that he could not deflect her from this determination, and that he must agree. Whatever has been done to me, I've been party to it, he thought. Review of the hand. He looked at his hand. How inadequate it appeared when measured against such creatures as that worm. "So you're the great Gurney Halleck," the man said. Halleck stood staring across the round cavern office at the smuggler seated behind a metal desk. The man wore Fremen robes and had the half-tint blue eyes that told of off-planet foods in his diet. The office duplicated a space frigate's master control center, communications and view screens along a 30-degree arc of wall, remote arming and firing banks adjoining, and the desk formed as a wall projection part of the remaining curve. "I am Staban Tuek, son of Esmar Tuek," the smuggler said. "Then you're the one I owe thanks for the help I've received," Halleck said. "Ah, the gratitude," the smuggler said. "Sit down." A ship-type bucket seat emerged from the wall beside the screens, and Halleck sat onto it with a sigh, feeling his weariness. He could see his own reflection now on the dark surface beside the smuggler, and scowled at the lines of fatigue in his lumpy face. The ink-rind scar along his jaw writhed with the scowl. Halleck turned from the reflection and stared at Tuek. He saw the family resemblance in the smugglers now. The father's heavy, overhanging eyebrow and the rock planes of cheek and nose. "Your men tell me your father is dead, killed by the Harkonnens," Halleck said. "By the Harkonnens, or by a traitor among your people," Tuek said. Anger overcame part of Halleck's fatigue, and he strained and said, "Can you name the traitor?" "We are not sure. Thufir Huat suspected the Lady Jessica." "Ah, the Bene Gesserit witch. Perhaps. But Huat is now a Harkonnen captive." "I heard." Halleck took a deep breath. "It appears we're a deal more killing ahead of us." "We will do nothing to attract attention to us," Tuek said, and Halleck stiffened. "But you and those of your men we've saved are welcome to sanctuary among us," Tuek said. "You speak of gratitude. Very well. Work off your debt to us. We can always use good men. We'll destroy you out of hand, though, if you make the slightest open move against the Harkonnens." "But they killed your father, man." "Perhaps. And if so, I'll give you my father's answer to those who act without thinking. A stone is heavy and the sand is weighty, but a fool's wrath is heavier than both of them." "You mean to do nothing about it, then?" Halleck sneered. "You did not hear me say that. I merely said I will protect our contract with the Guild. The Guild requires that we play a circumspect game. There are other ways of destroying a foe." Ah, indeed. If you've a mind to seek out the witch, have at it. But I warn you, that's probably too late. And we doubt she is the one you want, anyway. Huat made few mistakes. He allowed himself to fall into Harkonnen hands. You think he's the traitor?" And Tuek shrugged. "This is academic. We think the witch is dead. At least the Harkonnens believe it." "You seem to know a great deal about the Harkonnens." "Hints and suggestions, rumors and hunches." We are 74 men, Halek said. If you seriously wish us to enlist with you, you must believe our Duke is dead. His body has been seen. And the boy too, young Master Paul? Halek tried to swallow and found a lump in his throat. According to the last word we had, he was lost with his mother to a desert storm. Likely not even their bones will ever be found. So the witch is dead then. All dead. And Tuek nodded. And Beast Raban, so they say, will sit once more at the seat of power here on Dune. The Count Raban of Lankerville. Yes. It took Halak a moment to put down the upsurge of rage that threatened to overcome him, and he spoke with panting breath. I have a score of my own against Raban. I owe him for the lives of my family. He rubbed the scar along his jaw. And for this. One does not risk everything to settle a score permanently. Or prematurely, Tuek said. He frowned and watching the play of muscles along Halek's jaw, the sudden withdrawal of the man's shed-lidded eyes. I know. Halek took a deep breath. You and your men can work out your passage off Arrakis by serving with us. There are many places to. I release my men from any bond to me. They can choose for themselves. With Raban here, I stay. In your mood, I'm not sure we want you to stay. Halek stared at the smuggler. You doubt my word? No. You've saved me from the Harkonnens. I gave loyalty to the Duke Leto for no greater reason. I'll stay on Arrakis with you, or with the Fremen. Whether thought is spoken or not, it is a real thing, and it has power, Tuek said. You might find the line between life and death among the Fremen to be too sharp and quick. Halek closed his eyes briefly, feeling the weariness surge up in him. Where is the Lord who led us through the land of deserts and of pits? He murmured. Move slowly, and the day of your revenge will come, Tuek said. Speed is a device of Shaitan. Cool your sorrow. Leave the diversions for it. 3 things there are that ease the heart: water, green grass, and the beauty of women. Halek opened his eyes. I would prefer the blood of Raban Harkonnen flown about my feet. He stared at Tuek. You think that day will come? I have little to do with how you'll meet tomorrow, Gurney. I can only help you meet today. Then I'll accept that hope and stay until the day you tell me to revenge your father and all the others who listen to me, fighting man, Tuek said. He leaned forward over the desk, his shoulders level with his ears, eyes intent. The smuggler's face was suddenly like weathered stone. My father's water? I'll buy that back myself, with my own blade. Halek stared back at Tuek, and in the moment, the smuggler reminded him of Duke Leto. A leader of men, courageous, secure in his own position and in his own course, he was like the Duke, before Arrakis. Do you wish my blade beside you? Halek asked. Tuek sat back, relaxed, studied Halek silently. Do you think of me as a fighting man? Halek pressed. You're the only one of the Duke's lieutenants to escape, Tuek said. Your enemy was overwhelming, yet you rolled with him. You defeated him the way we defeat Arrakis. Eh? We live on sufferance down here, Gurney Halek, Tuek said. Arrakis is our enemy. One enemy at a time, is that it? That's it. Is that the way the Fremen make out? Perhaps. You said I might find life with the Fremen too tough. They live in the desert in the open. Is that why? Who know where the Fremen live? For us, the Central Plateau is no man's land. But I wish to talk more about... I'm told the guild seldom routes spice lighters in over the desert, Halek said. But there are rumors that you can see bits of greenery here and there if you know where to look. Rumors, Tuek sneered. Do you wish to choose now between me and the Fremen? We have a measure of security, our own siege carved out of the rock, our own hidden basins. We live the lives of civilized men. The Fremen are few ragged bands that we use as spice hunters. But they can kill Harkonnens. And do you wish to know the result? Even now, they are being hunted down like animals with laser guns, because they have no shields. They are being exterminated. Why? Because they killed Harkonnens. Was it Harkonnens they killed? Halek asked. What do you mean? Haven't you heard that there may have been Sardaukar with the Harkonnens? More rumors. But a program, that isn't like the Harkonnens. A program is wasteful. I believe what I see with my own eyes, Tuek said. Make your choice, fighting man. Me or the Fremen. I will promise you sanctuary and a chance to draw the blood we both want. Be sure of that. The Fremen will offer you only the life of the hunted. Halek hesitated, sensing wisdom and sympathy in Tuek's words, yet troubled for no reason he could explain. Trust your own abilities, Tuek said. Whose decisions brought your force through the battle? Yours? Decide. It must be, Halek said. The Duke and his son are dead? The Harkonnens believe it. Where such things are concerned, I am inclined to trust the Harkonnens. And a grim smile touched Tuek's mouth. But it's about the only trust I give them. Then it must be, Halek repeated. He held out his right hand, palm up, and thumb folded to get flat against it in the traditional gesture. I give you my word. Accepted. Do you wish me to persuade my men? You let them make their own decision? They followed me this far, but most are Caladan born. Arrakis isn't what they thought it'd be. Here, they've lost everything except their lives. I prefer they decide for themselves now. Now is not the time for you to falter, Tuek said. They followed you this far. You need them, is that it? We can always use experienced fighting men, in these times more than ever. You've accepted my sword. Do you wish me to persuade them? I think they'll follow you, Gurney Halek. 'Tis to be hoped. Indeed. I may make my own decision in this, then. Your own decision. Halek pushed himself up from the bucket seat, feeling how much of his reserve strength even that small effort required. For now, I'll see to their quarters and well-being, he said. Consult my quartermaster, Tuek said. Drisk is his name. Tell him it's my wish that you receive every courtesy. I'll join you myself presently. I've some off shipments of spice to see to first. Fortune passes everywhere, Halek said. Everywhere, Tuek said. A time of upset is a rare opportunity for our business. Halek nodded, heard the faint susurration, and felt the air shift as a lockport swung open beside him. He turned, ducked through it, and out of the office. He found himself in the assembly hall through which he and his men had been led by Tuek's aides. It was a long, fairly narrow area, chewed out of the native rock, its smooth surface betraying the use of cutter-ray burners for the job. The ceiling stretched away high enough to continue the natural supporting curve of the rock, and to permit internal air convection currents. Weapons racks and lockers lined the walls. Halek noted, with a touch of pride, that those of his men still able to stand were standing. No relaxation and weariness and defeat for them. Smugglers' medics were moving among them, tending the wounded. Litter cases were assembled in one area down to the left, each wounded man with an Atreides companion. The Atreides training. We care for our own. It held like a core of native rock in them, and Halek noted. One of his lieutenants stepped forward carrying Halek's 9-string balisette out of its case, and the man snapped a salute and said, Sir, an organ bank's here. The medics say there's no hope for Matai. They have no bone or organ banks here, only outpost medicine. Matai can't last, they say, and he has a request for you. What is it? The lieutenant thrust the balisette forward. Matai wants a song to ease its going, sir. He says you'll know the one. He's asked it of you often enough. And the lieutenant swallowed. It's the one called My Woman, sir, if you... I know. Halek took the balisette and flicked the multi-pick out of it. Catch on the fingerboard. He drew a soft chord from the instrument and found someone had already tuned it. There was a burning in his eyes, but he drove that out of his thoughts as he strolled forward strumming the tune, forcing himself to smile casually. Several of his men and a smuggler medic were bent over one of the litters. One of the men began singing softly as Halek approached, catching the counterbeat with the ease of long familiarity. My woman stands at her window, curved lines against square glass, upraised arms bent down folded, against sunset red and golden. Come to me, warm arms of my lass. For me, the warm arms of my lass. The singer stopped, reached out a bandaged arm and closed the eyelids of the man on the litter. Halek drew a final soft chord from the balisette, thinking, now, we are 73. Paul stood outside the still tent in the late afternoon. The crevasse where they had pitched their camp lay in deep shadow. He stared out across the open sand at the distant cliff, wondering if he should waken his mother, who lay asleep in the tent. Folds upon folds of dune spread beyond their shelter. Away from the setting sun, the dunes exposed greased shadows so black they were like bits of night. And the flatness. His mind searched for something tall in that landscape, but there was no persuading tallness out of heat-addled air in that horizon, no bloom or gently shaken thing to mark the passage of breeze. Only dunes and that distant cliff beneath a sky, a burnished silver blue. What if there isn't one of the abandoned testing stations across there, he wondered. What if there are no Fremen either, and the plants we see are only an accident? Within the tent, Jessica awakened, turned onto her back, and peered sidelong at the transparent end at Paul. He stood with his back to her, and something about his stance reminded her of his father. She sensed a well of grief rising within her and turned away. Presently, she adjusted her stillsuit, refreshed herself with water from the tent's catch pocket, and slipped out to stand and drenched the sleep from her muscles. Paul spoke without turning. I find myself enjoying the quiet here. How the mind gears itself for its environment, she thought, and she recalled a Bene Gesserit axiom. The mind can go either direction under stress, towards positive or toward negative, on or off. Think of it as a spectrum whose extremes are unconsciousness at the negative end and hyperconsciousness, the positive end. The way the mind will lean under stress is strongly influenced by training. It could be a good life here, Paul said. She tried to see the desert through his eyes, seeking to encompass all the rigors this planet accepted as commonplace, wondering at the possible futures Paul had glimpsed. One could be alone out here, she thought, without fear of someone behind you, without fear of the hunter. She stepped past Paul and lifted her binoculars, adjusting the oil lens, and studied the escarpment across from them. Yes, saguaro in the areos and other spiny growth, and a matting of low grasses, yellow-green in the shadows. I'll strike camp, Paul said. Jessica nodded, walked to the fisher's mouth, where she could get a sweep of the desert, and swung her binoculars to the left. A salt pan glared white there, with a blending of dirty tan in its edges, a field of white out where white was death. But the pan said another thing. Water. At some point, water had flowed across that glaring white. She lowered her binoculars, adjusted her burnous, listened for a moment to the sound of Paul's movements. The sun dipped lower. Shadows stretched across the salt pan, and lines of wild color spread over the sunset horizon. Colors streamed into a toe of darkness resting the sand. Coal-colored shadows spread, and the thick collapse of night blotted the desert. Stars. She stared up at them, sensing Paul's movements as he came up beside her. Desert night focused upward with a feeling of lift toward the stars. The weight of day receded. There came a brief flurry of breeze across her face. The first moon will be up soon, Paul said. The pack's ready. I planted the thumper. We could be lost forever in this hell space, she thought. But no one to know. The night wind spread sand runnels that grated across her face, bringing the smell of cinnamon and a shower of odors in the dark. Smell that, Paul said.
I can smell it even through the filter,
she said.
Riches. But will it buy water?
She pointed across the basin.
There are no artificial lights across there.
Fremen will be hidden in a siege behind the rocks, he said. A sill of silver pushed above the horizon to their right. The first moon. It lifted into view in the hand-patterned plane on its face. Jessica studied the white silver of sand exposed in the light. I planted a thumper in the deepest part of the crevasse, Paul said. Whenever I light its candle, it'll give us about 30 minutes.
30 minutes?
Before it starts calling a worm.
Oh, I'm ready to go.
He slipped away from her side, and she heard his progress back up the fissure. The night is a tunnel, she thought, a hole into tomorrow. If we're to have a tomorrow, she shook her head. Why must I be so morbid? I was trained better than that. Paul returned, took up the pack, and led the way down to the first spreading dune, where he stopped and listened to his mother came up behind him. He heard her soft progress in the cold single-grain scribbles of sound, the desert's own code spelling out its measure of safety. We must walk without rhythm, Paul said, and he called up a memory of men walking the sand, both prescient memory, and real memory. "Watch how I do it," he said. "This is how Furman walked the sand." He stepped out onto the windward face of the dune, following the curve of it, moving with a dragging pace. Jessica studied his progress for 10 steps and followed, imitating it. She saw the sense of it. They must sound like the natural shifting of sand, like the wind. But muscles protested this unnatural broken pattern. Step, drag, step. Drag, drag, step, wait. Drag, step. Time stretched out around them, and the rock face ahead seemed to grow no nearer. The one behind still towered high. Lump, 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 lump. It was the drumming from the cliff behind. "The thumper," Paul hissed. Its pounding continued, and they found difficulty avoiding the rhythm of it in their stride. Lump, 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 lump. They moved in the moonlit bowl punctured by that hollowed thumping, down and up through the spilling dunes, step, drag, wait, step. Across pea sand that rolled under their feet, drag, wait, step. And all the while their ears searched for the special hissing. The sound, when it came, started so low that their own dragging passage masked it, but it grew louder and louder out of the west. Lump, 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 drummed the thumper, and the hissing approach spread across the night behind them. They turned their heads as they walked and saw the mound of the coursing worm. "Keep moving," Paul whispered. "Don't look back." A grating sound of fury exploded from the rock shadows. They had left. It was a flailing avalanche of noise. "Keep moving," Paul whispered. "Don't look back." He saw that they had reached an unmarked point where the two rock faces, the one ahead and one behind, appeared equally remote. And still behind them, that whipping, frenzied tearing of rocks dominated the night. They moved on and on. Muscles reached a stage of mechanical aching that seemed to stretch out indefinitely. But Paul saw that the beckoning escarpment ahead of them had climbed higher. Jessica moved in a void of concentration, aware that the pressure of her will alone kept her walking. Dryness. Dryness ached in her mouth, but the sound behind drove away all hope of stopping for a sip from her stillsuit's catch pockets. Lump, lump. Renewed frenzy erupted from the distant cliff, drowning out the thumper, and then silence. "Faster," Paul whispered. She nodded, knowing he did not see the gesture, but needing the action to tell herself that it was necessary to demand even more from muscles that already were being taxed to their limits via unnatural movement. The rock face of safety ahead of them climbed into the stars, and Paul saw a plain of flat sand stretching out at the base, and he stepped out onto it, stumbled in his fatigue, righted himself with an involuntary outthrust of a foot, and a resonant boom shook the sand around them.
Drum sand,
Jessica hissed. Paul recovered his balance, and a sweeping glance took in the sand around them, the rock escarpment perhaps 200 meters away. Behind them, he heard a hissing, like the wind. Like a riptide, but there was no water. "Run!" Jessica screamed. "Paul, run!" And they ran. Drum sound boomed beneath their feet. Then they were out of it and into pea gravel. For a time, the running was a relief to muscles that ached from unfamiliar, rhythmless use. Here was action that could be understood. Here was rhythm. But sand and gravel dragged at their feet, and the hissing approach of the worm was storm sound that grew around them. Jessica stumbled to her knees. All she could think of was the fatigue and the sound and the terror, and Paul dragged her up, and they ran on hand in hand. A thin pole jutted from the sand ahead of them. They passed it, and then saw another, and Jessica's mind filled the register on the poles until they were passed. There was another, wind-etched surface thrust from a crack in rock, and another. Rock! She felt it through her feet, the shock of unresisting surface gaining new strength from firmer footing. A deep crack stretched its vertical shadow upward into the cliff ahead of them. And they sprinted for it, crowded into a narrow hole. Behind them, the sound of the worm's passage stopped. Jessica and Paul turned and peered out into the desert. Where the dunes began, perhaps 50 meters away at the foot of a rock beach, a silver-gray curve broached from the desert, sending rivers of sand and dust cascading all around. It lifted higher, resolved into a giant, questioning mouth. It was a round black hole with edges glistening in the moonlight. The mouth snaked toward the narrow crack where Paul and Jessica huddled. Cinnamon yelled in their nostrils and moonlight flashed from crystal teeth. Back and forth the mouth wove. Paul stilled his breathing and Jessica crouched, staring. It took intense concentration of her Bene Gesserit training to put down the primal terror, subduing a race memory fear that threatened to fill her mind, and Paul felt a kind of elation. In some recent instant, he had crossed a time barrier into more unknown territory. He could sense the darkness ahead, nothing revealed to his inner eye. It was as though some step he had taken had plunged him into a well, or into the trough of a well where the future was invisible. The landscape had undergone a profound shifting. Instead of frightening him, the sensation of time darkness forced a hyper-acceleration of his other senses. He found himself registering every available aspect of the thing lifted from the sand there, seeking him. Its mouth was some 80 meters in diameter, crystal teeth, with the curved shape of crysknives, glinting around the rim, the bellowing breath of cinnamon, subtle aldehydes, acids. The worm blotted out the moonlight as it brushed the rocks above them, and a shower of small stones and sands cascaded into the narrow hiding place. Paul crowded his mother further back. Cinnamon! The smell of it flooded across him. What has this worm to do with the spice? Melange, he asked. And he remembered Liet Kynes betraying a veiled reference to some association between worms and spice. Broom! It was like a peal of dry thunder coming from far off to their right. Again, broom! The worm drew back into the sand and lay there momentarily, its crystal teeth weaving moon flashes. Lump, 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 lump. Another thumper, Paul thought. Again it sounded off to their right, and a shudder passed through the worm. It drew further away into the sand, and only a mounded upper curve remained, like a half-bell of a mouth, the curve of a tunnel rearing above the dunes. And sand rasped. The creature sank further, retreating, turning. It became a mound of cresting sand that curved away through a saddle in the dunes. And Paul stepped out onto the crack, watched the sand wave recede across the waste toward the new thumper summons, and Jessica followed, listening. Lump, 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 lump. And presently the sound stopped. Paul found the tube in his sail suit and sipped at the reclaimed water. Jessica focused on his action, but her mind went blank with fatigue and the aftermath of terror.
Has it gone for sure?
She whispered. Somebody called it, Paul said, Fremen. She felt herself recovering.
It was so big.
Not as big as the one that got our thopter.
Are you sure it was the Fremen?
They used the thumper.
Why would they help us?
Maybe they weren't helping us. Maybe they were just calling a worm.
But why?
An answer lay poised at the edge of his awareness, but refused to come. He had a vision in his mind of something to do with the telescoping barbed sticks in their packs, the maker hooks.
Why would they call a worm?
Jessica asked. A breath of fear touched his mind, and he forced himself to turn away from his mother to look up the cliff. We'd better find a way up there before daylight, he pointed. Those poles we passed? There are more of them. And she looked. Following the line of his hand, saw the poles and wind-stretched markers, making out the shadow of a narrow ledge that twisted into a crevasse high above them. They mark a way up the cliff, Paul said. He settled his shoulders into the pack and crossed to the foot of the ledge and began to climb upwards. Jessica waited a moment, resting, restoring her strength, and then she followed. Up they climbed, following the guide poles until the ledge dwindled to a narrow lip at the mouth of a dark crevasse. Paul tipped his head to peer into the shadowed place. He could feel the precarious hold his feet had on the slender ledge, but forced himself to slow caution. He saw only darkness within the crevasse. It stretched away upward, open to the stars at the top. His ears searched, found only noises he could expect, a tiny spill of sand, an insect, the patter of small running creatures. He tested the darkness in the crevasse with one foot, and found the rock beneath a gritting surface. Slowly, he inched around the corner, and signaled for his mother to follow. He grasped a loose edge of a robe and helped her around. He looked upward at starlight framed by two rock lips, and Paul saw his mother beside him as a cloudy gray movement. If only we could risk light, he whispered.
We have other senses besides our eyes,
she said. Paul slid a foot forward, shifted his weight, and probed with the other foot, met an obstruction. He lifted his foot, found a step, and pulled himself up onto it. He reached back and felt his mother's arm, tugged at a rope for her to follow. Another step. It goes up onto the top, I think, he whispered. Shallow and even steps, Jessica thought. Man carved beyond a doubt. She followed the shadowy movement of Pearl's progress, feeling out the steps. Rock walls narrowed until her shoulders almost brushed them, and the steps ended in a slitted defile about 20 meters long. It's floor level, and this opened into a shallow moonlit basin. Paul stepped out into the rim of the basin and said, "What a beautiful place." Jessica could only stare in silent agreement from her position a step behind him. In spite of weariness, the irritation of recasts and nose plugs and the confinement of the stillsuit, in spite of fear and the aching desire for rest, the beauty's basin filled their senses, forcing her to stop and admire it. "Like a fairyland," Paul whispered, and Jessica nodded. Spreading away in front of her stretched desert growth, bushes, cacti, tiny clumps of leaves all trembling in the moonlight. The ring walls were dark to her left, moon-frosted on her right. "This must be a Fremen place," Paul said.
There would have to be people for this many plants to survive,
she agreed. She uncapped the tube to her stillsuit's catch pockets and sipped at it. Warm, faintly acrid wetness slipped down into her throat. She marked how it refreshed her, the tube's cap grated against flakes of sand as she replaced it. Movement caught Paul's attention, to his right, and down on the basin floor curving out beneath him. He stared down through smoke bushes and weeds into a wedged slab sand surface of moonlight, inhabited by an pop-pop of tiny motion. "Mice!" he hissed. Pop, hop, hop, they went into shadows and out. Something fell soundlessly past their eyes into the mice. There came a thin screech and a flapping of wings, and a ghostly gray bird lifted away across the basin, with a small dark shadow in its talons. "We needed that reminder," Jessica said. Paul continued to stare across the basin, and he inhaled, sensed the softly cutting contralto smell of sage climbing the night. The predatory bird, he thought of it as the way of the desert. It had brought a stillness to the basin, so unuttered that the blue milk moonlight could almost be heard flowing across sentinel saguaro and spiked paintbrush. There was a low humming of light here, more basic in its harmony than any other music in the universe. "We better find a place to pitch the tent," he said. "Tomorrow we can try to find the Fremen who..."
Most intruders here regret finding the Fremen.
It was a heavy masculine voice chopping across his words, shattering the moment. The voice came from above them and to their right. "Please do not run, intruders," the voice said as Paul made to withdraw into the defile. "If you run, you'll only waste your body's water." They want us for the water of our flesh, Jessica thought. Her muscles overrode all fatigue and flowed into maximum readiness without external betrayal. She pinpointed the location of the voice, thinking, "Such stealth. I didn't hear him." And she realized that the owner of that voice had permitted himself only the small sounds, the natural sounds of the desert. Another voice called from the basin's rim to their left. "Make it quick, still. Get their water and let's be on our way. We've little enough time before dawn." Paul, less conditioned to emergency response than his mother, felt chagrin that he had stiffened and tried to withdraw, that he had crowded his abilities by a momentary panic. He forced himself now to obey her teachings, relax, then fall into the semblance of relaxation, then into the arrested whip-snap of muscles that can slash in any direction. Still, he felt the edge of fear within him and knew its source. This was blind time. No future he had seen, and they were caught between wild Fremen, whose only interest was the water carried in the flesh of two unshielded bodies.